Welcome back to the Late Night Story broadcast tonight. We invite you to meet again. We have many good works in the capital, such as Ghost on the Bridge, The Evil Child, The Soul in the Village of Keho, The Evil Village, The Moon and Flowers Pay for Life, The Haunted Villa. All are very good short stories. If you haven't heard them, please listen to them again. Today, he returns with a collection of short stories that takes us to a remote village in the mountains and into a ghost village. Please listen. Fong is 23 years old and is the director of a branch of his family's company. Recently, Fong and his friends are planning a backpacking trip. Honestly, since they were young, they have been too familiar with high-end resorts, year-round hotels, and having someone pick them up and drop them off wherever they go, and it has gotten boring. So this time they want to try something new. Fong's group of friends has a total of 4 people. Except for Fong, there are Hao, Nia, Trong. All of them are rich kids who have been friends with each other since the days of stripping naked in the rain. Growing up, because of the same interests, they became as close as real brothers. Wherever they went or whatever they did, they would go together without leaving anyone out. This time, Hao and Trong also brought their girlfriends along. After making a plan, they decided to go to the northwest. They didn't need a tour guide. The whole group played big. After taking a flight from Saigon to Hanoi, they rented a motorbike and went by themselves. Fong drove Nia, while Trong and Hao drove his girlfriend. The 4 of them were quite brave, not knowing the way, but just following the map. Then one of them dared to point, the other dared to follow. Just like that, they arrived at the place they wanted to go. The first stop that Fong and his group chose was Mu Che. To tell the truth, the young masters and young ladies have traveled to many places in the world, but not many beautiful places in their country. The first time they set foot in the Northwest, they were amazed by the majesty of this place. The winding mountain passes looked like a strip of silk winding around the mountains. The terraced fields were covered with ripe rice and white flowers, covering the mountains and forests. The fragrant scent of rice and the tiny white flowers flying in the wind across the sky and earth, like snowflakes carrying a gentle floral scent, softening everyone's soul. No one had ever thought that the Northwest this season would be so breathtakingly beautiful, to the point that even those of us who had traveled all over the world wanted to stop and think about this place. The whole group was fascinated by the beauty of this place. The further we went, the deeper we went into the villages. The Northwest is home to many ethnic groups. There are the Hmong, the Dao, and the Miao. With their own unique cultural features, they create a strong attraction for tourists from far away. This journey is considered a new experience. Fong decided to film the entire trip, edit it after returning, and post it on social media as a souvenir. Nia was sitting in the back, so he was in charge of recording. The handheld camera was small but had very high definition, and Fong deliberately drove slowly, so he didn't miss anything of the beautiful scenery on both sides of the road. Wow, that's really beautiful. Hey, let's stop and take a picture. The whole group rushed forward, especially the 2 girls. They were used to living in the bustling city, full of dust and high-rise buildings. Now coming to a mountainous place like this, it was both strange and exciting and full of anticipation. After taking pictures, the whole group set off. Before that, they had booked a hotel room at an ice flower resort. This is a newly opened area with a village style imbued with the essence of the mountains and forests. The group planned to stay here for only one night, and the next day they would continue to explore the local culture, finding a place to sleep wherever they went. When the group was walking a short distance, they accidentally saw a young ethnic man around 17 or 18 years old sitting on the side of the road. His face was pale, holding his right arm that was bleeding profusely. The group quickly stopped the car. Fong stepped forward and asked, "Little brother, what's wrong? Do you need any help?" The young man's face was pale, and from the way Fong and the others were dressed, he knew they were definitely tourists. Although tourism in this area had developed rapidly in recent years, locals could also communicate clearly. However, not every village does tourism. Not every ethnic group likes to communicate with kin people, especially visitors from far away like this. The young man stood up and walked forward, not intending to talk or answer Fong. Fong's friends were surprised to see that. The camera in Nia's hand was still turned towards the young man. Then he looked at Fong and asked, "Is it possible that he doesn't understand what we're saying?" "Not all ethnic people can speak him." Fong watched the back of the ethnic young man walking further and further away. Trung and Hao also looked at him and then turned to say to the group, "Looking at his attitude just now, it's not that he doesn't understand, but that he doesn't want to talk to us." "Yeah. Is it bad that Fong is too open-minded? Just met him and said he was his younger brother. Who knows, he might be older than him. What do you think?" Looking at the kid, he looks like he's only 17 or 18 years old. Besides, I started a conversation politely. I never opened up. If you guys are good, then come up and talk. Knowing that the man did not want to communicate with them, the group was considering whether to follow or not. Because the young man looked seriously injured, blood was still flowing from his hands onto the road, and wherever he passed, he left blood stains that were horrifying to see. After thinking for a while, they still decided to drive in the direction of the small road that the young man had just entered. They could not just watch him die without doing anything. Looking at his appearance, if they left him alone, on a road with few people passing by like this, he would die of blood loss. They had not walked for long when they saw the young man sitting under a large tree, his face pale, looking no different from a corpse, which was a bit startling. This time Fong did not approach. Instead, the group let Convi come forward to ask. After all, girls are easier to talk to. Vi is Hao's girlfriend, currently a second-year student at the University of Medicine and Pharmacy. She could see that the wound was really serious. "I study medicine. If you don't mind, I can help you treat it. This wound, if he doesn't stop the bleeding soon, he will die." He doesn't know if hearing the word death scared him or not. He opened his eyes and stared at Vi. Then, without saying anything, he dipped the moon and held out his injured arm towards her. Just then, Hoa, Trung's girlfriend, stood not far away, holding a first aid kit and walked over. The group had researched thoroughly. In case of any unfortunate incidents on the road, they had prepared a first aid kit. Since they studied medicine, they knew it was necessary. Common cold medicine, fever reducer, wind oil, bandages, antiseptics, in short, everything was there. Although they were helping people in distress, Fong and his friends were not fools. They still took precautions. The three people in charge of driving were already sitting on the saddle. Tri and Fong, who had learned martial arts since he was young, followed the two girls. Because the wound was bleeding quite a lot, the sleeves of his shirt were long and tight and soaked in blood because they had to be cut with scissors. The deep cut was exposed. The two sides of the flesh were wide open, almost revealing the white bones inside, making people feel scared when they saw it. They couldn't understand how a boy could endure such an injury without even making a sound. Not sure if it was an illusion or not, but Vi saw some muscles on both sides of the wound as if they were wriggle. After a while, they disappeared. He thought it was probably a phenomenon of the muscles not paying attention. Because he was well trained, he carefully put on medical gloves before handling it. With Hoa's help, it took nearly 20 minutes to temporarily stop the bleeding and bandage it. His wound needed to be stitched up at the hospital, otherwise it could easily become infected and dangerous. Because I'm still speaking gently, but if this wound really became infected, festered, and became necrotic, he might have to amputate his arm. Thanks. But I'm fine. There's medicine in the village. Just apply it for a few days and it'll be cold. The young man finally opened his mouth to speak, although it had a slight mountain accent. It was still clear. "What's your name? Where do you live?" Fong also asked immediately. He originally wanted to ask the boy why he was so badly injured. But Fong thought about it and didn't ask after all. They were just strangers, and the boy was very cautious. Even if he asked, the person might not want to talk. "My name is Mim. My house is in Holang Village, about an hour away." Mim told the group that while cutting down the tree, because he didn't hold the machete tightly, it accidentally bounced back, which is why he got this cut on his hand. If you want to help someone, help them to the end. Fong and his friend decided to take Muk Siam back to the village. At first, Kanfai wanted to take Muk Lin to the medical station because the wound was quite deep and needed to be treated. However, the boy refused, saying that he had to return to the village before dark, and insisted that the ethnic people had their own remedies. A wound like this was nothing serious, and after returning, applying medicine for a few days, it would heal right away. Fong's motorbike was the biggest, so only Fong could carry the pillion. The group immediately set off following the instructions of a local boy. Ban H Lang was a village deep in the mountains, not yet exploited for tourism. Therefore, the roads were different from those of the tourist villages. It was still quite difficult. There were many bumpy dirt roads, almost as if the car could not go any further. When we got back to the village, it was already past 5 p.m. and the sky was starting to get dark. Because the deep mountains were surrounded by trees, the whole village was covered in hazy fog at night. Every house here had stone walls piled up to their chests. Inside were dilapidated wooden houses, with only dim light coming from inside. It was unclear whether they were electric or oil lamps, but they seemed to be swaying, making the atmosphere in the village strangely quiet. Fong's group rode their motorbikes into the area, creating a relatively loud noise. From inside the houses, many heads poked out to watch their vehicle pass by. Mu Si Lim's house at the end of the village was a wooden house that looked larger and newer than the other houses here. And when they arrived, they realized that the boy was actually the son of the village chief. When Mrs. May saw her son being returned by a stranger, she quickly ran out of the house. She hugged her son and cried, speaking a series of ethnic languages that no one in Fong's group understood. To thank Fong's group for helping his son, Mr. Fan invited them to stay in the village for a few days. I heard from CIM that you guys are tourists, so if you don't mind, stay here for a few days. Although our village doesn't develop tourism, the scenery is still very beautiful. Thank you. I'm not bothering you too much, but I'm not bothering you enough. Our family can't thank you enough. It was already dark. Siam led them to a house about 300 meters away from the previous one. It was pitch black inside, as if no one was there, but the front yard was clean, unlike an abandoned house. CIM went inside to the electrical switchboard. Although the light was a bit yellow, not the kind of direct light like in the city, it was enough to light up the whole house. This was my family's old house. After building a new house, they won't be staying here anymore. But my mother cleans it every day. You guys can stay here temporarily. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Mu Cielo Lean is much more cheerful and lively now. Compared to when they first met, it's like two completely different people. This is an old wooden house. Compared to the new house they just arrived at, it's a bit small. There was a large tree in the yard, and it was dark so they couldn't see what it was. But it looked dead. There were only bare branches and no leaves. There was a well at the base. Around the house were large jars that looked like rainwater jars. The walls were made of a mixture of straw and clay. The floor was still dirt. The house had 2 rooms, a kitchen that burned firewood, and a bedroom with 2 long strips of wooden planks placed opposite each other, just enough room for 6 people. Just as he said, although the house was small, it was very clean. This time, the group decided to go backpacking, and they weren't picky. Although they were all rich kids, they were raised with a silver spoon in their mouths, but they were also educated properly by their families, not the kind of rich kids who relied on their money to act recklessly or act foolishly, otherwise they wouldn't have been willing to help Siam. A dirty and filthy ethnic boy sat on the side of the road. The group did not complain about the situation and decided to stay for a few days to see what would happen. The first night in the village, the group thought it would be a place where they could not sleep. But unexpectedly, as soon as they lay down, everyone fell asleep and did not know what was going on. It wasn't until the sun rose high in the sky and Si brought them breakfast that everyone got up. Did you guys sleep well last night? I ate some cassava with freshly squeezed goat milk from my house. It was guaranteed to be clean and delicious. It was the first time everyone had eaten rustic food. plus a cup of warm goat milk in the early morning on cold bus. Everyone thought this trip was worth enjoying. Fong saw C.A. Lim's face was more rosy than yesterday, so he asked casually, "How is your wow?" "Yes, very good, it's almost dry." Because he was eating sweet potatoes, he was surprised to hear that, and quickly put the sweet potatoes down. "Almost dry? How could it be so fast? Let me take a look. Just change the bandage while you're at it." C.Lim did not refuse, but let Vi sit in the middle of the yard to change his bandage. The whole group also gathered around curiously to watch. On the wound was a thick, mushy medicine, which looked like a bandage but had an extremely unpleasant fishy smell, causing the whole group to almost vomit the breakfast they had just had. What was this? It smelled so bad. This is a family medicine of our people. It's a bit disgusting, but it's very effective in treating wounds. Vi suppressed her nausea, put on gloves, and brushed the gluey stuff away. When they saw the mouth of the wound, everyone's eyes widened. "Oh my God, kid, is this medicine of ours really a miracle drug?" Fong couldn't help but exclaim. Yesterday, there was clearly a deep wound that exposed the white bone. But after only one night, the wound had closed up and was starting to scab over and dry out. In all their years of life, from childhood to adulthood, even though they had been exposed to the most advanced medical services, none of them had ever seen such a miraculous medicine. Especially Vi, who was studying medicine, could not hold back her exclamation. "What kind of medicine is this? Do we sell it? Do you want to buy it?" "Oh, this is a family medicine. We don't sell it." And even if we did, foreigners wouldn't be able to use it. C.A. Lim's face suddenly darkened, and her smile disappeared. Seeing the boys' attitude, although they felt a bit regretful, they couldn't force him to buy or sell, so they didn't mention this matter anymore. Today, the group decided to take a walk around village. Knowing that they wanted to go sightseeing, C.A. pointed to a mountain not far away. "Don't go there, okay? The road there was rough, and dangerous wild animals occasionally appeared." We villagers also did not dare to go anywhere. "Oh, we know, thank you for listening." After CIM left, the gang changed clothes, took their cameras, and started exploring the surroundings. Last night when they arrived, it was already dark, so they could not see clearly. Now they saw that this village was truly both beautiful and wild, as if they were lost in another world. The houses here were mostly built of earth, and in front of each house there was a well and a big tree. From the outside, they looked exactly like the house the group had stayed in. Perhaps it was the rainy season, so the yard of each house was full of corn drying. Some were tied up and hung up like firecrackers. The children here seemed to be afraid of strangers. Even when they were playing in the yard, when they saw the group of people passing by, they would run inside to guess why they were curiously sticking their heads out to look. The adults saw them holding cameras and phones and filming back and forth. Everyone looked at them with strange eyes and whispered to each other in a language they didn't understand. This was the first time that people born in a city like them saw the daily life of ethnic minorities. Although he knew that the people here would be different from the kin people in terms of customs and lifestyle. However, for some reason, Fong still had the feeling that this village was a bit strange. Fong couldn't say exactly what was strange. The group went into the mountain where the white flowers were blooming all over the top of the mountain, along with a clear stream flowing freely, allowing them to take pictures. The two girls in particular kept posing and taking pictures until their phone batteries ran out. By noon, the whole group was exhausted. While waiting for the two girls to go to the bathroom, Fong and three others sat by the stream to rest when suddenly they heard a loud scream. It was Vi and Hoa's voices. The whole group immediately stood up and ran in that direction. When they arrived, they saw Vi lying on the ground, her face pale and her whole body trembling. What happened to Vi? Hao quickly helped his girlfriend up and asked her with concern. Meanwhile, Trung and everyone else looked everywhere, but couldn't find Hoa. Where is Hoa? Where is she? Trung questioned loudly, making Vi startled and unable to hold back her tears, pointing forward. There was something that dragged Hoa away. I couldn't pull her back. because she told me that when she and Hoa went to the toilet together after finishing, they intended to go back, but Hoa saw something in the bushes, so she went to see. When the two of them just got close, suddenly from there, something like a human's ear shot out. It grabbed Hoa's leg and dragged her away into the forest. No matter how hard Du Vai tried, she couldn't make peace. She screamed in panic. Then the group of wind rushed over together. While Hao was behind and by, Fong and the other two moved forward, following the traces of being dragged on the ground to find peace. The further they went, the more Trung and their hearts felt like they were being squeezed. On the ground, the grass and trees were trampled and fell. There were also long bloodstains and clothes torn by trees. They could imagine how Hoa struggled desperately. Everyone's steps were shaking. They walked further and further, without realizing that they had entered the area that the mountain had warned them not to approach. Finally, the blood trail stopped in front of the cave. Despite Fong and Nia's dissuasion, Trung insisted on going in. If they wanted to go, they would go together. They were brothers who grew up together, and they couldn't stand by and watch their brothers go into danger. Each of them looked around and picked up a tree branch to use as a weapon, then turned on their phone flashlights and groped their way in. The dark cave was filled with a foul smell. That made their stomachs churn. When they went deep inside about 100 meters, they finally saw Hoa lying unconscious on the ground. Trung quickly ran over. Hoa, wake up. What's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Here, Hoa, take her outside. Fong spoke up. Only then did the whole group come to their senses. Trung quickly picked Hoa up and ran outside. No one noticed that something was moving above their heads. In the darkness, its two bloodshot eyes stared at the crowd, as if looking at delicious prey. Coming out of the cave, Bai hurriedly checked Hoa's body. Strangely, there was not a single wound on her body, even though she had been dragged between her horns for a long distance. And no matter how they took turns calling her, Hoa did not wake up. Knowing that they could not stay here for long, the group followed the path down to the board with the gate in their backs. C.A. Lim and Mr. Caban were driving the buffalo to the ground when they saw a group of young men running from the mountains. Seeing the direction they ran from, Mr. C.A. Ban's face darkened, and he turned to ask C.A. Lim, "Didn't I tell you to tell them not to go up the mountain?" C.I.M. was also pale and didn't understand what was going on. He had clearly told them. Why didn't they listen? Fong saw Colleen and shouted loudly for help. Seeing someone with a gate on his back, Mr. Kobang's face changed color. He threw away the gate and ran over with his son. He took Si Lin, an ethnic minority, who was young but very strong. He helped Hoa onto Trung's back and ran back to the village. Only Mr. Koban was able to catch up. Fong and his friends were too exhausted to keep up. When they arrived at Mr. Kobang's house, they saw Hoa lying on the bed, being given some kind of black liquid by Mrs. May. Trung immediately stopped her. "Ma'am, don't let her drink anything. We'll take her away right now." Fong, Nia, and Hao had already gone to get the sword cart. They didn't know what Hoa's condition was, but they had to take her to the medical station as soon as possible. Because the hospital was quite far away, they could only go to a nearby place first. At least if it was really urgent, they would have to transfer her to a higher place. It was still safer than them just carrying Hoa to town like that. In this situation, Trung carried Hoa out to the yard so that Hoa could sit on a motorbike. Because they were sitting behind to support Hoa, the group quickly opened the roof but were blocked by Mr. Koban and his wife. "You guys can't take the girl away. You can't leave the village. Get out of the way, or I'll hit you. Don't blame me." Trung just wanted to quickly take his girlfriend to the hospital. If he was blocked, he would go crazy, not caring about anything else, twisting his arm as if he really wanted to hit anyone in his way. Mr. C.A. Ban was not angry. He just sighed helplessly and dodged to the side. The whole convoy sped away. Only Vi didn't know what to think and turned back to look. If she didn't look, that was fine. As soon as she looked, her scalp suddenly went numb. It was clearly daytime, but Vi saw a dark mass with red eyes rushing towards them from Mr. Kobang's house, thinking it was the thing that dragged Hoa away. Vi's whole body shook as she hugged Hoa tightly, urgently saying to Trung, "Hey, run fast, hurry up." Vi didn't dare say that something was chasing him. Hearing that, Trung thought Hoa's situation was getting worse, so he pushed the gas all the way to make the road very difficult to travel. The group had only left the village for a while when Fong, who was running behind them, noticed something unusual. The road ahead was gradually covered in fog. It was now 12 noon, the sun was high in the sky. There shouldn't be any fog. Fong slowed down, turned his head halfway, and said to the person sitting behind him, "Check carefully to see if this is a place we've passed before. There's only this road to the village. If you go straight, you can get out." The whole group had been following closely behind Trung's car. They were still driving in the same direction. But for some reason, Fong had the feeling that they had already passed this section. "What do you mean? Do you see that persimmon tree?" The whole road to the village had only that tree. "But I remember I passed it just now." Mia, of course, remembers that persimmon tree, because the whole tree was very big, bare of leaves, only ripe fruit left. I saw it right away when I entered the village. It's just that I was so busy watching Trung's car in front that I didn't pay attention to the road. "Are you sure?" "I don't know. Just keep going. You pay attention to your surroundings." The group continued running. About 15 minutes later, both Fong and Mia froze when they discovered that they had actually run back to the persimmon tree they had seen. Not only did the two of them discover this, but Vi, who was sitting in the back of the car and was constantly on guard against her surroundings, also noticed. She immediately told Trung about this. Hao saw Trung's car stop and stopped too. The whole group gathered not far from the persimmon tree. "What's going on? Maybe we can't go anywhere. They won't let us leave here." Vi's whole body shook. Her speech was also slurred. Hearing that, the whole group looked at her, especially Trung. At this moment, he couldn't keep calm and grabbed Vi's wrist, his eyes bloodshot. "What do you mean? What do you know? Tell me clearly." "Calm down. Let her talk slowly. What can you solve by being like this? Fuck, let your girlfriend be tested to see if you can calm down or not." Trung was still holding Hoa tightly in the car. Hoa's whole body was cold now. Even though she was wearing 2 fur coats, her arms and legs were still like ice. If Hoa was still breathing steadily, everyone would have thought she was a corpse. How could Trung not be worried? "Okay, you guys stop arguing. Let her talk. Now tell me everything you know." Fong stood up to stop his 2 friends and took a deep breath, telling them about what he saw at Mr. Koban's house. After hearing that, no one dared to believe it. "Are you serious? You're not seeing things, are you? You're sure?" In contrast to Hawania's doubts, Fong and Trung immediately believed it. "Do you remember what Mr. Ban said? He said we couldn't leave the village. This must be a ghost story." The whole group couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. Trung asked worriedly, "So what should we do now?" "What should we do? Let's go back there and find a way to wake Hoa up, and then we'll figure it out." After reaching an agreement, the whole group decided to go back to Mr. Koban's house. It was true that something was preventing them from leaving this village, because the whole drive back was less than 10 minutes. As soon as they entered the yard, they saw Mr. Koban waiting on the porch. He did not seem surprised to see them return. "What the hell did you guys do? Why can't we leave this place?" Fong did not ask in a negative way, but asked directly, his eyes looking at Mr. Koban coldly. He was not afraid of the aggressive spirit of the young man. "Ma, you take the girl inside first. I told CIM to bring the medicine. Wait until she wakes up and then talk." I understand what he means. He has medicine to help Hoa wake up. The group looked at each other and followed suit. Right now, Hoa's condition was the most important. They took her back to the family's outhouse where they had been staying before. About 15 minutes later, Mr. Kobang and Colleen brought a cup of black liquid, not knowing what kind of medicine it was. Having no other choice, they let Hoa drink it. Mr. Kobang looked at Trung feeding Hoa medicine and sighed softly. It would be evening before the baby woke up. What was going on? Please explain. Mr. C.A. Bang told Siam to go home first, while he stayed to talk to the people here. You can't blame us for this. Colleen told you not to go to that mountain, but you went anyway. That is the sacred mountain of the village. Unless you are a member of the clan, you cannot set foot there. This girl is marked by the mountain god. Unless you leave someone here, you can't leave without her. In other words, if they wanted to leave this hellish village, they would have to give up their peace for the sacrifice to the mountain god. What the hell did you say? Say it again for me to hear. Trung was furious and wanted to rush forward and grab Mr. Ko Bang by the neck, but was quickly held back by Hao and Nia. Hey, calm down. Nia and Hao tried to calm Trung down. Mr. Ko Bang didn't mind. After speaking, he stood up and left. There were only 6 of them left in the house. Everyone was almost crazy, scratching their heads. The group of friends, in order to prepare for the worst, decided to put cameras in the house, filming 24/7, and at the same time calling their families for help. Coming from wealthy families, they still knew a little bit about things that ordinary people did not have the opportunity to come into contact with. For example, big businessmen always believe in feng shui or sorcerers. In the entertainment industry, there are many people who raise Kanthong, just hoping to become famous and then use magic and all that. If what Kanbai said is true, then Mr. Ko Bang's house is definitely raising something. Or maybe the whole village is raising that thing, and it is the thing that is harming the business. These things might not be something ordinary people like them could fight against, but they couldn't just sit there and wait to die. Tomorrow, there would still be a signal here so they could call for help. Fong told his father everything. On the other end, Mr. Kwan's whole body jerked. He knew that once he encountered those evil things, it wouldn't be as simple as his son had said. Now you guys stay there, don't go anywhere, don't come into contact with or eat anything that people give you. I'll invite the 2 masters to come as soon as possible. Remember, don't separate. Fong shared his location with his father, and then repeated what Mr. Kwan had told him. The 2 of them also brought some bread, dry food, and a few bottles of water to eat on the road, which should last them 2 or 3 days. At that time, hopefully Mr. Kwan can bring the second master in time. On this side, after Mr. Kwan finished the phone call, he immediately dropped all his work and hurriedly went to find the second master. The second master was over 50 years old this year and was a famous shaman among the rich. Those who had witnessed his abilities all affirmed his abilities. Not only could he see through a person's past and future, he also had the ability to distinguish between ghosts and demons, and he also knew how to arrange magic formations to help people change their fate. But to invite Master Hai Su is not an easy task, because Master Hai Su can see through everything. Therefore, those who have lived a sinful life because of doing evil and immoral things and are punished by karma, even if they die in front of Master Hai Su, Master Hai Su will never step in to save them. Master Hai Su once said, in life, it is easy to escape deaths to people, but it is hard to avoid deaths to ghosts. Master Hai Su will never interfere with those karmic debts. This time, Mr. Kwan came to the house to ask to see the teacher. He was a bit worried, because he did not know if the children had done anything to cause them to be involved in the karma of those things. Although he knew his son well, he was not sure about the other children. While Mr. Kwan went to ask for help, in Kolang Fong village, his friends were anxious as fire, unable to sit still. The thing is, after waking up, Hoanu turned into a different person. Her eyes were blank and blank. She just sat in front of the porch looking towards the Forbidden Mountain, muttering something in her mouth, like the dialect of the people in this village. No one dared to approach Hoa, including Tron, because they didn't know what was hidden in her body. Not knowing whether it was their illusion or not, since Hoa woke up and sat on the porch, Fong and the others felt that there seemed to be more people from the village walking back and forth in front of the house. Many people even had complicated expressions on their faces. Some smiled, some looked pitying, some showed a reverent expression, secretly bowing toward Hoa. Although Mr. Kwan had told them not to split up or wander around, they still wanted to understand the situation a little. They decided to call it a day, and leave Vi and Trung at home to keep watch. Fong, Mia, and Hao would go around the village to see what was going on. It wasn't until dusk that Fong and the other two dragged their tired bodies back. As soon as they saw them, Trung hurriedly asked, "How is it? Did you find any clues?" "We couldn't find anything. When those people saw us, they all ran into their houses and closed the doors. They didn't even see the child anymore." Mia sat down on the ground, leaning against the wall. She was getting more and more annoyed as he spoke. This map was getting weirder and weirder. It's not like there were no clues. Didn't you guys notice? Today, there was a piece of paper stuck in front of every house's door like that. Fong took out his phone and showed the group two photos. One was taken this morning when the group was on their way to the mountain to play. The other was the one Fong had just taken while looking around. The golden talisman was stuck on the upper right corner of the door in a slightly hidden position, so if you didn't look closely, you wouldn't be able to see it. It's worth mentioning that it wasn't just one house. All the houses on this list had talismans, including Mr. Cobain's house. Speaking of which, since Hoa woke up, Mr. Cobain's family had not seen anyone come here, including Xian. The group thought that they would bring them food, but that was not the case. While the group was still thinking about the talismans, strange sounds came from the kitchen next door, like the growls of a beast that made their scalps tingle. Fong took the lead, carrying the machete from the corner of the house, and went down to the kitchen. As soon as they entered, the whole group was frightened by the scene before their eyes until their faces turned pale. Hoa, who had been like a lifeless puppet tied to a pillar, was now struggling to get out. What was even more frightening was that it felt like something was crawling under Hoa's skin. Blue-purple veins appeared on Hoa's arms, legs, neck, and face, like blood vessels. But they wriggled and moved, looking even more like worms. Hoa's throat made a growling sound like a fake animal. Hoa at this moment did not look like a human at all. Trung saw that and wanted to run over, but was held back by the group. "Are you crazy? Get me out and see. Are you going to just watch the machine die?" Being held back, Trung screamed, his eyes red. Trung is 3 years older than Hoa. They grew up together since childhood. After confirming their relationship, their feelings became deeper. Ever since Hoa had an accident, Trung's mind was as tense as a bowstring. Now seeing this scene, he was like a mad beast struggling, even hitting Mia and Hao were trying to stop him. "Are you crazy? You even hit me." Mia was beaten painfully, also grabbed the middle neck and wanted to punch him, but then couldn't do it. Fong was also so angry that his lungs exploded, he shouted at his 3 friends, "We're all about to die, and now you still have the energy to fight?" While everyone was making noise, suddenly outside the yard came a rustling sound. Something was crawling on the ground, and there was also a rustling sound that made people roll their eyes. The sound sent a chill down their spines, and they immediately stopped their sloppy work. Before they could determine what the sound was, countless creatures began to crawl in from under the crack in the door. They looked like hairy worms, but their entire bodies were red as blood. They carried a fishy smell and a horrible stench like rotten meat that had been left for a long time and had become infested with worms. Everywhere they crawled, they left behind a black, gooey duck substance on the ground. It was exactly the same as the one they had seen on CIM's wound the day before. Even the stench was the same. The red worms seemed to have smelled the delicious meat and immediately swarmed into the house. "Run!" Fong shouted, and the group came back to their senses and started running. But in the small, cramped house, it was only a dozen steps away. The group didn't know where to go. They wanted to rush out the door, but the things from the yard had already rushed in. They crowded the glass door. "Get on the bed!" Fong shouted loudly to his friends, grabbing the firewood that was still burning in the kitchen and waving it towards the things. Not knowing whether they were afraid of the fire or not, the swarm of things that were crawling quickly suddenly slowed down. So the others also grabbed a piece of still burning firewood, gradually retreated to the bedroom, and climbed onto the wooden plank that had been arranged into a bed. The 5 of them turned their backs to each other, holding the firewood in their hands and continuously waving it to the ground, their faces pale, their limbs trembling. Because they clenched their teeth and did not dare to cry, tears kept flowing, their voices choked. We will die here?" No one answered. They hoped that it wasn't the case, but now everyone felt hopeless. The fire on the logs died down, and the bloodworms seemed to realize that there was no more danger. They began to swarm in droves, crawling onto the bed, making excited chirping sounds. The sound made their heads ache as if they were about to explode. Just when everyone thought they would die here and become food for the bloodworms, a loud bang was heard. The door was kicked open. Pauline and Mr. Cobang rushed in, holding 2 torches in their hands. They had countless golden talismans stuck on them. "Follow me." CIM pulled Vi's hand and gave the torches to Fong and Hal. Mr. Cobang also gave Mia a torch and urged, "Hurry up, Hoa, she's still in the kitchen." True was about to run down to the kitchen, wanting to take Hoa with her, but was pulled back by Mr. Cobang. They wouldn't touch the girl. "Hurry up, these talismans won't last." Because Mr. Cobang and his son had the shape of a talisman on them, those things seemed to be afraid and didn't dare to come near them. By the time they reached the yard, the whole group was so frightened by the sight that their legs went weak. They fell out of the large jars that they thought were used to hold rainwater. Countless red worms crawled out. Under the moonlight, their entire bodies looked even more ghostly, like man-eating insects, bathed in fresh blood. When the group arrived at Mr. Cobang's house, they saw Mrs. May waiting at the door. As soon as they entered, she immediately slammed the door shut and took some kind of blue powder and scattered it all over the house, especially in the cracks of the doors. Mrs. May poured each of them a glass of water, but they kept shaking, only sighing helplessly. At this point, Mr. Cobang did not intend to hide it anymore. "You guys might be able to escape tonight, but I'm not sure about tomorrow night. Something has already targeted you guys." "What is that thing?" "That thing that planted the mountain is not a mountain god like I said at first, but a demon. To be more precise, it is a monster that is even more terrifying than a demon." Mr. C.A. Band began to tell them a story about the origin of this village from long ago. 200 years ago, the ancestors of the village were Miao people from a country bordering the country of Tin. The people of this tribe were best at witchcraft and raising ancient insects. At that time, there was a tradition in the tribe that whoever could raise an ancient mother would become the next holy woman of the tribe. During that war, the clan leader's daughter was highly awaited by the entire clan, but she failed to raise any Gu-worms. On the contrary, her maid Xiao Mian successfully raised a Gu mother. The clan leader wanted his daughter to ascend to the position of saintess, so he secretly sent someone to kill Xiao Mian to steal the Gu-worms. They just didn't expect that Xiao Mian had already figured it out and pretended to be dead. When the clan leader's daughter received the blood from the neck bit her back, causing her to die on the spot. Xiao Mian took the mother and a few of her supporters and fled, and was relentlessly hunted down by the entire clan. After many years of hiding here and there, they finally arrived here. Relying on the good, Qiumin married a local man and settled down here. Qiumin also relied on her own abilities to become a shaman respected by the villagers. The whole thing was nothing to talk about. Until her death, Qiumin had cast the Gu on everyone in her village, including her descendants. To achieve their wish, they must stay here for generations, guarding their graves. The ancient bloodline was passed down from generation to generation. Because the ancient mother is in Mrs. Qiumin's body and is buried in a rock on the Forbidden Mountain. Therefore, the ancient bloodline on the villagers cannot be separated from its mother for too long. Therefore, the villagers seem to be bound by a vow. They can never leave this place for the rest of their lives. Every villager after death will be put into this jar with a talisman engraved on it and placed in the yard. It was like an urn with the ability to suppress the Gu-worms. The villagers did not dare to bury the corpses underground, because once buried, the Gu-worms would eat the flesh and multiply, crawling up the ground. At that time, the whole village was afraid that even the white bone fungus would be gone. If the goo worms had been cursed by the town's curse, then why did they crawl out tonight? And what happened to our village? Why did she become like this? Because they had made a deal with the devil. A man's voice came from the yard, startling Mr. Coban, who immediately stood up. Then, as if thinking of something, his whole body shook, and he hurriedly went to open the door. Fong and his friend also looked out. Uncle Quan's father said, "Uncle." When they saw that the person coming was their father, Fong and his friend's eyes turned red with joy. Mr. Quan saw his son and the children in striped clothes, with disheveled hair, and they looked so pale and haggard after only a few days of wearing them. He was heartbroken. Go up and comfort them. It's okay. It's okay with Master Haisu here. Everything will be fine. Seeing the man wearing a black three-piece outfit, his silver hair tied high on top of his head, and his face, although aged by time, Mr. Kobang could not forget. He immediately knelt down and hugged Master Haisu's legs. "Master, please save us. Please, Master. I warned you before, don't teach and do business with the devil, but you don't seem to listen. We know we're wrong. Please, Master, please save us." After entering the house, everyone found out that more than 20 years ago, Master Haisu, when he was young, had accidentally passed by here. At that time, no one in the village could leave the village. After seeing all the causes and effects, the two masters helped them. However, the master was still young, and his cultivation was not enough, so he could only arrange a formation to suppress some of the ancient mother's power. Thanks to that, the people in the village were able to leave, but it was not for more than 3 days. Otherwise, if the mother's neck is separated from its mother, the desire for flesh and blood will arise. At that time, it will begin to devour the flesh and blood of the villagers until only white bones remain. Before leaving, the second master warned the whole village very carefully that this ancient mother is the incarnation of a demon. It is controlled by the spirit of that witch. Absolutely do not be foolish enough to make any transaction with it, otherwise the consequences will be unpredictable. However, as the years passed, seeing the lives of other villages getting better and better, only they had to endure the hardship of not being able to go out to trade, causing the spirit of the villagers to seem exhausted. At this moment, the spirit of that woman who had already merged with the ancient mother came to find her. She said that every year, if a female spirit was sacrificed to her, then during that year, everyone in the village could go out. As long as they returned before New Year's Eve, they would not be killed by the Prevails. This female spirit would be personally chosen by her. The chosen person will be dragged into a cave on the mountain. After the Goo Mother had attached herself to the female spirit and stayed in the female spirit's body for 3 days and 3 nights, the whole village would go into the mountain to set up an altar and throw the female spirit into the witch's tomb. They have been doing this for 5 years now. During that time, 5 girls have sacrificed their lives for the village. Even so, it is something they and their families are willing to do. Because more than anyone else, they know what it feels like to be imprisoned in the deep mountains for a lifetime, living a miserable life day after day. Even if they could only leave for a year, at least the children and young men in the village could step out into the light and see the outside world. It was just that they did not expect that this time the demon in the mountain would choose peace. A person from far away who had nothing to do with them. Not only that, it seemed like it had no intention of letting the others go. Otherwise, tonight, the young ghosts would not have been summoned out of the river by the mother ghost on Ho's body to attack them. Actually, there's also a shaman in the village, the one who drew those talismans to chase away the ghosts for the people of the village to stick in front of their doors every night. But the talismans were only effective for 1 night, and that shaman was getting old and would not last much longer. I'm afraid that if there is no more talisman, one day everyone in the clan will be devoured by those goo worms and no one will be left. Goo worms can only be active at night. When the sky was just bright, the group of people following the 2 masters returned to the house where Hoa was staying. Hoa at this time had returned to the state of a lifeless puppet still tied to a pole. Last night, because of struggling, the ropes had torn the skin and flesh from her wrists and legs. When she gave Hoa her last words, I once again saw every bit of flesh moving, just like she had seen on CIM's wound that time. Don't touch her wound. The worms inside her were gnawing at her flesh and blood. Only by covering them with her slime will they stop eating. The wound will quickly cool down. Mr. C.A. Band said as he used a small knife to sweep some of the slimy duck substance that was still stuck on the door and apply it to Hoa's wound. The second master looked at Hoa and frowned slightly. 20 years ago, he could not fight that demon. For the past 20 years, he had painstakingly researched many ways to completely destroy the Ancient Mother. Once the Ancient Mother died, the demon in the mountain was just a small matter. However, that cruel thing was not so easy to exterminate. In a case after this time, the second master recently found a way. Originally planning to return to Kolang village, Mr. Huan came to find him. As soon as he heard the name of the second master, he knew something bad was going to happen. They hurriedly set off. Fortunately, they arrived just in time. To avoid disturbing the grass and snakes, the whole village, following the master's advice, prepared the ceremony as usual. The next day, not only Hoa but also the remaining 5 people in the group were bathed in cinnamon flower water by the villagers, dressed in beautiful Miao brocade clothes, and had their hands full of silver jewelry. Then, each person was carried up the mountain by 4 young men from the village on a rattan chair. Except for the elderly and children who stayed at home, the entire village followed, a group of about 200 people. The sound of gongs and drums echoed throughout the mountains and forests. The women walked in front, each holding a bag filled with flower petals from the mountains and a bag filled with joss paper money. As they walked, they scattered them on the ground. Flower petals were scattered in front, joss paper money was scattered behind, creating an extremely strange scene. The group of people entered the mountain and stopped in front of a very large stone tomb. From the outside, it looked exactly like a clay pot, with a large hole on the lid. The person being sacrificed would climb up the small pot and throw himself into the pot. What happened next? No one knew, and no one wanted to know. Because after the ceremony was over, the whole clan left, leaving only the sacrificed person behind. As usual, Mr. C.A. Bang brought the person to the stone tomb. Then the whole clan lit incense sticks and placed them around the tomb to invite the thing inside out. When the incense sticks burned fiercely, it meant that it felt satisfied with the sacrifice, and they could leave. This time, man seemed more fierce than usual. It showed that the demon was extremely pleased when the villagers offered him all the people he had chosen. The villagers flocked down the mountain. C.A. Lean hesitated for a long time, but his father pulled his hand several times. I'll go. But if you stay here, you'll only get in the way. He didn't dare say too much, afraid that the demon might hear and ruin all of the teacher's efforts. This was also the last hope of the clan. Siam knew he couldn't help, so he could only turn around and leave. Before leaving, he took a look at Vi. Siam liked Vi very much. He saw her as his older sister. If it weren't for the sake of the entire clan, he wouldn't want to put them in danger. These past few days, Pauline didn't dare to get close to them because he was ashamed. He felt like an ungrateful person. If they hadn't been so kind as to take him back to the village, if he hadn't kept them, they wouldn't have been caught by that thing. Just as the villagers had just come down the mountain, the wind suddenly blew and dark clouds rolled in, covering the sky, making people extremely scared. Hurry up, go home and close the door tightly. Mr. Kobang shouted loudly. The people in the village started to run down the mountain crazily. No one dared to stop or look back. Right at this moment, on the mountain, from inside the stone tomb, the dry hand was sticking out from a hole and gradually crawling out of the tomb. Fong and his friends could not help but scream in horror when they saw clearly what that thing was. Its entire body resembled a giant worm with 8 arms clinging to the stone tomb. But the worm's head was a human head with sharp teeth and a dry, ulcerated face full of small holes. From those holes, they could clearly see the blood-red baby worms wriggling. They made chirping sounds as if they were excited and happy because they were about to be fed. My offering, I am very satisfied. Come here with your mother." Its voice was horrifyingly horrifying. The thing in front of them was no longer an ordinary demon, but had become an ancient king. It was certain that before she died, that would use her own body to practice ancient medicine. After more than 100 years, relying on the worms to feed on the flesh and blood of the dead to grow, it also became stronger, transforming into its current form. Just eating the flesh and blood of dead people was not enough. They wanted to be stronger. They wanted fresher things. Fong and the other 4 people were scared to death by the ghost and insect in front of them, falling to the ground, their whole bodies trembling and unable to move, only themselves walking towards the ancient king like puppets. The ancient king stretched out one of its sharp hands towards He, and immediately his legs twisted and fell to his knees. Fong and the others could hear the sound of bones being broken. He raised his head and let out a cracking sound, his mouth opened wide as if it was about to tear apart. Something was slowly moving from within his throat and slowly crawling out toward his mouth that I T was a slimy goo worm. It had no hair, nor was it red, but was milky white, about the size of a thumb, and as fat as a queen termite. That thing was the goo mother that had been released into Wong's body. While the goo king was extremely satisfied and wanted to take the goo mother back, suddenly a hand as quick as lightning snatched the goo mother from the king. Master Hai Su was still wearing the traditional costume of a Miao Man, and without hesitation, crushed the thing that was wriggling in his hand. He had already drawn a talisman in his palm. The ancient mother could not resist and was crushed. It oozed out a foul-smelling black blood. The ancient king let out a miserable and resentful cry. It used its 8 ears to crawl quickly on the ground and then rushed towards the second teacher. The second teacher was afraid and pulled out a sword from behind his back. The sword was made from white buffalo bone and was soaked in the second teacher's blood, so it had great lethality against evil spirits. The second teacher swung the sword and cut off one of its arms, causing it to cry out in pain. Its other arm was stabbed into the second teacher's shoulder, blood immediately spurting out. But that hand of his was immediately corroded. He pulled his hand back, turned his head as if he wanted to hide in the stone. As soon as he crawled to the stone, he screamed as if he was being burned by fire. Because Fong and his friends, while he was fighting with the second teacher, had stuck a talisman on the stone tomb. There was no way to run away, and he was injured by the talisman and the second teacher's blood. Knowing that the second master was not easy to deal with, it changed its strategy and quickly rushed towards Vi, who was hiding in a corner, hugging Hoa, who had passed out. Vi was grabbed by the leg and dragged away by its terrifying hand. They wanted to run into the forest. The ancient king thought that Vi was just a weakling. It opened its mouth wide with sharp teeth, intending to bite off Vi's head, and suddenly the head on the body became twisted. Black blood gushed out from its mouth. In less than half a minute, its entire body collapsed to the ground. Lying on its back, its 7 ears raised up to the sky. Under its throat was a small knife. The blade pierced through its throat and stabbed straight into its mouth. The trembling Vi people were helped up by the second master. "Well done, daughter." The teacher looked at Vi with the same eyes as before going up the mountain, knowing that they would most likely become the target of the ancient king's attack. The second teacher gave each of them a talisman and a knife soaked in his blood. He also told them that the throat was the ancient king's fatal weakness. If they had the chance, stab them there. Because the second teacher's blood was something that all ghosts and demons feared, he was sure to be able to harm the ancient king. Last night, Master Hai cut his ear and extracted a lot of blood to draw talismans and soak knives and swords. If today these young people were not brave enough to help him, he would not have been able to deal with that monster. He might even have lost his life here. Master Hai took out a blue powder from his pocket. It is ground from the bark of the wormwood tree, which is often used by shamans to feed wormwood. This tree is special in that when it is alive, it can feed wormwood, but when it dies, its powder can corrode and destroy wormwood. The mother plant and the king plant are both dead. Naturally, the wormwood that is sown in the villagers will rot. If not suppressed and destroyed in time, they will frantically devour the container, tearing flesh and crawling out. According to the second master's instructions, when the worms inside the body began to manifest, the villagers immediately burned the charm that the second master gave them and drank it. Less than 5 minutes later, the villages were filled with painful screams. From old to young, everyone was rolling on the ground. Their bodies were in ruins. Their faces were distorted. They started to vomit, and what came out was black blood, mixed with countless red worms and white worm eggs. By the time all the worms were vomited out, everyone felt like they had lost half their lives. However, they hugged each other, crying and laughing at the same time. We're finally alive. Son, we're alive. Mr. Kobang hugged his wife and son and cried loudly. After more than 100 years, the curse of the clan was finally lifted. They and their descendants could live as humans, freely roaming around without being bound by invisible chains in this village. The shaman and Fong's group left, and the whole village saw them off with great gratitude. Sister, I will definitely study well in the future and go to the city. I want to become an excellent person like you two. Okay, you guys wait for me in the city. Seely looked at Vi, and then at the others and firmly made a promise. As for Hoa, after returning to the city, thanks to the two teachers' treatment, she was able to wake up. Only thing is, Hoa did not remember anything that happened on that trip. Fong and his friends did not mention it either. Speaking of the teacher, after battle in Kolang village, everyone thought that the teacher was a profound practitioner and was fine. But in fact, in that battle, the teacher was scratched by the king's neck and injured. Every day the teacher had to give Hoa his blood to drink. Because the ancient mother had laid eggs in Hoa's body, if she was not completely destroyed, a new ancient mother would be born. Over time, the second master's health gradually deteriorated, and he died in less than 3 months. The second master was afraid that he would do good deeds all his life, but would be alone without children. So the king took care of the teacher's funeral and asked for permission to invite the teacher's spirit back home to worship. When the people in Kolang village heard the news, they made a clay statue of the teacher Haisu and brought it into the family temple to worship. On that day, they burned incense for the teacher's soul as a thank you for what he had done for Kolang village. Dear listeners, you've just finished listening to the short story Lac Veo Band Crew, Lost in the Ghost Village, a composition by Miss New. Goodbye and have a good night, everyone. Darkness Prevails Horror Story Nights in the Haunted House author Tien Tuan voice describes the mysterious early morning at a market, seeing people bustling to exchange and buy and sell taking place. Some people take advantage of selling vegetable fats and buy fish in a hurry to get home in time for work. Not far away, the sound of a school bell, signaling the time to get ready for class, rang out. Students rushed out and ran into the school to prepare for it. Today's class, all primary school students, were dressed neatly, and clean faces full of joy ran into the school holding a stickering old, tattered clothes that were still moldy, giving off the characteristic stench of children eating. The little girl's face was black and hadn't been bathed for many days. He walked past to avoid her because he couldn't stand the stench coming from her body. That little girl heard the school bell and just stood still in place, looking at her pale eyes. I looked at the children of the same age who were rushing into the school. Their eyes were so sad that it made my brain hurt because their wish to go to school was completely empty. They waited for the students to go into the school and only shook Daisy's shoulder. The two of them slowly walked in. The little girl carrying the cloth bag also left, not wanting to care anymore. What she noticed now was her hungry stomach. She turned the cloth bag over and inside, there was no more money, nothing to eat. The money she begged for yesterday had all been spent. She immediately thought about going, asking people at the market for some coins to buy a snack for the hungry. This girl, a local girl also known as Tao, has been begging here since she was little. So many people are familiar with her. Some of them sympathize with her situation, sometimes giving her some coins for food and drink. But because her situation is too difficult, she can't give much. It seems that this beggar Tao is also very reasonable. Only when she is in dire need and no one gives her anything will she ask these people. A few people, although not malicious, sometimes say long words. After eating, just run away. Come here and let me know my family doesn't have any money. It's not even enough to eat, let alone give it to anyone who wants to eat. Go buy a ticket for a man. If you have money, you have something to put in your mouth. What kind of person only knows how to go to the bird and point? Hearing that, Tao withdrew her hand and left, not daring to ask anymore. Despite her sadness, she walked away with her stomach saying, Mio saw the little girl begging here for a long time, but no one knew whose child she was or where she came from. A few years ago, after just one night, they saw a little girl walking around the market, her hands full, begging for money. Since then, everyone has asked, but she keeps making mistakes. They didn't say anything, so they didn't care anymore. Whoever had something, they gave it a little to make it less sinful. This morning, as usual, I walk along the market where there's some women selling sticky rice cakes to beg for food, but these women hadn't sold much in the morning, so they didn't want to give because they considered it taboo when selling goods. Tao saw that the women had no intention of giving, so she stood in a corner and waited for an opportunity. Then the opportunity came in front of a woman holding a child in her hand, who was holding a student and walking right up to the sticky rice seller and saying, Hey, you sell me some sticky rice. How many thousand? The sticky rice seller just had her first customer, but hearing the tone of voice and the unpleasant words, she was also annoyed, but still had to try to swallow the bitter melon. It's delicious. She quickly got tired and said, You buy a few thousand so I can wrap it for you. The woman continued to cut the cord and wrap it for her. It's almost late. The sticky rice seller still tried to hold back her voice. Let me wrap it for you, but 2,000 is too little, okay? Why did she look at the child following the woman? 2,000 is only this much. Boy, he doesn't have enough to eat. Oh, is it bad? Why are you selling so expensive? Are you selling like a cutthroat business? Other people are like that. Is that okay? The sticky rice seller was scolded but didn't want to. Chu tried to speak harshly. That sticky rice, he said that, it's too bad for me. I've always sold like that. Only when the sticky rice increases, the price increases. When the sticky rice decreases, the price decreases a little more. I never take advantage of anyone. Okay, call her another 1,000. Hurry up and use me. She's about to be late for school. The sticky rice seller snorted and pulled open the sticky rice package. She scooped out a little more and received the money. The woman shook her head slightly because someone had just opened the shop and was immediately met with a rude customer with a mouth that smelled worse than water. Under the ditch, the woman bought sticky rice for her child and pulled her hand to leave, but stopped because a hand grabbed her by the hand. She turned around and saw a little beggar girl with a dirty and filthy appearance. What are you doing? The little girl who was holding the woman was Tao. Because she was so hungry, she dared to ask for something, but her attitude scared her until she was able to speak in a weak voice and say a few words. Grandma, please give me some money to buy sticky rice. 80 damn you was robbed by a dirty and smelly little girl. If you hold on, it's so annoying. Your mother, what are you asking for? I don't have any money for you to ask for. If you're smart, leave quickly or I'll slap you in the mouth. Now you can't eat, you'll beg for money. Saying that, Imo snatched the hem of his pants from his hand and led his child away, but Tao still grabbed him back. Miss, I'm so hungry. Can you give me some money, miss, please? Before he could finish, Tao immediately received a painful slap from the woman. Kate cursed again. You naughty child, are you kidding me? Go away, I have money. That's so horrible. Oh, I brushed my pants leg where the little girl had just touched me. Then C walked away with an annoyed look. Chow was so scared that after C turned off, he didn't dare to beg for anything more, but just turned around and walked away. His stomach growled because he was so hungry. Her voice shot up. Hey, come here, I'll give you some sticky rice. Eat it quickly. He rubbed his face to ease the pain. Hearing her say that, Leaf happily walked forward, received the sticky rice package, then spoke happily. Then he'd turn away. The old woman could only sigh. Actually, she loved him very much, but people said that if you give him too much, he would get used to it and often come to visit. When the guests, if she didn't want to sell her goods, how could she sell them? After Tao finished eating, she continued to beg for money. She begged for money all day long, but it didn't give her much. She then limped to the side of the elementary school, where there were a few gaps where she could look inside. Looking through there, she saw the students still attentively listening to the lecture. There was a class, and Dong Tan was reading along with what the teacher said. Tao was very sad because her dream was to go to school like her peers. She wished she had a father and mother to protect her at this age and not have to worry about anything. However, fate had cruelly placed her in this situation. Seemed like today, all day, just know how to go around a market looking for mat to eat. If not dumb, then cannot do anything because Tao is too young. No one recognizes her to stand by the gap and look inside. That look of longing tears, bored looking outside, looks extremely pitiful and miserable. But this chubby child still knows a few words because many times standing by the gap looking into the classroom, she saw the teacher teaching students to combine this letter and that letter so after it. While she also remembers in her head, it's just that knowledge is not enough for her to write too many letters. For a certain saying that after thinking about it for a while, the girl felt sad and turned away, sat down and leaned against the fence, put down a cloth bag and pulled out from it an old notebook with a few colored pens that she had picked up from students who had left. She pulled out a bunch of pens and pens, pencils, and a bunch of colored pens of all shapes and lengths because she collected them in a pile of discarded school supplies every day. If for her, they were the only joy that could satisfy her desire to go to school, she flipped open the notebook and found the inside full of the handwriting from scribbles to neat when the next pages are the letters that the little girl learned by eavesdropping every time she stood next to the fake shadow. Her spelling is very beautiful and extremely neat, maybe even more. Oh, the kid who's going to school properly. When they're flipped through a few pages of paper, color drawings appeared. Tao's eyes became sparkling. The feeling of sadness and self-pity also disappeared because this was her true joy. Tao really liked to draw afterwards. Eavesdropping on a drawing class of the students in the school, he saw the drawings, was hung on the board of the extremely eye, and then tried every way to be able to draw again. But I felt lucky when I rummaged through the pile of school's horns to go outside to wait for people to take it away to process. But also found a pair of color dolls and pencils that the students got bored of using and then threw away. Although not luxurious, but for her it was enough to use in the notebook for a series of vividly colored drawings. They were very beautiful. Can be said that Tao is extremely talented in this matter. It's just a pity that circumstances did not allow her to develop in her talent. This is also buried in the miserable days of her life. Tao drew flowers, leaves, grass, and trees. She drew what she thought was the most beautiful thing that appeared in her difficult life. She drew her dream of going to school. She drew a happy home with a father and mother to protect her. She drew herself having a younger brother and sister, and so on. But the drawing slowly appeared. Page C was soaked with tears. She was miserable and turned to a blank page. Tao continued to use a pen to draw. After a long time, she finally finished drawing and colored it exactly like what she remembered in her head in the book. His notebook now showed a drawing of a woman dressed elegantly and cleanly, holding a child in school uniform. Behind her was another girl dressed dirty and painted in black. A little further away was the old lady selling hot pot at the market. He didn't know why he drew this, but after looking at the meaning for a bit, he put his notebook back in his bag and stood up to leave. How often did the school bell ring when the students were allowed to go out to rest, because nowadays there was no such thing as going to school all day. In front of the school gate, there was a student waiting for his mother. The one who came to pick this guy up was none other than the woman who was held back by the little girl Tao this morning begged. She stood waiting for her mother, but her eyes looked towards the market to search for someone. Then she was overjoyed when she saw the little girl walking away. She didn't stand still anymore. The little boy ran towards her. Hey, over here. Tao was walking slowly when she heard someone calling her. She glanced towards the school where a student was running towards her. She was stunned, not knowing if he was calling her. Tao stood still in place to wait. Sure enough, that little boy was right there, he knowing what this guy was planning to do. Not long after, the girl realized that this guy was the woman who had turned him off this morning. Reed, what's the matter? Did you call me? The other guy nodded, then pulled out his bag in front of him, opened the lock, took out a bag of cold, sticky rice and gave it to Tao. Are you hungry? I saved this for you. If you're hungry, eat it. Put the sticky rice in front of him and signaled. Tao took the other hand. The other guy scratched his head. Tao couldn't believe that this guy didn't eat it but saved it for her. The other guy saw that and stammered because he saw that you seemed hungry, so you should eat it. Even though it was cold, it was still delicious. Tao trembled and reached out her hand. She took the package of boiled water. She looked at it intently, and the other guy asked, "What's your name?" Really? Your name is very nice. My name is Min. I'll be years old, and Tao's friend shook his head because he didn't know exactly how old I was. Min saw that and also, without asking more, the bullet remembered something, drew a line in the bag, then reached in and pulled out a new box of paint. It seems like Tao likes to draw a lot, right? Actually, those times I often saw Tao sitting and drawing next to the school. Tao, take this box of paint. It's really good. My mother just bought it for me. Tao went from surprise to surprise. She didn't expect that Min could know her hobby like that. The little girl was so touched that she almost cried, but before she could, behind the two of them a voice rang out. Min, what are you doing here? Here, really? Why did you run out here? Min hit me when he heard his mother's voice. He quickly shoved the box of paint into Tao's hand and ran over. Come here a little bit. The woman snorted coldly, looked at her, then looked at the beggar girl across from her. She also immediately recognized it as the girl who had taken hers this morning. Maybe this was the reason Min ran all the way out here instead of waiting at the school gate. Not only that, but seeing that she was holding the box of paint that she had just bought for her, she was deeply angry. She called her mother and son. Why did you take my box of paint? I said, hurry up and take it from me, right? It's true that the street corner helper who no one taught him in the morning pretended to be poor and beg, and now he's snatching my child's things. I have to beat you up. The woman fiercely stepped forward and snatched the box of paint. Don't hold it too tight. Tao Min saw that and immediately came and grabbed her mother's hand. Mom, let her go. This paint is what I gave her. She didn't snatch it from me. Mom, don't do that. The woman snatched her hand away and continued to demand the box of paint back. Tao's pulse was too broken. She couldn't hold it anymore, so she let go, and the woman also chopped off her hand. From the box, causing it to fall down, the color bud inside splattered Bondu, said, I'm so angry, RH's mother and son today. I have to give you a beating, she kept kidding him, but was stopped by some people in the ward. Hey there, you're an adult, don't hit a child like that. Is it worthy of doing that? Another person said, stop, I've been selling here for a while now. This box of colors is really a boy, you gave it to the girl. I don't know what it is, but you're so arrogant you. Hit him, you're an adult, and you do that. The woman was stopped, but still wanted to come and beat you up. But it didn't work, and many people took it and questioned it. She was so angry that she couldn't do anything, so she had to take her son and leave. Min was dragged away, but he still turned his head back and used his eyes as if he wanted to apologize to look at Tao. The little girl was stopped, standing still, watching the eyes filled with tears. Then they flowed out in the stream. The adults left. After a while, Tao finally came to her senses. Looking back at the colored pens lying on the ground, she bent down to pick them up and put them back in the box, not missing a single one. To Tao, Min's actions at this moment made her feel extremely warm. They will cherish this box of paints and plans to draw beautiful pictures. That day, when Min came home, his mother scolded him for giving the beggar the expensive box of paint that she had just bought for him, not forgetting to turn off the paints for him. Although it hurt, he did not cry today, even though his mother beat him, because he knew he had just done a good deed. He did not know if this would help the life of the beggar that he had seen many times to be better or not, but it also unintentionally saved his mother's life. Later, on the side of his mother, she was Mrs. Van. Since childhood, she has been stubborn and rebellious towards her friends and is extremely stubborn. Sometimes she is jealous when she grows up. So when she thinks about this morning when she was scolded by a group of people in the market because she was planning to beat a beggar, she is so angry that she can't eat much. Next, she was humiliated just because of a poor beggar. She can't let it go. She can spend tens of millions on someone who can help her, but those boxes of crayons, there's no way she can give them to that girl. Use it because she had to embarrass herself in front of many people on the show. She called her servant in and said, "You often go to the market there. You probably don't know that girl out there," but she nodded. Yes, the boss means the girl with slightly long hair and long arms, cloth bag, who often begs for money, right? Yes, that's her. What's the matter, Madame Morgan? I'm angry at her, and I dare say it's me. Embarrass myself in front of everyone. I want to give her a beating, but I don't know what to do. Duviet was terrified when he heard that, but he didn't dare say anything. Mrs. Van continued, "Let's go to the market tomorrow. When it comes to him, lure him back here for me. I have to teach him a lesson for daring to seduce my son." The beggar on the street corner, just a little older and already thinking of seducing the son of a noble family. I cannot ignore him. But whatever, just go find him and tell him that if you follow him, there will be food. I think he will follow. The maid, hearing her intention, didn't really want to do it, but she was forced too much. So she had to nod because if she didn't follow, he might be the target for Mrs. Van. A little angry, thinking back, it's possible that I just wanted to slap the beggar girl a few times to relieve my anger. So it probably wouldn't matter. I just found a way to bring the girl here to the boss. That was exactly his plan. The next day, the maid went to the market, and after looking for a while, she also saw Tao begging on the street. Miss Tien approached and pulled her hand. Tao stood up and stood up. "Don't be afraid. I'm just a market goer. What are you pulling my hand for? I've seen you several times, and I feel so sorry for you. That's why I wanted to ask you. Are you hungry?" I tried to scream and started to sweetly say, "If so, do you want me to cook? What do you say? I was going to give you some money, but I'm afraid you don't know how to spend it, and you'll eat random things that aren't tasty. So I want to cook for you. I'm going to the market. If you want to go later, follow me, and I'll cook for you. Okay?" She was still very hesitant to agree. She looked at her sister's eyes and felt that there was no other meaning. She nodded. The maid smiled when she saw that, but she felt a little embarrassed because she thought about how she had tricked her into going to Mrs. Van's house to go to the market. She expected the little girl to go to Mrs. Van's house, which was extremely beautiful at that time. At that time, Tao was dizzy. At this time, she still thought that this was her sister's house. She was warned. This is her sister's house. The maid named Lon Kia nodded slightly and replied in a low voice. "Yes, it's her house." Tao Nan was afraid to take off her slippers, but she didn't dare to step into the house because she was afraid of getting caught. It took a long time for the little girl to go in. At this time, Mrs. Van had taken Min out to play, because today was Sunday. She had promised Lon that she would return home at noon. She tried to keep the little girl until she returned. To be honest, Lon wasn't a bad person. But because she was working for Mrs. Van's family and had to pay in advance several months of salary with a not small amount of money, she was forced to do as Mrs. Lamb said. She knew that this woman was very stubborn and stubborn, but she thought that she was not that cruel, so there should not be any big problem. Thinking like that, Lon took the opportunity to get an old set of clothes of her younger sister, who was also living with her, for Tao to wear, and told her to take a bath. Needless to say, Tao was very happy. She did not expect someone to be so good to her. After so many days without a bath, she had to take a bath for 30 minutes before she could completely look like this. Others were also surprised to see this girl after bathing and changing into new clothes. She looked extremely cute and adorable. When she grew up, she would definitely be very beautiful. It was just a pity that her circumstances did not give her such a life. Tao happily smiled and said, "Thank you, Lon." Her attitude was completely different from her usual languid appearance at the market. She knew that in a short time, she would have to return to her normal life. But for now, she just enjoyed it. Lon nodded and smiled. "Yes, she looks cute. Let me cook for you." "Yes, thank you. She looks cute." Love and very polite Lon hopes that when Mrs. Van comes back this afternoon, she will not be harsh on her. Then she sighs and clips her a little, because she thinks it has been a long time since she has had a good meal. After Lon eats, the little girl still doesn't know anything. She just innocently talks to Lon all morning, doesn't forget to take out her own paint for Lon. Looking at the picture, she also explains that this very fancy box of paint was given to her by someone. Lon also vaguely guesses who it is. Seeing her, she draws. Lon is extremely surprised because they are very beautiful. Seeing that, she feels sorry for her. If only she had the ability to help this child, but her situation was not much better. It was just that she did not have to beg on the street. Even though bringing her here was Mrs. Van's idea, everything Lon had done from morning until now was her own wish and good intention, wanting the child to smile and eat delicious food. Lon did not know that what she was doing now had also saved her own life. Later, Lon suddenly frowned when looking at the picture. There was something very special that caught her attention, but she could not understand the meaning of the drawing in the note. The mother and daughter were walking hand in hand. Behind them was a girl carrying a cloth bag, probably this Kai Tao. In addition, there was a vendor nearby. Lon Chi drew something. What is this picture? The smile on Tao's lips was tight. Turn it off. She also showed a look of wonder. She didn't know either. Then she smiled and explained. She must have just drawn it for fun. It didn't mean anything. Lano, she made a sound and looked at the other drawings. The two sisters were having fun when Mrs. Van returned. Tao was surprised, but she thought it must be someone. Lan's music went to work, so she turned to ask, but saw her shrink her face to reveal her chin and eyes scared, then see back, and left. No matter how she called out, Lon did not turn her head. Tao stood there and said in a daze she did not understand what was happening, but did not need to wait long. A person from outside came in. It was none other than the woman who often cursed in the market and once wanted to beat her up. Mrs. Van Tine knew this girl was here, but seeing her in her house made her angry. Teacher really did not want to keep this dirty thing in the house. Where the old woman came in and put down her bag, but looked at Tao. You still recognize me. This little girl still doesn't understand what's going on, but Tao now feels the danger coming to her. She turns around to look for Lon, but can't find her. Sister Lon, Sister Lon. I've been calling for a long time, but can't get through. I don't know what to do in front of the woman with a dark face who walks up and smiles faintly at Lon. And Mother, today I'll teach you a lesson. Dare to embarrass me? She rushed forward, making Tao scared and about to run out, but the door was slammed shut by Mrs. Van because she didn't want him to run away. She didn't dare let anyone see and know that she accepted a beggar. If the story was exposed, she would be in trouble. But Mrs. Van just wanted to beat her a few times to teach her son a lesson for seducing her son. Today, Min was also taken to a friend's house and let to stay at that house because she knew that if Min stayed at home, he wouldn't let his mother beat this beggar girl. Immediately, she came and grabbed her hair and hit her in the face a few times. Al had a sullen personality after so many years of begging, so she didn't cry much. She just looked at him with a sad face, looked and begged her to stop. At first, that was the only intention, but for some reason, Mrs. Van Al couldn't stop. She kept slapping his face. The sound of her hand hitting his cheek was so loud that even though she was hiding in a corner quite far away, she could still hear it clearly. She wanted to go out and stop the owner, but she hesitated and didn't dare. Tears flowed out. Outside the room, Mrs. Van still tried topple hard, but Chudong Tao still didn't make a single cry. She only shed tears from the pain. Lon heard that the owner wouldn't stop, so she was so scared that she rushed out. Outside, but it was too late outside, not knowing in a moment of not being able to control herself, Mrs. Van used too much force, causing the little girl to hit her head on the edge of the wooden table, and then collapse unconsciously. I stood still, my whole body was shaking, my mouth mumbled, dead I? I'm dead, then suddenly ran to the child. Tao woke up to see the situation. Luckily, she was still breathing, but very weak. A moment later, Tao opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with tears, she felt. Her cheeks were still tingling after the old noose slap like the morning sky of the woman. I saw the little girl awake. I was very happy because almost killed someone. Grandma, let me take the girl to the hospital. Grandma Van Tai didn't like it, but because she knew she had done it wrong, she agreed to take the bag and take out some money. She gave it to the maid. Okay, take her there and see. If anyone asked, just say she fell, so I'm helping. Lon nodded and was about to take the girl, but then she pushed her sister's hand away. Tal sat up and put her hand on the back of her head, but she bumped into Kay next to the table. Her face was a little grimaced. Lon immediately said softly, let me take you to the hospital. The initial happy Tal now turned to look at Lon with extremely angry eyes, brown eyes, shining with a coldness as if resenting the person who tricked her into this house and then had to endure the cruel contempt of that person. At first, she was very grateful, but now that she had not endured everything, she looked at Lamb with angry eyes. She stood up, took her things, hung her head and walked away. Lon was about to run after her, but Vance stopped her. Just leave her alone. If you don't want to, then forget it. What's the point of bothering with that kind of person? If you can walk like that, then it's okay. Lon gritted her teeth and stopped, looking in the direction the girl left, hoping that she wouldn't be hurt. No matter how much she hates her, she just hopes that Tao has no problems. Tao staggers back to the market. As she walks, tears of grievance flow down her face. The pain in her head makes her a little dizzy, as if she's about to fall down several times. She can still feel her head getting cold because of the liquid flowing out of the wound from the collision with her. Tao keeps walking until she reaches the familiar market. She avoids contact with anyone. She already has many complexes. Now with this added, she still doesn't dare. Trusts someone to find a corner where no one will notice, takes out its old torn clothes from its bag and changes into the clothes it is wearing. After changing, it takes the clothes that Lon gave it and throws them in a corner, not wanting to care anymore, then takes out paper and pen to draw. But the drawing is no longer neat, but scribbles each line. Tao diligently draws in the pain that spreads more and more from the top of her head all day long. Let's go hide in a corner without going anywhere. And not doing anything to avoid the pale sun, I just sit still staring at the picture of myself. Just finished drawing, tears returned into a stream. It raised its hand to wipe away the tears, then used its angry eyes to look at the open book in the dim darkness, where it cried until midnight. No one passed by, only the shadow. The little girl was still sitting there, breathing weakly. Her hand tightly held the notebook. Her eyes were lifeless, looking straight inside. There was a bleeding wound on her head that had dried up. The little girl lost consciousness and lay down on the ground, her breathing. Slowly died. Tao lost consciousness and lay down. Just a month later, her breathing was gone. Her eyes were wide open, looking towards the book. The notebook fell out beside her. The night wind blew back, making her hair flutter. Next to it were pages of paper that were blown up. Page by page page, flipped over. Turned over in the dark desk, the little girl died from a head injury because she was not taken to the emergency room in time. Music, laughter. At Mrs. Van's house, she was still sleeping soundly, as if nothing had happened. After Lon finished her work, she couldn't stop thinking about the beggar girl. She didn't want anything to happen to her. She was busy cleaning the house. When she finished, she was about to go to sleep when she heard a rattling sound in the kitchen. It made her panic and stomp herself, not knowing why, but she kept feeling sad and restless inside, but kept thinking about Tao. So just now the pots in the cupboard collided with each other, causing her to stomp herself like that. She raised her hand to her chest. Before she could regain her composure, slowly in the kitchen there was another clicking sound, the sound that she had just heard. She realized it was the sound of the stove button being turned on. She was bewildered and stood still in place, because at this hour she was the only one finishing her work downstairs. Her younger sister was also asleep, Mrs. Van and Min also resting on the second floor, so whoever just lit the stove holding the mop in hand froze in place. I was looking down at the kitchen where the lights were still on. On Mang's face, she didn't know if she had just heard wrong or not. Another sound of the stove button, singing Lin Lon was startled and dropped the mop down. Her body trembled, then crawled down to the kitchen to check her mouth softly, called Lean. Is it you, too? Called my sister's name, but no one answered. Elle continued to call to see if it was the owner, but still no one answered here. Was pushed up even more clearly. She heard through the sound of the open stove, but asked no one answered. She moved slowly, took a deep breath, and tearing gradually, went to the kitchen. Eyes were glued to the position of the stove. G walked to the hidden corner of the wall. She looked at the nurse, telling, because she saw that the fire on the stove had been turned on by someone and set to the highest level on the side. T also heard the sound of X going stir-frying. Then was put away with difficulty, as thought. Someone was cooking down here, but who was that new? Why did not answer when asked? The boss was outlawed and Mrs. Van. How could the two children cook? What was the lady boss cooking? Still no one responded. Elle couldn't wait any longer and forced herself to go out into the hallway of the house. She looked straight at the remaining part of the gas stove, as if it had been turned on and the fire was burning, but there was absolutely nothing on the stove. After an hour, it turned off in the kitchen. There was absolutely no one. At this point, a feeling of fear really appeared in Lan's head. Why could these two stoves turn on automatically like that? Who made that thing? Is it because of some invisible ghost like in the movies and ghost stories that people often tell? They really exist and are here to scare her. She breathed heavily. Her heart was pounding. Her eyes were straining to see. Luckily, the lights in the house were still on. Otherwise, she would have had a heart attack and died on the spot. But that doesn't mean she wasn't scared anymore. On the contrary, she was even more scared. Lon was afraid that the light bulb would suddenly go out like in the movies, and scary ghosts would appear. She looked at the gas stove that was still on fire. Lon slowly walked forward. Wanted to turn it off because she thought it might help her not to be afraid. The distance from her to the kitchen was only a few meters, but she walked for a long time without getting in. Every step made her heart and liver feel like they were about to jump out of her chest because they were afraid of hitting each other. She tried hard to get close to the gas stove. Lon raised her trembling hand to turn it off. Her breathing also became a little lighter. Then she inhaled and walked out of the kitchen. Just as she left, before she could do anything, her eyes accidentally fell on the place where the door was closed. Lying on the floor was a piece of paper that someone had pasted on it. Inside was a bit scared. Elle walked over and bent down to pick it up to see what it was. It turned out to be just a piece of graph paper of the students. Nothing special at all. She guessed that she was still scared just now, so she saw wrongly. Maybe the paper had been there for a long time because Min was being naughty and fell out. She looked at the student paper in a daze. Suddenly the lights in the kitchen flickered for a while, then went out completely. She couldn't see anything anymore. She was so scared Elle fell flat on her face, so she looked around, her whole body trembling, because from just now until now, strange things had continuously happened, but she didn't want Lon to have time to calm down. Calm down opposite her at the cooking place, the sound of the stove singing once again, the fire flared up brightly again. The fire was blue mixed with a few other colors burning brightly on the two stoves. Now Lon was really scared. The scary, ghostly things happened, continuously made her want to pee herself, and fainted on the spot. But it didn't stop. The lights in the house continued to flash on the pot. It flashed on and off, urgently making Lon very scared, and those eyes were filled with tears. She saw X while the lights were still flashing in the kitchen. It was a shadow. A small person kept appearing and disappearing after each time the light was turned on and off. She tried to strain her eyes to see who it was. That shadow kept appearing and disappearing, as if standing in front of the gas stove, turning it on and off continuously with her hand, making her unable to bear it, and put her hand up to cover her wrist, still holding the paper tightly. The woman just pressed the blinking button for a while, then stopped. The light illuminated everything in the kitchen. Everything was completely normal. There was no one else but Lon, where the fish stove was also in a state of being off. She slowly calmed down and raised her hand to wipe her sweat. The sweat had been pouring out since a while ago. Despite looking around, noticing the hand holding it from below, after a while, Lamb noticed something special and not right. It was right in front of her eyes. She stopped her hand and held the paper forward. Because she was scared, the paper was covered by Lon. She put her other hand up. Lon slowly opened it and just saw what appeared in the white paper. Lon screamed in fear. Her eyes were shocked because at some point, a scribbled drawing filled with white appeared inside. However, because she was too scared to see clearly, Lon tried to calm down to see what kind of drawing that thing was. She was a bit stunned when on the opposite side, the sound of the stove continued to rise, making her raise her head and scream again, because there was a person there, a child in torn and dirty clothes. T.U. stood with his back to her, turning the B button up and down as if he knew someone was looking at him. The child raised his hand and slowly turned his head back. In front of Lan's eyes, Tao's face was now smiling, but her eyes were cold. White hidden without black heart, it showed its yellow teeth and laughed loudly. She screamed again, scared. Then the person jumped up, gasping eyes, looking around, realizing where this was can stand alone, Nom. Swallowed saliva continuously, person chilly sweat after the nightmare. Just now looked to the side, saw younger sister Lean still sleeping soundly, but just now did not wake her up. Lon breathed a sigh of relief, thinking maybe it was because she thought too much about little Tao that she fell asleep and saw the nightmare, then lit up again. Mac did not know when Tao would come out, saw long as the wound. The girl is not too serious. Ms. Din will teach her tomorrow to go there to apologize to the girl. Raise her hand to wipe the sweat on her face. Suddenly Lon felt something strange on her hand. It seemed like she was holding something. A piece of paper felt wet and slimy. Raised her right arm in front of her face exactly as she felt in her hand. She was holding a strange object close to her. Eyes to look carefully. Now the darkness of the small room that Mrs. Van had arranged for the two sisters still could not see clearly what it was. That slimy and wet thing I felt. Quite uncomfortable. Lon moved closer to look at it, and oh my gosh, she realized that in her hand she was holding a piece of paper that had been crumpled a bit. On the paper, there was also a sticky substance stuck all over it. A fishy smell went straight to her nose. Lon was scared. She shivered and dropped the paper in her hand under the bed. Her whole body then trembled and swallowed her saliva. She had just been scared by the nightmare, and now she saw herself holding a piece of paper in her hand. When was she so scared that her heart stopped, and she couldn't control her body, and hurriedly ran out of bed. Lon turned on the light in the room and then ran to the bed where the two sisters were lying to see what the piece of paper was. But when she got there and picked it up, it was just a white piece of paper that was a little crumpled, completely normal, without anything stuck to it. Lon then breathed in under the bed. Lean was sleeping. Her eyes were dazzled by the light, plus her sister's nagging. She grimaced. "What are you making so loud, sister?" "What's the matter?" The boy grimaced and couldn't open his eyes. Lon thought my sister had woken up, so she reassured him. Just go to sleep so I can turn off the light and lean over. After a while, she lay still and continued to sleep. Lon also quickly ran away. Turning off the light, she still held that strange white paper in her hand. She didn't know when she had held it. After turning off the light, Lon returned to bed and went to sleep. Her body had just touched the switch when a blurry figure of a child appeared there. A shadow with an unclear shape appeared for a split second and then gradually faded away in the darkness of the room. Returning to bed, Lon turned to one side and held up the other paper to look at it. This paper was very normal, but he was a bit scared. The feeling gradually crept up behind her body. That dream still hasn't changed yet, but it increased when looking at this piece of paper, so scared. She didn't dare to look anymore and dropped it under the bed, so it was hidden in a corner to avoid seeing it again. Lon turned to Lean's direction and hugged her sister, not knowing that the white paper that had just been torn off the floor was snatched down and taken away by another hand. The next morning, when she woke up, she was paying attention to where the paper was but couldn't find it anymore. She suddenly had to prepare to take her sister to school, and after going to the market, she had to go home and do housework, so she had to hurry to go to the hospital. After touching her face, Londa, the little girl Lean, went to school. She ran to the market to find how to apologize because, after all, luring the little girl home so that Mrs. Van could beat her until she fell and hit her head on the table was wrong. She didn't want to be stuck in a feeling of guilt like yesterday. When she got to the market, she didn't rush to buy anything and glance around. Lean looked everywhere to find the little girl and suddenly stopped at the end of the market where something was happening. People were gathering around and surrounding the corner. She also saw the police, so she curiously approached. A feeling of anxiety appeared everywhere. Up in her head made Lon gasp miss. What's going on that so many people are gathering? The old lady was busy listening to the story. The voice asked. She turned back to look at the young girl and said that people discovered that someone died in the market. It was the beggar girl who often begged for money right here. It's a pity music. Lon Chan Kin used only my grandmother to say, so then the possibility that the dead person was Tao. Then there were only a few beggars in this market, too. Confirm again, she went to see in the crowd to the first position, to the chair, where the body was covered with a cloth. Again, but not knowing who it was, she glanced over and stopped right at the position of a notebook lying on the ground. It was blown over by the wind. Turning over the notebook looked extremely familiar. It was none other than Tao and Trang's notebook. The notebook kept being blown over by the wind. It only stopped when the wind stopped, and when the paper was back in its original position, the drawing appeared in it. Upside down, it was drawn with the strokes of a red pen. It was messy and unclear what was drawn underneath. It looked extremely scary, even though it was just a drawing that was painted over and smudged. Lon was so scared that she collapsed to the ground. Cian pretended to confirm that Tao was the one who died under the blanket and not someone else. She collapsed there and mumbled, attracting the attention of the people here. Hey, what's wrong with you? Lon hit her head and trembled for a long time before she could say a word. No, because I saw a dead person, so I was scared of heaven and earth. I was scared, so why did I try to squeeze out? It was true that she said sorry and stood up and left, not daring to linger any longer, because she was afraid of attracting more attention. At that moment, a series of thoughts appeared in her head, not knowing what to do. What to do now? Just try to act normally to avoid being noticed. Lon went to pick her up in a feeling of extreme fear. She was afraid that people would investigate her involvement and possibly stick another tree to her death. Lon didn't know what to do. She was lost in thought. Several times the salesman called for change, but she didn't listen. Hey, take the change. Hey, go quickly so someone else can shoot the goods up. Oh, this lady, what is it, excess money? Ah, yes, I'm sorry, the saleswoman snorted lightly, then turned to get change to someone else go normally. The market was very fast, but today Lon took almost 2 hours to buy enough things to return. She blamed the things on her legs. She walked unconsciously, staring straight into space. She kept walking, thinking about the death of Tao. Could be that she died from a heart attack. She fell yesterday. If so, then the police would definitely come to her and Mrs. Van to investigate. The feeling of guilt rose again. She stood still and stopped. Mao's tears flowed. Even though she didn't directly do it, she had already continued to stick a stick to this matter. Even if she wanted to, she couldn't avoid going to jail. If the police found out about yesterday, she had lured the girl home, thinking about Lean, who was still young. If she had to go to jail, she wouldn't know what to do. She burst into tears on the street, attracting the attention of passers-by, but no one wanted to ask what was going on. Standing there, 2T cried a little and decided to stop. Then she continued walking home. For now, she would just keep quiet and see what the situation was like before deciding what to do next. She was almost there, but the house looked quite quiet, and the outside was closed, probably locked. Suddenly, Lon stopped, her eyes wide open, looking carefully toward the floor. The two houses swallowed their saliva continuously, because just now she saw a shadow of a person passing by the glass door of the window. Lon Dap Min stopped. She didn't know if she had seen wrongly or not. Her snake eyes pressed against the window to see if anyone was walking around. After looking for about 30 seconds and still not seeing anyone, she took a breath and intended to continue walking. But once again, she was startled when she saw a shadow of a person passing by the window of the house. She was so frightened that she let go of several bags of things, and they fell down with a thud. Although she was scared, she still tried to calm him because it could be Mrs. Van or Ming who was still there. Thinking back, it seemed like the person I just saw was the figure of a child, only a little taller than the window, just enough to see the head and part of the shoulder. I thought it was possible that Min didn't go to school, but was on vacation at home. Lean and Min were the same age, but went to a different school, because Lon could only afford to send her to a school with cheaper fees. Min went to a high-quality school, because his mother was quite rich. Thinking back, when I went out to the market earlier, I saw that his school was still open as usual. Maybe only Min was on vacation now. Put your hand on your chest to calm yourself down a little more, then pick up the bags of things and continue to go home from yesterday until now. A series of events happened one after another, making her mentality more fragile than ever. When she returned home, Lon opened the door facing the kitchen and went inside. She also left the door open to keep it bright so she wouldn't have to turn on the lights. Having moonlight also saves money to help the landlady. And this is also the trait that Mrs. Van really liked since she hired her to work in the house. She was still wondering about the shadow of the person just now, so she didn't rush to work. Lon, go ahead. Second floor to see if it was Min go up the stairs, she called me in. Are you home, right? Asked after she stood, still listening strangely. No sound the boy replied, Min, are you home, right? It's Lon. I haven't had breakfast yet. Come down, I'll make food for you. Min still didn't answer, but she couldn't confirm whether he was home or not because she only saw the shadow of the person just now. She wasn't sure if it was Min seeing the round door still closed, thought he must be in the room with the door closed. Min, I'm in the room, right? No, answer the response was breathless silence in the house, or maybe I saw wrong. Lon said that and was turning her back to go downstairs. Lon slammed herself to a halt because behind her from the door handle opened. Then the sound of the board rang out with a creak. It was opened a little. The incident made her so scared she wanted to stop at that moment. Lon turned around, her feet took a few steps back, rice face trembling, teeth, lips collided, eyes lost. Soul, looking towards Min's room door somewhere. Opened it to open a little sound. They shouted for a while, then stopped. Lon still stood there waiting to see if anyone came out, however. After several minutes, no one calmed down. Elle gently walked over with eyes still fixed on the crack of the door. Min's room. Is that you don't come over? I saw the door open, but no one in particular. Min went out. Lon was very scared. An invisible fear that made her not know what situation she was in. Are you in there, right? What's wrong? Why didn't you answer me? I came in here partly because I was afraid I would worry about Min being sick or something, so his mother let him take a day off. At home, but didn't have time to tell time to ask, then didn't answer, just opened the door thinking this guy was tired, so she went in law and left the door and walked inside, glanced at the bed. There was no one there making her feel so lonely. The person who came out stood still in place, then frowned and continued to go closer. At this time, everything in the room was clear. It was true, Min wasn't here, maybe he went to school. So who was that person walking? Past the door, Lon felt like her breath was being suffocated after entering this room, extremely cold feeling, cold to the skin. Accompanied by a bit of horror inside the room, she was too scared to stand here for long. Intending to go back outside, her eyes accidentally saw on Min's desk on the table. There was a piece of A4 paper lying quietly and heavily. Not knowing what was on the paper, but Lon was attracted by it. She frowned to see clearly. It seemed to be a piece of paper with a drawing. Curiously, her feet continued to step closer to the desk. Lan's dress was full, bringing the paper up to her eyes. Quickly a trembling expression appeared. Seeing what was inside made Lon scared to say now she was. I can't believe my muscles. The picture shows a very familiar and scary scene about an incident that just happened inside a house. What is this? There are 3 people on the right side, a row of sofas. In the middle is a wooden table with a transparent glass panel. There are 2 people, one big and one small. The woman is waving her hand, prepared to slap the little girl standing nearby. On the left side, a distance away, is a girl standing with her hand covering her mouth. The picture is drawn quite simply with a color doll, somewhat crooked, but as soon as Lon looks at it, she realizes that it is showing the thing that happened was yesterday afternoon when Mrs. Van was trying to stop Tao, and Lon just stood close to the wall in the hidden corner and covered her mouth, not daring to say anything, trying to get rid of the thought that Min was the one who drew this picture. But everything was so clear that the picture appeared in Min's room and no one else, so it well spud her drool. She was absorbed in her thoughts. Her breathing became extremely urgent, and she almost peed her pants because of that incident. Suddenly, she accidentally looked at the little girl who was drawing, prepared to receive the cut in the paper. Its eyes are waiting to emit a strange light that makes Lon think that the child is looking at her from the corner of those eyes. From somewhere, a red line is drawn and then pulled down as if the little girl is crying and flowing out a red command line like starfruit blood, making Lon even more frightened. Music clearly scared. She only holds the 2 sides of the paper and doesn't do anything. But who is drawing? That red line, regardless of Lan's question. The red line just flows down and along the A4 paper extends from it. The corner of her eyes went down to the edge of the paper and then stopped in Lan's terrified gaze. She immediately felt her foot being hit by a drop of liquid from above, and then the bat pulled it off the paper to one side. She saw that her toe had just been hit by a red slimy drop, immediately thinking that it was blood. She opened her eyes wide and dropped the paper and ran away. Oh my God, save me. Lon ran straight out and pulled the door open, not daring to look back. The door was pulled and swung, then slowly closed. There was a clicking sound inside the room. The picture was drawn by someone. It was left on the ground. I drew it at the position where the little girl drew red. I still saw it stretching. It didn't stop at the edge of the paper, but was dragged horizontally and vertically. The speed increased as if she was extremely angry. Lon was scared and slipped. She ran downstairs, then stopped and took a deep breath. Everything was happening in an extremely horrifying way that she could never have imagined. What the hell was going on that such scary things were happening? Or they still do? Lon also doesn't know how it happened to her. At noon, when Mrs. Van came home from work, she immediately told Lon to prepare dinner to eat and rest. Mrs. Van's personality was erratic, sometimes happy, sometimes angry. Perhaps due to work pressure and a bit of her personality formed since she was little, eating in her house was extremely comfortable, and she sat down to eat with Lon. Hey, what's wrong with you? Why do you keep glancing at me like that? Did I do something to make you uncomfortable? No, Mrs. Van snorted coldly and continued to pick up food, but seeing that the attitude of the people here was strange, she let go. The rice is on the table. If you have something to say, just yell. Oh, you want to get paid in advance. Just say it. What's there to be shy about? I've never felt sorry for you. Lon put the rice down and left her hand. It's not like that, man. Oh, what's the matter? Oh, let me tell you. This morning, I went to the market, so I went to find a girl to apologize, but people said she died. The other one looked, and it was true that she died. Van heard this girl walking, went to apologize. That damn girl was about to interrupt and curse, but at this part, she was shocked. Dead, really? When did it die? How did it die? I don't know. This morning I saw the police. They covered it with cloth. I was so scared that I went out to buy something, and then came back. Mrs. Van nodded. Yes, that's fine. If someone finds out, it might be a mess. Just rest assured. I'll take care of everything. You don't need to be afraid. Lon shook her head. Because this isn't her intention. Lon is afraid of something else that she's been experiencing since last night, but she can't say anything because Mrs. Van has taken out her phone to text someone. She doesn't pay attention anymore. Mrs. Van is texting something. Then turn back to tell Lon, don't worry. I've taken care of everything, don't be afraid. Maybe that girl died. It wasn't because of the fall yesterday. Why did she hit her head so lightly and die? You good beggar. Maybe he died from hunger. Lon didn't know what to say anymore, left alone in a house. Lon tried to eat another bite of rice, and then cleaned up. The landlady had gone to answer someone's phone and left. Didn't eat anymore. And was busy washing the dishes in the sink. Lon had to stop herself once again, because from the kitchen came a noise that sounded exactly like what had happened. In the nightmare last night, she stood still wearing a stove next to the stove, but it was hidden from view, so she couldn't see clearly. She put it in the water to wash her hands and then walked over, and as expected, the stove had been turned on by someone, making it red hot without cooking anything. Lon used it. Before she could come to her senses, the other stove was turned on, even though there was no one there. Now it was so scary that her face turned pale. Music. Suddenly, from somewhere in this cold, stained house, the small corner of a little girl echoed into Lan's ears. Sometimes she could hear it, sometimes she couldn't. But enough to make her even more scared than music, Lon struggled to step forward and turn off that button. Just as she put her hand on it, before she could do anything, something slammed the door behind her. All the lights in the kitchen suddenly went out. That was the only source of light at that time. The electric light couldn't be turned on at all. The door was tightly closed, making everything pitch black. She couldn't see anything clearly. Lon turned her head to see what was going on after the crash, but she couldn't because someone's hand suddenly hit her, holding tightly behind her head. Watch turned back towards the stove. The cold hand also held her tightly and pushed her down. Lon only had time to scream before the hand pressing on the back of her neck pushed her hard. The push was so sudden and rough that she didn't have time to react. Her entire face was buried in the steadily burning fire. She screamed in pain because the fire burned her whole face. TNG hated it like a scratch, howling loudly inside the dark house. It was the sound of flesh being burned until it squirmed. Blood and pus dripped down below. The pain was flailing to escape, but the force of the hand pressed down. Extremely strong, unable to resist laughing, she fainted in pain. She gave up and left her fate to music. She thought she was dead without helping her with noodles, and woke up she saw herself still standing right in the sink holding the steel wool, and the bowl that was still covered in foam just now was just an illusion, not real. But she was still extremely scared. Her mouth gasped. It was too real. Lon vaguely realized the cause and what force was behind this incident, maybe because of what she did to Tao. She felt guilty the mistakes surrounded her, but she thought about her child. Linda still didn't know what to do. Sure enough, that night when Lon went to sleep, she had another nightmare like the night before. This time, she saw Tao clearly. She stood in the house, holding a notebook and a colored pencil. She looked at her with sad eyes. She lifted her notebook to draw. There was also the sound of the kitchen singing. The sound of furniture in the house hitting each other made a clanging sound. It was scary. Lon tried to open her eyes to look at her. Kneeling down, she cried and said to the little girl standing in front of her, "I'm sorry, sister. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean it. I have no choice but to be honest. I know I don't deserve to be forgiven, but I have a younger sister who is the same age as you. I'm sorry. I know you're in pain. I'm in pain too. I really didn't think things would turn out like this." Facing Lon, the ghost of the little girl Tao was still standing there, one hand holding a notebook, the other holding a pencil. She was drawing hard, seeing the corner of it echoing painfully and also terrifyingly from the kitchen, the sound of the stove continuously ringing, the wind blowing in from somewhere. The house blew the girl's hair and Lan's hair flying, the sound of several sheets of paper hitting each other. The girl just stood there drawing Tao's breast. It seemed like she had finished drawing, then she stopped. She snatched the paper out of her notebook and Tao went down to the floor. The second part, Lon held her eyes, red as if she was extremely angry. She cried. The girl became even more pitiful and sorrowful. She slowly walked towards Lon, making her so scared that she fell to the floor, her mouth mumbling. The girl moved closer and suddenly came, making Lon so scared that she closed her eyes. She collapsed but wanted to avoid his hand. Her legs were shaking so much that she felt like she was going to faint. However, she still didn't see anything happening, so she opened her eyes and regained her composure. But then she saw a completely different scene. She saw herself lying on the bed. The surrounding space was quiet, with only the steady breathing of her younger sister. However, in her hand at this moment, she was holding a piece of paper. Oh, it was placed there. Since when did she feel a bit confused? She saw a drawing on the paper. She quickly got out of bed and ran into the bathroom to turn on the phone. She saw a drawing of the kitchen where the two closest people were. The little girl was sitting on a chair opposite. The older girl was standing in the kitchen cooking quickly, but realized this was the scene of her cooking for little Tao on Sunday morning. Looking down a bit, she saw a line of short writing quite beautiful, but the strokes were not very clear. Mistakenly read it out loud, she apologized after reading the line rolled away. 2 lines of tears, crisp tears, full of pain and regret. She sat in the bathroom, holding her face, crying in her head, remembering little Tao's lovely face now. No longer afraid, on the contrary, she wanted to be able to see it again, and her dream to be able to say an apology, even though it was too late. Elle just sat there holding her face and crying in the bathroom, without anyone knowing that on the second floor of the house there was a person who had to live in fear of peeing until her crotch was soaked because she peed everything inside out. This person was none other than Mrs. Van, going back to the time before Mrs. Van was sleeping, and suddenly she woke. A knock on the door, and it took her a long time to fall asleep after a stressful day at work. She had difficulty. Endure just got disturbed in the middle of the night again. Something who knocked on the door in the middle of the night. No one answered. Just the sound of the door being continuously bounced on made her angry. They knock on the door. What are you doing? Are you crazy? It's the middle of the night, right? Land's sharp knock sounded. Are you too? I asked you a question. You don't want to answer anything. You crazy bastard. Are you crazy? Oh, she looked forward, facing her line of sight, thinking it was Lon. But she didn't. She was a bit surprised. But then she looked down a bit and saw a small figure. Standing there, Mrs. Van was a little overwhelmed, and she also recognized who this person was. She immediately turned on the light in the room and stood in front of the door. At this time, it was Min, her son. She didn't understand why she was crawling up here at this hour. Min, what are you doing here? Min, Mom asked why you didn't say anything. His face was bowed. His 2 legs were hanging down, standing still. Dad was strangely spread out. While asking, she pulled him all the way in the room and then bent down to see what happened to her son. Come on, Mom asked. What are you doing here at this hour? No matter how she asked, he wouldn't answer. She grabbed his hand and pulled him back to the room. Suddenly, this guy slowly looked up. Head up to face, its eyes made her shiver for a moment. It stared at her face, then its mouth curled into a terrifying smile, showing its hidden white teeth. Mrs. Van saw that and was so scared she was speechless and couldn't say anything. This child, don't do that. See, mother was scared. Mrs. Van glanced to the side, looking behind her child's shoulder. On that shoulder, from somewhere, a rather small hand emerged from below the back and grabbed her shoulder right after. That from behind Min's thing, another face slowly appeared, the face that she could never forget was the child. Music, Tao, and Mrs. Van were so scared that they pulled back, their mouths stuttering, unable to get a word out. A stream of warm water flowed out from under their pants, all over the floor, because they had to look at Tao's and her horrifying faces sticking out next to Min's head and right behind his shoulder. The little girl smiled horribly, her mouth wide open, teeth showing. Immediately after that, the electricity in the room flickered continuously and then went out. Opposite, Min raised his arm, grabbed a piece of paper, and threw it towards Mrs. Van. The paper got stuck. The grandmother was lying there, scared, but she still tried to lift it up to look at the paper. The light turned on again, helping her see what was drawn inside. The day Tao held her back to beg. She turned it off for her and pulled her son's hand away. The light turned off again. The drawing on the paper suddenly changed. She saw that now the painting was showing. Today, she showed the girl the box of crayons. That scene was unmistakable. She recognized music right away, but before she could regain her composure, a bright red line appeared on the paper. Someone drew it into a long stroke, and then drew it as if she was extremely angry, looked at the paper, then looked at the son, who was walking in with a very strange look in his eyes, and Van was so scared that she crawled backwards and stopped completely because she bumped into the dressing table. Now she understood that the other day, Hal had come back to take revenge on her. She logged into Min's body to torture her. She cried, "My child, my uncle, please forgive me. I didn't mean it, my child. I know I was wrong." I ignored her begging for mercy and kept walking. Slowly Tien approached his mother's position, her eyes filled with anger. She stared at her son. The lights flickered on and off continuously, becoming even more scared. Every time the lights went out, she saw behind Min a dark shadow of the little girl's face. Her face was red and terrifying, then disappeared when the lights came back on. Not long after, Min approached his mother. He stared at her, seeing her crying miserably as if from hell. Mrs. Van was so scared that she screamed. How did it stop? She gave her her nod, bent down, and raised her hand. Intending to strangle her to take away all the hatred for herself, she died in such pain and humiliation. How could she forgive her? Mrs. Van was so scared that her soul flew away. Then in front of her was only a child. She slowly put her hands down to grab the neck of the spirit that led her, preparing to take revenge, but she stopped and raised her face to look into the round frame of the dressing table behind her. Her face was a bit stunned. Then tears began to flow from the corners of her eyes. The little girl looked into it and saw the face of the boy. Min, a face that when she was alive, she used to cherish after the day, and then gave her a pack of boiling water and a box of crayons. That guy was so ungrateful to her. How could she forget that face? She cherished the box of crayons and a pack of boiling water that Min gave her. Now, looking at Bee's face in the mirror, she remembered that and stopped her hand. Her eyes flowed out in angry streams. The red eyes on her face were gone. Turn it off. Let go, no longer wanting to peel Mrs. Van's hand anymore. She just stared into the mirror, clearly looking at the boy's face. It was the most precious day. When he was still alive in the dark room from Min's body, came out a bunch of white bones. Then Tam transformed Min, fell down to the temple, and fainted. No one knew anything. Mrs. Van was scared and mumbled, then opened her eyes and saw Lon was in front of her. It turned out Lon was sitting crying in the bathroom, then heard the landlady screaming, so she ran up. Luckily, she was not hurt. The two told each other what they had just encountered, then hugged each other. Pride the two realized they were wrong. Mrs. Van was the one who regretted, because now she understood it was because of her stubborn and angry nature. Her selfishness was the cause of such a situation. She regretted it, but she knew it was too late. She just hoped that she would be forgiven and continue to raise her children, not letting men fall into a miserable and humiliating situation like many others. The next day, Mrs. Van and Long went to the police to confess their actions. Both of them quickly received the appropriate price, but it was not too heavy because the two of them were very sincere in cooperating with the investigation. The police concluded that this was not an intentional attack but manslaughter. In addition, the honest testimony was given, so they were allowed to pay. Cold prison sentence not reduced to keep Mrs. Van later, even though she served both sentences, however. In her heart, she always carried a feeling of guilt to help the remaining people. She set up a fund to regularly help people in difficult circumstances and those without homes who had to beg outside, even though it was not enough. Only then could she feel a little peace in her heart after what she had caused the music. Dear Friends, Ghost Stories, Spiritual Horror Nights in the Haunted House by author Tien Tuong through Trong, read and describe. From the end of today's video, if you find it meaningful and useful, you can support the author as well as the mysterious radio channel Hongdan in the description. Don't forget to click the like, comment, subscribe button as well as register for the membership program of the mysterious radio channel so that the channel can soon set the next milestone. Current registration is very happy to have that valuable encouragement from. Members, once again, thank you for your interest in following. Goodbye and see you again. On this weekend evening on the Ghost Story channel Darkness Prevails, we would like to send to our audience the story Night in the Abandoned House through the voice of the writer. Darkness prevails among hundreds of thousands of ghost stories that people often tell each other. What is real? What is real? Most ghost stories told by people are embellished, compared, or later generations. All those who are hard-hearted consider them to be stories of deception, false gods, false ghosts, the rest. Always believe in the cycle of cause and effect. If there is a negative, there must be a negative going back in time a long time ago in the human world. People often think that there are demons in those species. Sometimes their names have never been mentioned, but when described, they still make people shocked. 2,000 years ago, in a fight for the throne of King Hong, we cooked in the Hong Bang period. We made an ancient ritual of offering sacrifices to the gods. Usually, they came to take living girls for the river god, the sea god, the mountain god, and all the monsters in the sky and earth too. Hoping for peace before the Dragon King appears and destroys the evil spirits, these forms are still very popular to pray for the preservation of life for the community, and since then evil spirits were born. The most common way is to accidentally create a demon from a person, usually by taking an intact virgin girl and moving her neck into a fish tank. It looks like a bag around the neck so that the person cannot speak or feel pain. Just breathe, let the blood squirt out and wait until the river god or kidney god speaks clearly. The skin is a type of monster that Tien caught and ate the girl to spare them. The girls who died unjustly and could not be resurrected often turn into ghosts and killed people to take revenge. They sat on the riverbank, the well bank, wondering about the rocks and fish. The phoenix and the corpses were in the yard. The fields were vast and the land was wide. The storks flew with their wings spread out. The new land was so green that it was lost. The land was used a lot. The population was sparse. The most crowded wave was only about 20. The houses of the same kind were fewer than the dead. They lay scattered everywhere, colorless and cold in the ground, with ginseng gnawing. The dark wild hills full of ghost fires, and the private person himself immersed in the funeral of a local person, so he had the opportunity to hear about the boring things with the underworld under the form of a ghost. But today, when I have free time, I would like to tell you the content of the strange story that the person who participated in the funeral told to the private person and did not lose the fear when the person himself was witness. I would like to ask your permission to put the story of the Village of the Blind again, deserted to be close to the content now. Then invite everyone to join me to explore a dark night with no moon in the house that is known as Haunted Mrs. Thwan's house at the end of the Bellway. In detail, that day, when he had free time, he immediately caught a bus to the old village because his family had escaped from his hometown. Currently living in the city, partly because the life in the capital is no different from the noise, partly because it has been a long time since he visited his grandparents, so he quickly finished his work to catch the 4 a.m. bus heading to his hometown in a remote mountainous area. After more than 14 hours, the CA-10 passenger bus stopped at the final stop. Because he wanted to surprise his grandparents, he did not inform them about his return trip in order to give them and relatives living nearby a treat. Outside, the color of withered grass was already scattered in the sky. Suddenly, the heavy rain came and blew away the intention of the boredom. Looking around, at this time on Hung Lo, there was no longer a shadow of a motorbike taxi driver. The noise was as loud as if the water had been turned off, making his body cold, even though he was still shivering in his shirt and glasses. His teeth were dirty and cracked. Pretending to dodge customers trying to squeeze into the porch of a tailor shop, but the rain still didn't stop, I took out my phone to call Uncle Sal, my father's younger brother, to come pick me up. I suddenly felt half laughing and half crying when I realized that my phone's battery was completely dead. Looking around, there was no house with lights on. It was just after 6 p.m., but the people in Hung River had already closed their doors at this time. There was absolutely no sign of anyone passing by. I wondered if the people in this area were used to going to bed early to study like this. This disastrous rain made people not want to go out. The road looked up and down. Only the Chan was hiding under the eaves of Jufong, but Cam could not be bothered to say anything. It took more than an hour for the trembling in his shirt to stop, and then he scooped up the glass and headed straight for the village. He had not returned to the village for 10 years, but in his mind, the road to his grandparents' house was still Han Yen in his mind. And the strange thing that made him surprised was that it seemed that in the vortex of time, the village had not changed at all, just like when the 3 of his family left the village to escape the city. While there was a small road leading to the waves, poor labor afternoon rain really muddy, leaves let each step heavy enter where in a basin of dirt clinging tightly in cough hands, tired, look up to the sky, the big and heavy clouds still looking to spray, tide-fashion cold, each gust, he moved hand holding valve line. Inside now his body was very tired, head aching like a hammer. A group of children bathing rain rushes through, making water from the road splash on his body. A stench, sad, black hit, wild peak hit. But hit, laugh out loud, then run away, dark sky. Gradually the goodness of the rainwater began to seep deep and into the flesh, and the person suddenly lost the fever, quickly disappeared, causing the guy to raise his hand to the old man. Gee, maybe it was because I was hungry all day today. He couldn't eat anything, because he was excited about the rules, but now encountered this situation, now laughing, now crying, quite famous about the grandparents' house, but strange teacher Lee's house. Locked the door quietly, without any human breath. Copper lock. On the table proved that no one came in or out in the crowd. Wild storks grew taller than people Uncle TV, expensive collapsed things wanted. The scene was made more beautiful by the sight of Q Deer, who was dumbfounded for a long time. He tried to call out the names of his family members, but no one answered. His grandparents' house was at the end of a dark alley. There were not many houses around. A fresh breeze blew out, making him shiver. The space was already pitch black. The rain was pouring down, and the guy went around the fence. But there was absolutely no sign of anyone. The crocodiles was covered in hundreds of flames. A few breaths and life passed, perhaps an hour passed. Through the only guy in this dark space, so the shock and Lee turned back to the mirror. How much nostalgia was in his heart, wondering about the sitting on the same side as a house and then breathing this way. He put a hand on the guy's body, making him startled. He naturally raised his face. His fate was an old man over 60 with wrinkled skin, deep-set eyes, a set of crooked teeth, and some gray hair. Dan was looking at him with bright eyes. Who are you looking for here? He stood up and said heavily, Yes, Grandma, I came to your grandparents' house, but no one showed me there. They locked the latch and embroidered it evenly. Or maybe your grandparents just came here. The woman still stared at me and asked me to find another place to stay. It's almost dark. I shouldn't sit here alone. I just got here and don't know anything. After saying that, the strange woman turned and walked away quickly. She didn't have time to say anything. She looked around the space. She was lost in thought and bit her tongue. She took a sip of her drink 4 times before she killed him. She didn't even get drowned. She stood up and staggered. Woke up suddenly, the snail in his neck was spinning, his body was shaking, his limbs were shaking. He was shaking all over because of all his strength, grinding the things around him. He was upside down and spinning. The thing in his hand fell to the ground outside. The rain was pouring down, getting heavier and heavier. In front of her eyes, he only saw Twen, a black color. Michigan held the altar, closed his eyes, and then opened them. Lean reached out to lure several images out before his eyes. See, he was blurry and turned over. A white smoke appeared, making him unable to see anything. He tried to look and realized he was lying in a tightly sealed wooden box full of rooms. A bit of light from somewhere shone in, making him panic. Why was he here? Where was he? He frantically jumped up, but his head immediately hit a hard wooden board. Suddenly, a foul stench rushed up, making him feel sick and unbearable. He tried to sit up, but he couldn't. He was so panicked that he opened his mouth to scream for help, but he suddenly stopped. His eyes were filled with horror. He stared at the hand that was reaching up to cover the coffin. A few drops of blood fell into his mouth. The girl opened her eyes to let the girl see clearly each of her arms, which were peeling off into pieces, jumping around, looking at the stinking bones that the person saw coming out of her body. Her arms with her skin torn and aching, and her blood and sweat dripping down her arms, causing her to scream and moan, trying to get off the bed, which made her regain some of her consciousness. But the fear and terror in her dreams still made her head spin, her sweat making her shirt stick to the floor. The good land fell down and tried to get up. Hong looked around. This time, he was not lying in a coffin, but on the floor. The hard ground was bare and bare, a long wooden beam. It was just a terrible nightmare. He breathed in when he saw the sunlight shining outside the open window, and his hand was the sound of the delivery sound echoing outside, but his head was still buzzing like a hammer. He was stupid and couldn't remember anything. A faint memory flashed through his mind. He seemed to remember that last night he was passing out outside the porch, and then that happened. He couldn't remember, no matter how many times he tried to gather his thoughts. He was in a mess. He stood up and walked out. The fish had to rely on the hand of a tennis player to compete. The house was quiet. The sound of the clock ticking, the door was locked. When he stepped out, he saw the outer room, probably used as a living room. He saw a cup, a set of paper tables in the middle of the room. The teapot and a tray were neatly placed on the table. The door was closed. He walked over and looked through the crack of the door and recognized the alley and the porch where he sat in the dark. The old man turned back to look at the old clock. The wall was swinging. The pendulum was already lit. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious. Perhaps the homeowner had seen him lying outside, so he took pity on him and brought him into the house. The old man grumbled in the sea and then asked, "Where did the homeowner go? Why didn't I see anyone at home?" It was like a driving force to attract fish. The fish slowly walked out of the house. The lost and looked around. The house wasn't very big, located on this side, parallel to the room he had just left. There was a room where a woman dressed in a closed curtain. She groped her way closer, then suddenly heard a noise coming from inside, as if there was a gaze staring at him from behind the white curtain. He beat the plane. Back came Kosi to look inside the room. It was dark. The whole leaf pulled the curtain up. Suddenly startled, right next to the curtain, suddenly pulled up, 2 eyes were long, dark, angry, and the eyes sad. The old woman's face was even more frightening, not only the wrinkles looking at Ted. It was easy to believe in the strange cuts. The princes were. Startled, stepped back, their faces pale, their hearts pounding in their chests. Not yet found when he regained his senses, the old woman went out to pull the beam back, but he glanced at the room where there was still a faint figure of the old woman. The old woman's eyes were still looking at the Korean guy. He felt uncomfortable, but still politely answered yes for be sit. The old woman turned around and walked out of the house. The old woman was as small as a child, dry and curled up. He stood there for a while, then she went upstairs and carried a tray of rice. He liked the tray of rice and soup. The steam was coming. He suddenly felt a little hungry. It seemed like he hadn't eaten anything for a long time. She put the tray of food on the table and said as if ordering him to eat. He was no longer shy because his hunger was growling inside him. He quickly sat down and ate slowly. The old woman sat across from him and looked at him. He ate for free once before. Aren't you home, or are you lying in front of my house? I'd already started to get used to her way of peeing and moving the gate. Or maybe because he was hungry, he felt more comfortable. While eating, he told the nun about his miserable situation. What are you going to do with your life now? She sighed and replied, let me not know now, let me go back to the city, but the rain is too heavy, and I'm sick, so you just stay here when you're well. Then go after saying that she went into the room, he was stunned, in the corner thousands of people watched silently, thanking the lady pretending to be a noble. Depending on her attitude, there was something strange that he couldn't explain. After eating, he brought the tray of food to the back, the cold and wet room as if no one had. Touched it for a long time, the mess flew. Everywhere while he was on his way, to urge her to stay in the yard, Lin Tin told the police. That feeling is that gaze again, someone is staring at him from behind in a fake natural part. He turns around, there is no one behind him. As the window frame of the room, the curtain is still closed. He bends down to scoop up water to wash the honey behind her. He stands, the creaking sound, like the sound of a flag, slowly opens again, feeling someone is looking at him through that window. He turns around to look once more, still no one stranges them. Window behind still gloomy, no damn man eyes staring intently towards the gloomy room, or is he still not over the fever? So looking at the chicken turning to the fake king as if he himself was surprised, suddenly made me bored. It was true that he still held it for a long time. Then a tray ached and forced due to go up see and go back inside. But at that moment he raised his head. In front of him, the flag frame behind him had opened from where True was about to make the flag frame look like a dark hole, and from inside that dark hole, a girl's face slowly appeared looking at him. The dark black color of the doorless bridge made the appearance of the girl even more terrifying. The girl quietly stood there silently like a shadow. Cold eyes to the point of horror, her face of disagreement brought back a terrifying insensitivity like dead iron powder. G caught gnawing on a branch that wall until angry himself, Hong got let go. G chopped rice caught debris, left confused and jerked tongue ta. And in a moment when he was still staring in horror, looking at the girl slowly, turned away, unexpectedly silent as if nothing had ever appeared yet before his eyes, seeing he was still. A deep black window, hissing life, his head suddenly broke out. In sweat commanding everyone to stand still for a moment, groping Hong looked around the worn-out darkness left. Spread to the trees in the garden. The strangely shaped trees were scattered and entangled in the darkness of the wall, like skinny arms that the monsters were emitting terrifying groaning sounds as if they were grabbing the guy. C stood there, absent-minded for a moment. His face was hot and distant. His heart was pounding like a human's herd's running in his chest. After a few minutes, when his mind calmed down, he hurriedly stepped into the house. At this time, it was already dark in the house, but there was one thing that made him curious. That was the strange woman who told him that the lights at home were still not turned on. She was gone, as if he had not yet met her. Well, darkness, he tried to grope. Man tried to open his eyes to look for the switch. His hands seemed to be caught in a spider web of teeth everywhere. He was searching, When he suddenly startled and turned back, there was a sound of a copper coin just splashing in the darkness. It was like a little mouse whispering in the dark dome, continued to search. His feet groped, looking for the way, trying to be immersed in the darkness. Tran caught the love of the court he felt. Something just landed behind him. It was light as a breeze, but brought with it a chilly breath that made the hair on the back of his neck stand up in the dark night, slipping with a sigh of relief. Respect then all fell into silence. The silence to the gloomy thing made the guy's jack suddenly stretch out and feel the wall of the darkness still step the whole body. The feeling of oppression slapped made him feel difficult to let go on the ceiling of black color. The light bulb tried to smoke the crackling sound a few times before the light completely, until now I had to blink my eyes then to see clearly. Everything kept the light shining in the sky and earth and laying this dark night so quickly. The darkness has covered everything. Scenery floats to the ground. The silhouettes of the trees are spinning now. Suddenly the guy is scared, but the end of the night is the old lady. The giant lady has been beating the guy since rain, but I don't know, her salty face in the light is even more terrifying. Teo's face is skinny like a hungry ghost. Becoming the most terrifying thing is holding his eyes up to look at the ghost. The husband's eyes and the guy's eyes are like swirls, and each line of flesh feels. His voice trembles. The heavy breath comes out with each word. When the old lady makes me scared, the old lady looks at him a few seconds ago. My father's line suddenly becomes secret, like a growl in a pig cage. And let me live, and like the previous time she intended to turn away, but G hit thou Tran again. Let me ask the old woman, and immediately raised her head. Her gaze made her marry a few more parts. Vendette was as angry as if she was eating the whole thing alive, choking at her throat, but still trying to calm down her fear and say that there was a girl in the next room. She was her daughter and granddaughter, so the woman did not avoid the woman's prying eyes, but did not say anything. Turned away, did. Mouth mumbled incomprehensible things. She waited for the woman's figure to disappear behind a glass. The door of the room was just opened, and he went inside the room, sat on the bed, and looked around the room. The room was a bit shabby and musty. But Tim Lin, he felt confused in his heart, mixed with vague anxiety. The events that happened made him not want to stay here any longer. Although he was still quite tired, he planned to go to bed early and say goodbye to the old lady tomorrow morning and go back to the city. After lying down for a while, Tran could not help but lie down and listen to each gust of wind through a series of falling leaves rustling on the roof, and everything was crowded. The thing goes silent as a sheet of paper that disappears. Looking at the moonlight through the window, the moon tonight was so bright the maggots attach things. The cold blue light draws a dry, gloomy space. The Lou Tran in bed rolls around for a while. See a few afternoons aiming to catch. Even the wine goes in each whispering wind, exactly like the leisurely sounds outside. The darkness tells how long has been gone until a fresh wind blows into the room, making him a bit wide. The second guy, eyebrows open, lost. The light is still there. The river was covered with spider webs. The surrounding area made him feel like he was in bed, but at this moment he was not alone in the cramped room. It seemed like someone was beside him, but that someone seemed to be a girl. He was sure that image was due to his own daydreaming, so he just lay still, not controlling himself. It was just his imagination. Suddenly, a hand reached out and touched C's body, causing her to tighten her whole body. The small, soft hand was like a rock, causing Truck Po to wake up and lose consciousness. The force of the mouth was so loud that he was startled by the sound of a voice in Hong's throat. Standing in front of her, he was in a dark and gloomy space. Only 5 or 6 steps away from where he was lying was the figure of a woman. That figure was tall and thin. Her skin was white and opaque. Her long black hair was loose. The light from her teeth reflected in her, making it impossible for him to see her face clearly. And that person was reaching out to wave at him. Thanks to an invisible force that pushed him, he could not refuse. He fell down and followed that light. At this time, all the lights in the house had been turned off by the old woman. The only light left was a small, flickering light from the altar, keeping the house, and he watched the girl's white shirt with his eyes. She walked so fast that it made him feel a little dizzy. It was strange, partly because he was not used to the house, and partly because he had to grope in the dark, so he couldn't keep up with her. Suddenly, her shadow glided lightly into the room, as if there was a strange force that made him quickly follow his footsteps. As soon as he entered the door, he heard a terrifying growl in his ear. This was the roar in Hong's neck of a wild animal that had secretly returned. The dim darkness in the dim darkness only had time to see the hunched figure like the wind-sea old woman. She raised her arm suddenly became huge and limp as witnessing that wall. He believed she was harmed, screamed once, then no terrified to faint and forgetting the pain. He immediately dimmed to the scream was terrifying shit. The scream, the girl, the scream was like 1,000 needles piercing through his ears, making his head throbbing halfway. Love half in a daze, he tried to gather all his remaining strength to try to get up because he was afraid that the old woman would harm him, but his arm has just passed the 4 directions to Dak Long. The fish fell into the thick darkness. The black body fell into the bottomless abyss. Love, love, love. Oh, the old man's voice next door rose up, keeping the heavy atmosphere, making the whole family of the man suddenly awaken. The crowd was quick, but the voice was really recognized. The old man had opened his eyes. His spirit was pale, as if he had woken up. The stupid man looked around and was shocked to see his grandparents and relatives who did not understand what was happening. The stupid fish looked like food. They had dry lips, full of futile. Where are you, Grandpa? There is a woman named Ba. This year she is over 70, but still very lucid. When she woke up, she kept massaging her hands and legs, but the guy cried, suddenly unable to answer. The old man's voice rose up, making her husband try to remember. Oh my God, today I have something to do. I cycled. I saw you very still there. I saw you lose weight and saw your house nearby. The first morning temple until night rushed in shouting to each other to invite you in here. How is the rich that the grandson left to beat? How did you be here without knocking and fainting outside? Must have been too high here. But the voice of C next to Mrs. Doy. C, the guy sobbed and kept on luckily. There was a doctor who caught him otherwise. He was in danger of saying something worthy of the crime if no one knew, then just punish him. How much more why? Didn't you tell your grandparents when you came back? He was so upset for the whispering and gossiping just like that echoing out, but the person thought clearly last night. He slept at the woman's house and was given food by her. Could it be? It was all just an American dream and a figment of the mind imagination, but the dream was so real that the feeling of the rice cake still lingered on the tip of his tongue, making him suspicious and confused. He didn't know where to go next time the group left to give him some space to rest. He still leaned against the bed frame, his mind in a daze. He threw his gaze out to the gloomy sky outside the door, but in his heart he felt a bunch of unexplainable questions after a night of blindness. Finally, his sanity returned to him. He quickly forgot about the strange tradition and back to the wall of the house, so you don't care anymore. Until now, I can clearly feel it again. The position of this village, the house of the village chief, is located on the long Gat Road and only has the same level of flower and gnats on both sides are long necks hugging shrimps and old trees with year-round shade covering the sunlight. Coming to my grandparents' house, I must say that the further I go, the more I see the desertedness all the houses are. Several hundred meters apart, along the road leading into the village, there are small roads without lights. The soul is dark and gloomy and occasionally appears. Theo the Ghost Beach makes people cannot help but order crowing. If you calculate from the train station, it will take nearly an hour to walk back. The road is near the bed. It will be difficult for him to run in, so the first impression of me is the spaciousness that Tan D left the village to follow his mother to the city to live for more than 10 years, but when he returned, he was still shocked. I did not expect the same to be so different. A land that still retains the rare ancient features of the past, along with the banyan tree, well, and communal houseyard. The air in the countryside is really fresh and different. Surely with the bustling and noisy city filled with a lot of people, he quickly washed his face and stroked his body, his chest filled with fresh air that the city did not have until that afternoon. His grandfather's voice rang out clearly. making him eager to return. If he did, his grandparents would be very happy. However, the only thing that bothered me was that the countryside was a small private house with few people, only touching the swamp. Or should we calculate like this? This afternoon, we will go to the old man's house to play. Just call it a thank you. The old man's house is a few hundred meters away, right at the other end of the alley. The lady next door is chewing betel nut, listening. Hearing her husband say that, she almost said it right. Now, the little girl child went to that old man's house for half forever. If you're bored at home, then go over there and play. Anyway, tonight your grandparents have something to do. Now he was at home, hitting his forehead. He nodded, and before he could say anything, Pa's voice was already loud outside the gate. He quickly waited and recognized Tang Ba Noi Ko, who had invited him back a few years ago. Pa and that lean guy were close to each other like a picture. They had two little devils who had destroyed the neighborhood, always telling the story of planting potatoes. Partly because the old man was sick, partly because his wife, the district chief, was sick all year round, and then she gave birth to a son named Ha. So he had to stay in the village to take care of his parents, to make life easier for his grandparents. They woke up for the second time, so he quickly got on his bicycle and quickly went to Ha's house to reminisce about the past. When he got to Tang Ha's house, it was already dark. After Han Nguyen finished eating and drinking, it was already around 8 p.m. The house was built in the style of a 3-story house with heel wood, a common house in the countryside. After Ms. Nguyen, his mother, passed away, his family also moved on. Ha's people also stayed in the village, sharing the same year as his mother's grave and having a garden, not going to the city like many other groups of people at Dom Train. Lou and I talked like that for a few hours until we opened the gate, which was awkward, making both of us startled and looking out under the moonlight. We vaguely recognized a very familiar figure, but for a moment we couldn't recognize it. Old Leopard, come in here. Ha's voice rang out loudly, making me startled in a moment, my memory returning. I accidentally recognized the figure of a person holding a gong full of tan. Entering was a treasure trove. That's why the villagers. This old man called Lao that when the girl always saw Lao Fak fishing in a boat to exchange for money to drink alcohol to get through the day. The reason he did that was just to forget the sudden loss of his wife and children's lives on a rainy night. The boat capsized because of Na. He had a talent for seeing someone smelling of alcohol somewhere. He would come and ask to drink with them. When he entered the house, he would immediately cut him off. He accepted it like that without telling anyone. Who was this, my nephew? His nephew was displayed at the end of the alley. When the statues were mentioned, Lao Bao would pay attention, but he stopped. The old man's hand quickly escaped, lifted the cup and coughed loudly. Tang Ha saw that and said, Mr. Bay's nephew's mouth. That secretary had just come back yesterday. I don't understand how he fainted in Mrs. Thwan's land. What did you say? He fainted somewhere. How the old man changed his challenge and then stammered, Mrs. Thwan's land, those abandoned houses. The shadow gathered and almost knocked the wine glass away. I completely threw the wine glass away. I opened it and threw it out into the front yard. His mouth suddenly muttered. Maybe it was a ghost holding him back, not a faint. Everyone, give it to the two of us. Stupidly looking at each other, because startled the said water-late sip of wine, then still, with the same quality of that line of investigation explained, we said the land of the has ghosts, but this shit they don't believe, especially the old secretary or grandfather, I now respectfully voiced the AC, which waiter now still has ghosts and precious tea rude, clearly crazy oil, lest say too much will lose good treasure, please look how moved meter laughed. Content pat chest, I said, so it's also maybe it's obscene. But before that's scary, those fools always pretend that ghosts are ancient things when, or are all a whole never. Then according to the old treasure story, the strange events of the haunted land were gradually revealed in a strangely detailed way. making anyone have to use themselves to go back in time because more than 40 years ago, at that time, Treasure had returned the old house to many brothers and sisters, to hunger and poverty all year round. So after his wife had moved to the land at the head of the village, the newspaper gave him the whole day to let the ants go out and come into exchange for the 3 separate houses. According to the newspaper, the land had originally belonged to the old shaman at that time. The shaman's house was classified as, although there were many houses with fallen soil in many places, there were deep ponds and more than 10 strong cows. The family of the old man had only one daughter named, but the old man was very feudalistic, so he definitely did not let his daughter go to school like her friend of the same age. It seemed that in that vicious cycle until she got married, but for some reason, the family of Seedong encountered a storm of blood and wind because Mrs. Thwan could not give birth to a son. So when her daughter Duc was 3 years old, when her daughter Duc was 13 years old, her husband left. According to the concubine, the goddess still lived alone in that apartment for a while. Now, people who often passed by there suddenly did not see her coming in or out. After a few days, they heard a foul stench coming from the house, so they went in to check. There was a window, and they discovered her hanging in the middle of the house. She was naked, and the main smile was locked from the outside. At that time, the local authorities came and investigated. No one knew. After the house was closed, the robbers brought her in and killed her whole family. She lived there alone with her son. The girl was crazy and flirtatious, so the good people spent money to buy her a glass coffin and put her in the back of the house. From then on, no one dared to come to that house anymore. Well, many black things still haunt her family. They dug it up, and exactly 100 days later, her daughter died half dead in the river behind her house. The villagers buried her right next to her grave. They let the mother and daughter be close to each other. Rumors spread that the land was haunted and the houses were abandoned. From then on, no one dared to come near it. Near the outside, except for a man from another sect who went to sell rice, passing by the stories that the devil also started from there talking about the man. That day, he went to sell religion and stopped at a house. It was late at night and his heart was tired, and he went to the house with the light still on. So he leaned against the doorpost and asked to sleep at Lee's house. When he got to the door, he kept calling, but no one answered. He was busy with the electric light and looked and saw that the door was locked. The outside window was slightly open. The light through the window came in. It was dusty, and the film was full of dirt. This man knew right away that the house was abandoned until the end. A mosquito net was hung on the removable awning for the lamp nearby to provide light for the money to watch the car. Dad had just laid down not long when he heard a very strong scraping sound. He thought it was a cat scratching, so he didn't pay any attention until he was about to scratch so loudly that he couldn't stand up. He sat up to see. Just then, Mr. had a white arm with long fingernails, and a tin-shaped voice was sticking out of the window towards him. Before he could calm down, very quickly a bruised face with white eyes and disheveled hair came from above. Something was approaching the governor. Right in front of him at that time, he only had time to turn around and then put on the mosquito net, sat up and stacked the cardan push while running away. The water lamp and the mosquito net were also thrown their thigh behind, and the laughter of N.H. Watsi like that rang out, so close set, even his heels. Now it was Ms. Dong's house. He knocked on the door to ask to sleep at home, then told him the whole story. Then the people there also told him the history of that house, so he left the lamp to it. Shine on him and stayed in the house, not daring to go back. I heard the story up to hear the shot. A sip of wine, arguing and waiting is enough to make you tired and fall asleep. What kind of ghost would appear so easy? Mr. Vu has run out of land to replace X, but he came to the human world. And also nodded and agreed. How clever, the chicken. He raised the precious leaf and reached out to stop him, and continued to tease. Why didn't he come with him that time? He told her to be brave and come see if the devil was real or not. But the day he was shot, he lost his nerve and ran away in the middle of the night. Another strange thing happened to the person inside her one stormy night. Who is that guy who lives in that haunted house? This guy is inherently mischievous, has a loud voice and preaches loudly, never believes. During those times of the devil, due to ignorance, he was forced to stay at Tranchow's house, where he was forced to go find some storks to eat, and then he returned in the afternoon. Therefore, I clearly remember that during the rainy season, the area bordering the CA River had many young storks, lots of water, and full houses. Most of the people who lived in houses and land in the area next to the river were neighbors with the shaman's house, but they only dared to stay there during the day to farm, and at night they retreated to the main house that was a few miles away. On Nikkei, because they were afraid that night, they would meet their husbands and rob their boots, and they would be ruined. Every day, Tanbansi's father made him wake up early to take advantage of the opportunity to herd the buffaloes there to feed them. Im loved it because he had the chance to play with other BNs of the same age. Then the fateful day came. That day, they talked about playing with toys until it was almost dark. The strange people went home first, but he had to tie Chow's rope to let Chow lead Chow Nai to be able to carry the buffaloes home. After walking a short distance home, it started to rain and thunder rose, lighting up the whole sky. Because this boy was afraid of thunder, they gave him a raincoat, but he didn't dare stop, letting Tamban try to hit Chow to go as fast as possible towards in front of the house with the old tiled roof. No one lived there, and the familiar high row in front of the house that every day it drove the buffalo past. And when it got there, Bon Din herded Chow and let him in right away inside the house. The main gate was gradually opened to give him money and rain. Anyway, no one lived in the house, so it was not affected by the weather, but Chow and his flock refused to go, leading them to guard the yard. Then he gasped and backed away. No matter what they did, they refused to come near the door. The rain got heavier and heavier, the thunder and lightning increased. So the boy, Bon, decided to tie the buffalo to the high row in front of him and ran alone to hide under the eaves. After a while, the two wooden windows nearby suddenly opened violently and crashed into the wall. The hidden wall was startled and turned around but saw nothing, only the creaking sound. Then the two flags tried to flutter. Although the wind was not strong at that time, the whole group saw a good smell running all over them, and accompanied by the explosion of Jongai. Perhaps partly because of the wet butter outside, many of the previous tips lit up one after another, and he did not dare to leave. The main wooden flag had a little bit of a horizontal swing right behind Bong's back. The shaking got faster and faster as if someone was breaking the door. If he pulled the latch on one side, the glass would pop open immediately, but the boy didn't dare because he usually changed the buffalo to block it. He knew clearly that it was just an abandoned house. There was no one there. While thinking, Bond stepped back outside. In a flash of light, the boy looked into the wide-open window. The woman teasingly teased him, her neck drooping, her hair puffy all over her face, and was guarding the house. At that moment, his limbs trembled, and the next moves hit him, his eyes looking at that place. But no longer seeing anything, confused, not knowing what to do, a few flashes of lightning followed each other by inertia. Bond looked at the window. Just a second later, he clearly saw the woman in a white shirt. TC erased her long hair until now. Her face was purple and cold, staring at him. Every time a flash appeared, he saw that scary face right at the window as if wanting to change him, even though he was scared earlier. Bond's soul was also shaken, his face pale, his temper pale, he peeped. His pants. Then he quickly bit his lips and opened the door. Quickly let the buffalo run home. After a group of people, they met his father, who was wearing a cloak, went into the land to search, saw that it was dark, but his son had not returned home yet. When he got home, Zingban cried and told the whole story. After listening, he told C that he was not allowed to go near No's house. That time, Bon shook Lee's head and worshipped for a long time before asking. He saw my head in Ha's head. He was a bit confused. I don't know if it was because he was absorbed or on purpose, but the old man continued to tell the story of the ghost of the haunted house that he himself had the opportunity to experience at that time. This circle is a place where nature favor a rich source of aquatic products with a large amount of white rivers. This purely agricultural village also inherited, partly so that the people's lives in the years after liberation were less difficult to earn a living. Each family no longer had to worry when the birds and fish were abundant and could be caught freely. The sky had just turned to catching catfish, snakes, and shrimps, countless of whom wanted to eat. Just need to make your own tools and go to the field for more than 10 minutes to bring them home to you. If you're bored, then stop. According to the old treasure story, sometimes when fishing at night, fish swim into the boat. Want to sink the boat? El Treasure now followed the profession of fishing for a long time, and this village old man is famous as a fisherman. Only need to bring 50 fishing rods after one night. There are nearly 30 kilograms of catfish. Each fish is taken from the sewer. We need 3 people to eat one fish, so food and clothing in the house is not too worried. I only use paper bait, but no one can catch like Lao. If there is luck, then also get 1 or 2 big fish. The rest are just the size of hand, I say. Addition to the way of hooking bait, old man also has a unique way of setting the fish. This is the secret to catching big fish, but what is the secret is I don't know, because when asked, the old man just smiled and said that's the mark. Fishing at that time was quite simple. The fishing rod was made of about 8 inches of bamboo. Don't make it smaller. The chopsticks had a flat head and had to be flexible to be able to withstand the pressure of the fish. The body was round and the end had to be pointed to be easily stuck into the ground, according to the rambling story of Old Val, to prepare for a night of biting the hook. What needed to be done was to dig for worms every day, usually worms. Lake is the catfish's favorite dish if it's sunny. Find a place with lots of ground to dig for worms. Only also makes bait in addition. He also catches rice in the straw drum or the frog board. These are 2 favorite dishes of the fish. The treasure leaf considers this as a masonry that must be attached to it to feed the family. Even if it is difficult, if he encounters things he does not want to encounter, he still has to go for a living. But gradually the family said that going out at night too much will one day meet ghosts and die. How could a treasure old man have the opportunity to perform the test of any mortar in the river behind Mrs. Thwan's house at night as usual? The blood has been injected into the hook and the can of worms out behind the summer house. Reaching up the old trap, the trap has been attached. Tied up with the old man for more than 10 years with this person, the old man rushed out and started working. It took more than 15 minutes to get to that place, the house on a bright July night, until the money was paid to the old man for the hooking of the fish. He immediately found a place at the Newark Chain intersection to set up fishing rods, because these places the old man often waded back and forth are places with very large weeds, because the old man often made mistakes there. Healing. Lonely near the fishing rod, it was almost 8 p.m., and now the old man's task was to find his wife. Around 10 o'clock, he would go visit the thatched hut not far from Mrs. Thwan's house, located on the edge of the Dragon. Still this time, the old wall asked to stop by to beg this guy from his hand stopped on the wild land in the ditch with a few fresh trees and 3 leaves to cover, and build the wall. Every time he finished fishing, he would go back to the hospital to sleep to wait for the time to visit the fishing rod, wash his hands and feet. Then he went into the hut and opened the radio to listen to the mustard greens, oysters, birds, and lay down on the radio still on. After a while, the sound of copper outside the hut woke him up. The radio had been turned off for a long time. He didn't know for sure. Dee ran out of battery. It was the sound outside that night. The old man was startled. He listened carefully. It seemed like his boat was someone else. He listened carefully. The sound was like the sound of people fishing. She stepped into the boat. The old man himself was a person who was always careful to run the net and set the line. It was a matter of working at night, so he was even more courageous than usual. If anyone brought out mouse pants and said something, the old man would slap him away. Gia seemed to be in high spirits when the alcohol fumes rose above his head. The old man patted his chest and said, "This precious person, when will you know the truth?" of the ghost. How did this guy catch it and drag it back to beat the shit out of him? No joke, there are people who are this crazy old ancestor who built a hut next to man's house to make a place to eat noodles. Witnessing that, the villagers all had their heads and tongues stuck out. Surely, like now, when hearing the sound of the wooden boat, Locke Song got on the boat. The old treasure also thought of the little ghost scholar whose K-Qua was playing with his fingers and was startled. The treasure talked around. Who was out there? No one responded. Only the creaking sound of the fake division, the sound of the waves hitting the boat curtain, and the sound of frogs. The lonely Kyo prevented. Until the gloomy space of the full moon night of July, the sound of the wooden roots still echoed. The sound of the wooden roots still echoed as if someone was passing by. Each time a root was scattered, making the newspaper annoyed, the newspaper with the smell of fish sauce crawled out of the hut carrying the storm temple tree to the uncle. The canoe did not like anyone. Mr. Tan just now was also especially immortal. The tree tried to grind its teeth. There was not a single person around. Because this empty lot was spicy, because this empty lot was empty tonight, the sewer was not bright. Therefore, looking over, that was the shadow of the substance because he had made a mistake. So he did not care about what had just happened. So he went back to the hut to lie down and change and mark Zach. Sleep, but already chock through the roof, also cannot sleep. 2 the clock is almost 9:30, so it's about half an hour to go fishing. Is just right bow sunk swollen to a night full of fish like every 5. So howling wine again, full the old man's mouth. Huku Hung took out the cigarette and thought absent-mindedly. Outside the house, when the sound of water from the river flowing hit the boat, listening to the book dang slowly in the smoke, then suddenly. Stabbed T-Lock CUC band just now emitted. Clearly once this time not waiting long as the alarm chain light quickly fell outside to the boat. The boat was still empty like last time, but looking back at the boat, the old man realized that the shoulder was still very fresh, as if someone had just stepped on it with a wet blanket. At this moment, his spirit began to turn cold and crazy, even though he was not afraid of ghosts. Witnessing the scene made him lose control. He regained his composure and cursed to calm you down. If you are good, then walk along in front of me. What can you do with this piece of broken dog? I said, and the old man grabbed the stick and hit the boat. The water splashed up, making a patch of his shirt wet. He calmed down for a while. Nothing strange happened. The newspaper quickly entered the hut, took the temple, and Bao went down to the boat. He quickly rowed the boat to visit the fishing rod because he was old. Although he said it was tough, at this time it was still a bit dark. In his head, Loftcock's calculation and the image of hiding water on the short bamboo still made the old man hesitate. He stood there, looking straight ahead. There had never been a night when his mind was uneasy. So tonight, he went to visit each fishing rod one by one from behind. Suddenly, someone waded in the water, making a loud noise. It was a newspaper. The sprout was a fish. The hook was so strong that Na's spirit was not like this. This name must be like a herd of buffalo wading in the water. It sounded very loud and strong. The newspaper then had disappeared. A few seconds later, there was another loud noise. This time the red sound was louder and seemed to be approaching. The old man turned back, terrified. Behind the bench was a shirtless figure, wearing only a pair of shorts. He was sitting with his back to the old man. The 2 legs of the thief were dangling. Down to Germany at this time. The old treasure wanted to have a heart attack on the spot, his eyes wide open, staring at that direction for a few seconds before he regained his composure, opened his mouth and said stiffly, "You're the one who did that." When the shadow was still sitting there, the 2 of them were still sitting. Dam Nuok Chin heard a faint sound coming from that direction, as if someone was gagged and about to die. Now suddenly, the old treasure felt that on the boat where he was standing, someone was crying, and the other end was slowly sinking. When the shadow was sitting, it also turned its face towards him. The old man suddenly fainted on the spot. Blood was flowing down his face and hitting his eyes. The old man's blood was an extremely terrifying image. His body had a mouth that was larger than a normal person's, but there was no longer any teeth. His mouth was so dry that his ears were exposed. His blood was so disgusting that only the whites of his eyes flowed out, and from there, a hissing sound kept coming from his throat. He was truly a bold person. Dam held a stick and whipped it hard towards it. With a sound, the boat broke. With a loud bang, the light bulb also disappeared. Hearing the sound of water splashing, someone had just jumped in. With a loud bang, he ran out of the old man's cage and disappeared into the place where the leaves were scattered. The treasure was already in prison, but he tried to calm down, knowing that he had just met a ghost. The old man had not yet visited the whole scene, but the image just now appeared clearly in front of him, making him scared. He turned pale and did not dare to linger, but decided to row the boat back home. Tomorrow morning, he would go out to visit the fishing boat. The leper trembled and thought that he might have to stop fishing for a while to stabilize his mind, but trouble did not let him go. The old man was in a daze, and it was almost 11 o'clock at night, and the ground on this boat flooded in quite a lot, making the boat look like it was about to sink. The treasurer quickly took the fence and turned it off. Water far away resisting the hut just came back now. Can't go home because it's too far. Old man Din tonight sat at the hut to wade through the water. Reel and the fishing rod still had the boat. Then we'll fix it later while paddling the boat to turn off the water. Finally, when it got to this moment, the boat's sea resisted him. Just got to the shore, and it completely sunk. The old man reached down to find a rope to tie it, but it felt like copper was on something smooth and round like copper. Had to roll, but newspaper raised his eyebrows, grabbed it and brought it up to the water's surface. Looking closely, he realized it was there. Is the arm of a corpse, the arm of a bridge, the bone is tied to the finger, the big vein place where the socks are still like blood, the precious spirit high through the arm into the middle of the river, jumped once, then slowly sank. He plunged his head and flowed quickly into the hut. The soul was covered in sweat. It gradually poured out like a bath. It spread too quickly, and he was terrified. He no longer had the mind to think about saving his life. He lay down, clasped his hands, and prayed, Namo Amidba Buddha, my brother Na, how do I feed my family now? I have not yet paid. I have sinned against anyone. If I have offended you and let you go, please forgive me. Let me go. I did not mean to from tomorrow onwards. The tray of food and soup was brought out to the sewer to capture the path in the mine. The wind blew loudly. The old man entered. The woman's voice was heard, vulgar, cold, and she entered the old man's snare. Even though there was only one child, come back to your mother, the child. The newspaper turned pale and looked towards the direction of the voice. Just for a second, it made the old man fall apart. There was a white shadow clinging to each other from the river and disappeared. It was the house of the pure, precious leaf. The place lost its bile and mouth recited Namo Amidba Buddha until the old man fell asleep without realizing it. The leaf sat until morning when the sun rose high that night. Nothing was seen. The leaf came out of the hut again. The old stir-fried tree went down to the air in a cage. It was still there. The leaves were swollen. The water was rolling. And the fishing was very sticky. But all of them died, probing and hooking for too long until being bullied. After finishing the job, the old man went on the dragon road and returned home to cook a tray of rice and soup. The fish was stewed. It was expensive to fish. He had to buy hearts, candy, and some votive paper to bring to the hut and the sewer as promised by his new wife. After praying, he finished the soup. The hot water returned to the ground. The slime gave off an unpleasant smell, and the fish and rice were the same. After the old man finished plowing, he hurried home. The story would not have been worth mentioning if that day. The leaves and Ha had it. Wrong decision made to grope the haunted backyard to touch the market, see if the world of the negative block really exists, or just rumors too that Big GN while carry the temple storm hand holding incense. And there is something interesting. The bright moonlight rotates clear path until soon the two guys stood in front of the house. Expensive things on a glass gate. There is also a sticker, Chi Daibo Doima, make the branch more eerie. The two guys looked at each other, hesitantly invested and open. Wooden gates sound hinge left for a long time. Resounded, so wanted to protest. On the left of the house is a very large rice bowl spread out near his full-range roof behind. His buoy refuse is happy. I live under the moon. The house is collapsed, broken, moldy, and full of salt. Sea tongues has a big basket of bugs where, as you see, are into the more do not branch injection part. Hong waste on the floor caught lead transmit himself. Love vinegar tea suddenly reported understand there is a chance. Rain makes a brave person like him. Hong also very stone turned to. Tell Ha or go home you, but everywhere not see clever, because Hong knows blood go home. It's going to rain soon. Ha immediately decided to go home. Why? He told me to go to my garden with my daughter to see if it's true, or if it's just some old men fooling me. I don't believe in ghosts or anything. I've tried it several times, but Ha still got very far. I'll wait and see. I can't fight, so I just follow the rain. It's already started to fall, and the wind is blowing like it's angry. The light has already bitten behind the clouds, returning a dark night. The thick, sticky, muddy water makes the swampy ground lead to two graves, making the abandoned house look like it's slimy and dead. Chop the footsteps of the two bold guys in the saws. Is it because of the spirit of the that the feeling of being near the wind here is cold and deadly gloomy? Almost never guilty gang claw the rice roof down the back, then the branches over the shoulder as if an invisible hand is touching. Even though it is very sad, boots tan can one two legs rumble to the side of the house, looking at the rough figure of the two guys holding the storm lamp. Sighing mouth, muttering curses a few sentences or. Chonghart already feels somewhat opposed because of this decision. Chest neck to inverted a long breath. Wine quickly looking at each piece of meat dow with hot all over the body to overcome the vague fear. Just said read the guy, a bit excited. The road leading wild storks to the house window during the day. Already quiet at night is even more gloomy and cold to anger for the person playing soccer, touching across the water faster with the strong winds outside the river blowing strongly back to me. Thick sports mixed with the sound of the palm trees rustling. On the roadside in the sky, still leaves. Few lines of a trans trick woven lotus to reveal the silhouettes of two vague graves. Hidden in front of his eyes wide open, he stiffened and heard a sound like footsteps coming from behind. An uneasy feeling waiting to appear in his head, as if someone was following him. V reached out to pull Tang Ha, then both of them stood still and turned around. Behind him there was only the royal brickyard, mossy wind, and a small, long, kissable corner leading into the house. A few ancient tree trunks. The leaves following the wind were like arms, calling. The croaking sound from the river echoed, making him feel nauseous and dizzy. The snails in the bed, the night screamed. The comedian looked at him. Laughed CT, but who dares to come out here at this hour? Ha mumbled, leading like flowing near two deserted graves. Smoke opened up the cover with one step man. Said the closer to the garden the air became colder and gloomy. It was not difficult to find the two graves. Vine grass surrounded the deserted mound for a long time. No one burned incense. Like a high mound of land covered with weeds, two bold people sat down staring at the photo of Sumbach Wang. The end on the tomb still had a corner scratched in. Moss growing a woman still quite young. With a low shield, big nose, face crooked point. The most impressive thing on her face was probably her fierce eyes that always looked deep into the heart of the person opposite. The lightning flashed and hid. Dying C felt that the old woman was staring at him as if TNG was still alive, causing him to stand up awkwardly, not daring to look into her eyes any further. Before he regained his senses, his eyes narrowed again, slowly and carefully observing, and immediately hiding a black spider looming on the field on the back of the grave next to him that had been looking towards him. Now suddenly that side screamed quite loudly. Suddenly he sighed in relief. It was a stray cat, the funny guy. Received a brick thrown at him, causing the cat to growl angrily and leave. It was indeed a cat. Maha muttered and cursed. He People saw a black cat twice as big as a house cat, looking for food immediately. It was a cemetery. It was very scary. But for Ha, it was probably just a good and innocent animal that made him worry. But he was drunk. Both of them suddenly held their breath, not daring to stop. Duke's heart was beating wildly, as if it wanted to grab a copper rod. The sound of copper was heard. Locke pushed it out. Inside the house, sweat suddenly came out from the bars of the nape of the neck. Cold air quickly spread. Radiating throughout his body made him want to fall down because of fear. He tried his best to calm himself down, but what was happening made him unable to calm down. Could it be that there were still people living in the house? It was clear that just now, no one had thought of such a terrible thing. His mouth was trembling. He raised the phone and made difficult sounds. How could there be a situation where the teacher was kicked to answer? The hissing sound rose up, hissing, then grew louder and louder, clearly hearing the detailed sound of a crazy nail. The gong and every servant in the house seemed to want to go straight to him, making him. The snails had appeared all over her body. The TC girl also stood up because of the guy's many eyes, carefully observing. A wary attitude. Although Tan's mind was in chaos, I seemed to have heard that sound, so he quickly shined the hurricane lamp in the direction of the house. But inside, it was dark and unclear until the light hit the main house. Kai pulled up when he saw a person hanging around. Facing the gaze of the children, he didn't have time to regain his composure. Kai was startled. Hong Dan dropped the flashlight when he discovered a couple next to the ruined window. Bright eyes appeared looking at the two chickens staring seat uttered each soul. Because, Jeter, what is it? What is it, huh? Ha's face was pale, looking at me, eyes red twitching, and his body was shaking so much he looked for a flashlight, but before he could look up he kicked and screamed out loud when a black shadow slid and rushed in his face. The cat went away. It was a miniature black panther, howling, angrily scratching, causing blood to run down his face, making him jump for joy. This was the first time had met such a big lynx. He struggled to resist until Tong got see the ferocious animal on. He used all his strength to kick it to the ground, but the sharp claws and knife blades dug into Hanu's arms, wanting to tear his silk into pieces. He clenched his teeth tightly. The growling of the cast iron boat gradually faded away. But the place where HC's curses were heard was intermittently due to exhaustion. He immediately used his hand to push the cat up, heavy and heavy, onto the pit, but without any remaining strength. The cat was very calm. First caught the cold incense and oil paper for a while, then lay still, not agreeing. Its bright eyes gradually darkened. The candle and wind blew them out, and they entered the heart scream. Darkness, despite the blood flowing leading to Tangha's soul, was lost. He sat down on the ground to see the front had begun to rise. The whole night was lit up by the lightning cage. 100 centipedes were crawling along the sky inside the house. A contemptuous laugh suddenly sounded. He ordered a crow. Come here. The sound of a train horn from Ha's funeral rose up in my heart. I looked at me absent-minded, then turned away and said, That's it, brooded I. I like to believe that Han knows. Wrong. I looked up at Tangha's portrait. My heart filled with buoy sitting, but trying to encourage and say a few words, only to see the silver in progress out Tai Fwong for table before leading the company. Also through a column, I ate rice of dead people. 15 months later, her mother and children together guessed the bowl. Only what we do is practice the habit of thinking about the risk thing happened. Buoy just wants to say a few things. Thank you for following the story. Wish you all a good night. Darkness Prevails in the afternoon today on the Ghost Story channel. Darkness Prevails. We are pleased to send to our listeners the story of the Dog's Cradle Dao, read by Darkness Prevails. Don't forget to join the Japanese gift program when registering for the new channel of Darkness Prevails. Wish you all good luck. In the summer of 2008, that year's son started to go to the class of the Spider and got a month off like every year. Does the Yard plan to go back to see Noi with his parents yet? Powder has a long trip before entering the extra study program to prepare for the new school year every year. During the summer in Tet, his parents let him go back to his paternal hometown to visit his grandparents. Therefore, in his hometown, Sun also had friends. Although they only got to hang out once or twice a year, The relationship between him and these friends was very good. Among his friends in his hometown, Tom was close to Son during Tet. His whole family lived in the same alley as his grandparents' house. His grandparents had contact with Son's grandparents. Therefore, the two boys had the opportunity to play together since they were in first and second grade. He lived in his hometown at that time. The male and female parts are more spread out in the city, so they look more respectful and solid. Older and more mature than Son, a guy from a powder-coated shirt on the street from home at 8 a.m. Son is at his grandparents' house. His stupid wife has lived for a long time and has already flowed out into the garden bed. Grandma, this summer I'm coming back. The long-term plan is to have 2 or 3 floors. She's letting him get married. When she hears Son's voice, she tells her that she knows. Dad calls to tell her in advance and then says, "Your mother is only here today. Tomorrow she'll go back to Hanoi to suckle." Son sits down and talks to his grandfather. Let him come back and visit for about 3 weeks. Grandma. Less sad this year is the furthest back to the old winter grandparents this year are also over 70, but the mind is still extremely clear, cheap, rosy, healthy, still extremely resilient and fast. Grandpa leisurely goes to a place Lao food, eyes half closed, pensive. DCAT CDC Tron comes back to play with grandparents, studies a lot, the mind is stressed. Going back to the countryside to play is the most relaxing, then wait for the head to go out to play with the children in the waves, instead of just burying his head in front of the TV. All day long, what are you doing in the yard? Just running out to the yard, taking a little while. They have a shadow of a person lurking in the yard, watching intently for a while though. Say the Emperor were back. Now Tom left the place, smiling numbly, Tet, yellow teeth, winning. Inside, the people left, said, "There was a car, went in, we waited and saw it was you." This year, the summer vacation was long, not the corner of Tom's shoulder, then answered for a long time. But 3 weeks, we've already gone, our brothers and sisters. Who broke the rules from now on? Let's go and notify the others to go. Tom nodded and pulled Son away. Out to the alley, then went in a bit, went into the house, turned out to be grandparents, parents, the crowd, and the yard, went, left outside the alley to lose, observed one turn. According to each year coming here, everyone's life has changed going on. Is a happy sign for the homeland of Botron people following the foul smell to hit right next to it. Amid a laugh, the yard was lost looking over them, was suddenly hurriedly released by a hoa who was shocked to the point of being shocked. Who was that standing next to Zen was an old woman with white hair sticking to a ragged patched shirt. The old woman's name was wrinkled and had crow's feet, probably been exposed to the sun for many years looking. Extremely miserable, it was impossible to determine her exact age, but probably she was about 80 because jaws rang, already toothless all over the short, small, skinny figure on the steps. Lynn was tickled, making her no different from a child. The little girl opened her eyes and stepped up to look at Son, then spoke up, "Young man, can you give me fake? Why, Sauce, I'm so hungry looking from last night until now." Son stopped making noise, almost had a heart attack. She appeared there, since when I immediately scratched my head, washed the tooth, but hit up there. Where's the rice now from the yard? Ton hurriedly ran. Out in his hand lamb's nylon bag, filled with fresh herbs and some shredded meat put in here for rice. "Here, my nephew doesn't have any rice for you." He played the guitar and immediately put the rice bag in the old woman's hand. I looked at the two of them, turned their heads, and hurriedly walked away. Let out a sound and sweat broke out. He suddenly asked, "Who is this woman?" Dong Yin, that scared me. She had only appeared in the village for about half a year, and no one knew where she came from. I don't know how old she was, but I guessed that she had to shake her head, and this woman had a mental problem. Maybe it was some mental illness that old people often have. During the day, I saw Mrs. On's wife wandering from the village of Zanways below, and at night, she crawled out from the bushes near Baruong to sleep, and no one had any opinion because she didn't cause any trouble. Everyone always smiled when they saw her. Tet looked like a friendly and sociable person, so many people didn't feel sympathy or give her new food. I looked at her appearance. It was a bit like a tree. If I was unlucky enough to meet her on the street, I would be scared. In the yard, I remembered that it was true. With that appearance, the couple at night would probably have a heart attack. Mrs. Cheesy didn't think more yard of the city through the house of some table in the neighborhood to that day, when a whole family sat down to eat rice. People present brought a story the governor morning to tell Dong. Mr. No Dying said that 3 hours had been to look outside crazy, now pretending, but sometimes see, also smart not joking, let's wait a few days. He went along to see, then she jumped into the field for a house nearby, although the co-worker was not agile, but very close and did just pick. Something can't hear clearly must be the farmer Fung from some hometown washing here suffering. You know, if you have children or grandchildren that you have to suffer like that, you are also a person who has walked and been in the field. Then you nodded and said, it's really pitiful to live like that. And death is also a liberation. The captain then sighed. Many people were really industrious, but there was no end to life. So he wanted to kill Tate Sone, but he couldn't have it. Pretending to be like that, he lived a miserable life, exposing his bones to the wind here and there, eating from the fall. Sometimes he even saw the six-tailed beasts eating the stinking fall things. So how could you be sick and ill? What kind of illness was there? If adults said like that, well, it's also true that kneeling is also a heavy life. 8 p.m. outside the gate, suddenly a voice called out to the hidden person. Son blinked and looked outside. Grandpa Bao went to the temple. Remember to come back early. If you want too much, I'll lock you up outside in the morning. Yes, the wharf flowed out to the outside. The village road entered the light. The temple was pale yellow. See, 4 and 5 people ran happily. Bao went to the fields, and there were a lot of fireflies. Let's play for a bit. Now the two of us are going to catch frogs again. The yard asked you to go catch frogs. Good God, one of them immediately answered. Yes, there are a lot of them. But I'm sure your grandpa won't let you go with me. I'm very picky. My head is like that. Grandpa's always been very disciplined. Strictly suffocating until 12 o'clock at night must have stood outside the door. The children went out. The bronze glass was also cast. The moon above was released into space, a layer of silver light, the illusion of the fist. The wind blew, carrying the scent of trees and grass, touching the snakes. The sound of insects, frogs, bringing people a feeling of peace and comfort in their souls. Es lay on his back on the grass, looking up at the sky, holding and chasing those damn fireflies. And that year, there was a plan that it put in its pants. It bit there, the yard eyes closed, the limb deep, tan hung suddenly. It felt its toes tickling evil chilly, like something soft that clung to the yard. Head up, looked down, a black face appeared, now under the foot dead red tongue, and sticking out, licking. Its toes a scream taun rang out throughout the pond, making the surrounding children's startled yard terrified, sewer together, mouth on the ground out. Longer twitching blood time. Lime ran back, then shouted, this crazy woman, what are you doing? What kind of game is this? Not Chodan was lying down just now. The old woman was crawling down. She didn't say anything, just looked at me and smiled. The other kids immediately ran over. One of them cursed. This old woman sometimes makes people blind. I want her to come to my heart, but I'm so scared that I immediately turned to Sun and asked her if she did anything to you or not. She was serious, but suddenly she counted my toes, and right here, kids widened their eyes in surprise. They all agreed. Their heads were lost, confused, mixed with a little bit of fear. The wall looked at the old woman. Gioban bao kate bui dao ba benkia obio kwaba namba tazo hien ode kunhibu bichamai dang ode choi masu koing dimma ve cha bui chut now sie senba ke dao buki ti ba kende no I don't. Idem hamare de koi chumbai kui no bat cho de nima kui lambian albertu koi len con kakimoidi ho the mean Troy cated and tinge ti fio so bat dao hoem in boy qi. Song okay to hey fio ba I di choi me na trong itom jong meet sai hoi con bi moi kai tv. Ba I dat no di. Everywhere to receive lucky money for that afternoon. A strange event suddenly happened when the wrestling yard Tantang went back to hear a loud bang in front of both of them. Two asked what was going on. Then there was a person walking very quickly from the alley towards the two of them. It was Mrs. Bien, and she was holding a child of about 4 or 5 years old in her arms. The child was now crying, causing a stir behind Tom. There was a voice of someone shouting and cursing in the yard, and Tom stood still in the traffic jam, but it was hard to figure out what was going on. He peeled off the mortar and punched straight forward. The mortar and punch seed that was really strong. The sun hit the crazy woman's face, only to see a thud. The old woman fell down, very compensating. The baby was in her arms. He also took a nap on one side of the yard, just ran the concrete to bring the baby up. The governor took someone else to drain, ran from inside the hole. The woman hurriedly rushed, too was angry. The baby was in Son's arms, and then his child. If not, Mom just didn't say. Child, are you okay? The men who poured a little ear full of sweet smell at this time were full of fierce aura. The people immediately grabbed the collar of the old woman, the most stubborn, carried her close to the door, and left yelling at the child, "Don't dare to now." Kidnapping waiting for the child at this thing, and blocking the waves. What luck, she pretended to be dead, blood, every greeting. The sea touched the suit closed by Dad. But I looked straight into the eyes of the person. My nephew, it's my nephew. I'm my nephew. If anything went wrong, it's over. She looked over at the woman, dang the child, then continued to say, her nephew, her aunt, her uncle, the man in the temple, the strong woman. She fell on the road. Aunt yelled, who said, who is the grave? Who is the nephew? The mad woman was thrown several rooms on the ground. On the shallow side, suddenly fell out a child. Just looked at the knife. How many people are there? Face shocked hearing about apples in America, the surrounding houses. Sue came out to see, standing around gossiping, people pointing out whether they had taken it. Yet I can't believe a long bat like that, pretending to be stupid. Fish finished first one kidnapped someone's daughter to sell to China. Should also have prepared a knife intending to kill people. 2 rocks, H people will be more explosive than stop it. Just say something slowly. What are you doing there? People pay tribute, both old and instead. Hard-tongued guy at that time, who care, remember. He came yet of that man, and gradually lowered fire, pointed to signal the little boy to go. Turned around and glared at the old lady, then went into the lake. If you see anything, go home and I'll give it to you. The crowd gradually dispersed. The whispering was still going on. The old lady was still sitting on the side of the road, her head bowed to the ground, blood dripping into drops. Her mouth kept moaning. Oh, my child, my aunt. The old lady quickly pulled the yard back. As she walked, she looked at the old lady. She held her lowly, scratched, and bruised from earlier. She was directly in front of her face. I was worried. Deep in her. See, once I saw her. He was a girl carrying a cloth bag and throwing it outside. He hugged the little girl like he was hugging her. That's it. It's also called the first grandchild, so the effect is probably the first level of consciousness, those grandchildren who come. So the mentality is not stable. But is it possible that she really has grandchildren? The city is silent and doesn't say anything. The children of that woman can write down many very large ponds, and the city standing completely proud since the day after the incident happened. And in the village began to be afraid of curtains and stay away and go crazy. Especially the houses with small children. Whenever the old lady comes, she is pale and walks on the road. She is hurriedly locked up, takes the children to bathe, and takes the house outside. Vi, on the eyes of the people in the den, no longer wanted to contact her anymore. She was still the same, still walking dejectedly on the village road. Her smile had disappeared. Her face was completely gone. The ghost of hope still clung to the sea on the cheek. Son's grandmother pitied her. She had a sticky rice cake, but the old lady was just silent, accepting the time to walk away. Bidayin Tuong thought she would quickly forget, maybe the day she met a passerby, but tomorrow she would be happy again. Why does she look so moody now? So why did Son go home early? Because Viet was at home. Just as he reached the beginning of No, he was startled by the old lady, who was sitting right under the corner of the electric pole, her knees drawn up like a pile of black rats. She gently walked into the alley. She walked past silently and silently. Then suddenly she raised her head and looked straight into Son's eyes. It was true. Son and the crazy old lady faced each other and laughed. She immediately smiled, unlike the first time they met. She was like that, looking at Son, he opened her eyes. After today, when she saw a spirit coming, the old lady was still in a daze when the old lady suddenly raised her head. I don't have much longer to live, but I'm afraid that when I die, I might die at an unlucky hour or on an unlucky day, so that I can't be kept by the devil outside the dawn light. When I get there, I'm so tired that my face is confused and I don't understand what she just said. Her eyes return to normal, her face is dazed, and her mouth is mumbling. She mumbles and sinks her face into the ground. Son quickly runs home. That night, when we were eating, Son kept wondering and not understanding what happened that afternoon. Why did she say such strange things to me? Grandpa sat down right away and asked, "Is Mr. Band's rice not delicious?" "No, Mr. Band's rice is delicious because this afternoon I took him to pick fruit with tonson and ate some miscellaneous things. Now I'm a bit full because I keep eating and drinking like that. Then I can eat." Grandpa took a sip of London wine. His eyes looked out into the yard and asked, "Grandpa and Grandma, where is that dong area?" After hearing her question, the grandparents were startled, surprised, and afraid to ask again. "That place is forbidden by the grandmother. You are not allowed to go there. You guys only good at destroying villages and breaking waves." Grandfather only then said dryly, "But the ancestors of the people here gave it to a man tapped in opposite the Ramingii long ago, not hundreds of years ago, the line to bury those who died of hunger, disease, and wandering people Tangbat Sioux, who had no home or door king here. Chubao's generation is different from the Jew of the village, leaving the village's property only to bury the villagers and their descendants. And the shaman is different from me. She is a wild and ownerless mage. On the 1st and 5th days of the lunar month, people still send people to go there to burn incense for them. But because it has been so long, there have been so many generations that no one can remember how many graves there are at the bottom. How many sets of bones lie deep below? How many years have passed and no one has touched that land? Over time, the rain and storms have gradually eroded. Now, it is impossible to distinguish between a grave and a termite mound, so when the villagers burn incense, they can only guess. The land is considered to be a place of peace for the souls of those people. But for many years now, it has not been a slow thing, but the matter of people going fishing for frogs and sinking their hearts. Sometimes there are ghosts out there. See, everything is normal. The young man's feet are not afraid of heaven or earth or change chow there, because there are not many stars there. Sea skin is very green. The skin under his feet is full of pecks. But the children of So are arrogant. One night they come home and are tortured until they lose their senses. The family must bring offerings to pay tribute. Later on, when C wants to go to the toilet, he has to run far away, through the road of the double ring to Tanbao. This side go for sure. Grandpa will look at Son, then continue to say, "Hole, you should be careful to lift the net sea land of the dead. Watch out as house come here." I will be scared. He is inherently timid, especially with ghost stories like that. Immediately asked the crazy lady's words, laughing in the Dong Mai area. Why did he take her beauty shadow outside flat road? To think her shouting. Grandpa frowned what's going on, but later on it has been quiet. Noisy me san vu. That Duke ran outside and came to. Dong. Ho na saw Tan coming waiting for when there's a group in front. The person who was standing waiting for the turtle in the yard then asked what was going on. Tan shook his head and replied that the crazy woman of the house was setting up the offering tray in the yard. The ghost rushed in and took the chicken. Dew was eaten by the homeowner. Tam was now lying down eating Dew in the middle of the yard. Tantian looked at the ground. Sometimes they put a big bundle of incense in the main hall. And the old woman was lying curled up to hug and kill the chicken. Wok and the others immediately said, "Oh my God, there's a chicken that's been hiding." What a black day. We should probably tell the commune to send a militia down to coax this old woman to come here. V ran around and tried to move around. Hearing that something was happening, they came out to watch and became fish. They sighed. Then going, maybe she was too hungry to take a risk, but before that has never shown like that. Look at the old lady lying shivering on the floor. So temporarily extremely pitiful inside the house, and Uncle ran in and out, no problem Anyway, it is necessary to finish, consider it as a blessing, and people dispersed. There is nothing slow Nan, those people secretly threw curses. Then went inside the house. The old lady slowly sat up, leaning on her hands with difficulty to take each step towards them. Into the road, and just like that, looking at the shadow of the ball, she gradually disappeared under the canopy. Like the market remembers something, the temple bow. Have you ever gone out to the dry fields to play? I was a bit surprised and replied that out there, the pearls often retreat and look out, but my uncle's waves rarely come near the object, partly because there are many thorns growing there, partly because it's gloomy and cold. It's not a cave for children to play in. But I heard my grandfather say that there are ghosts out there. Did you hear my grandfather say that there are ghosts out there? What do? They are ghosts, but the kneeling child has existed for a long time, and few people have sacrificed it. So it's very rare. The people say it is hiding deep in the yard. Hearing this, then gently Feldon village does not have ghost stories. Natural epidemic is real now. Or not, then heaven knows yard and city pull together. John come live outside this water road. We shadow people passing by to the machine. Flow stuff, a suffocating rain sound of rain falling on a tiled roof. Suntran is not finished. Smell was outside the nursing home. Cast in a little week like war. Temple to Moon Thok Lao, grandfather rain. Proving that he also has not slept yet. The next morning, Citadel finds some. The two of them were planning to go to the crowded place to make a slingshot to shoot birds. When the two of them were building a house in the yard, a guy ran in from the gate and said, "You two, are you still sitting here? Do you know anything or not? We've been outside all morning, making a slingshot. We didn't go out on the street. You came, you died, grinding dust. You're a fisherman. This morning, someone went to the field and found out that Tian was dead. Why did you put him in a cage? I don't know. Now the commune police are coming down to search that bed. On the day of the meditation, they extracted his general and opened him up. Look at Dong Dam for you to go. Don't be afraid all morning. Tell me to go out there, look." When the three of us got there, the people in our village gathered together. Right next to the dragon's nest, there was a tent built with a few tarpaulins and torn sackcloths, lined inside with old clothes, making a place to sleep that looked like a dog's nest. It was a tent for show, but in reality, it was just a place to shelter from the sun and rain, built from a few large tree branches stuck into the ground. The mad lady was lying right on top of a pile of clothes. She died in the funeral, lying around, making her already small body look even smaller. More, it seemed like a child standing there. Ton and Son dodged the crowd and entered this ditch. The police were present to check the cause of death of the aunt, who was not related and had lived in the village for a while. The initial judgment was that it was due to a sudden death. The time of death was around 3 to 5 a.m. Finally, a group of tortured people came to an end. This was probably a relief. Many people witnessed this scene and felt pity and sympathy. Ton and Ton stood still in the sewer. A feeling of loss and sadness was hard to describe. Ton said softly that in her arms she was still holding. A boiled fool was eating fake yard. Red eyes noisy turned away, dodged out of the east. Mr. Mac Truong Ton looked at a virtue, then brought to unity that people held a simple funeral, then buried the old lady in the area. First she pointed to the direction of the land where Mr. Tung grew up that fell into the Dong Mai area. This place about 12 meters, only the yard was gone. Look at Meat Point Hand to next Citadel, a deserted landmark. Many bushes, thick and overgrown, and the dog Han escaped hidden. Meditation said these dogs from the neighboring villages came here. Sister Son stayed home to look after that day. The house for grandparents to attend the funeral. The stork stepped in and said that today at home, "It's so boring. My grandparents also have a funeral. I'll bury them now." "Yeah, I know, but he said that waiting for you shouldn't go to the funeral when the great cling to you will get sick. It's crowded and it's a sin. The karma is too bad. But anyway, when it's true, it's a ghost thoughtful. can't be comforted in any way. I was silent and didn't say anything. I thought about the incident the other day. Mrs. Diane on the pile, so she said, "What about the next incident that happened?" At 8 o'clock in the evening, the grandparents came back. He brought the whole thing out onto the porch and chained it up. The people sat down next to him and asked if the funeral was crowded. Mr. Dong was very crowded. Every day there were one or two representatives who went, but no matter what they said, people still sympathized. Outside the gong, people's voices echoed, "Are you back yet, sir? Are you back yet?" and back. And now the gong-filled man walked in and followed Mr. Tin. The people stood up as usual. That was Mr. Tin. The grandfather of Tane Tin sat down and took the book from his grandfather's hand. He asked, "Did you see me say that just now?" Grandfather went inside the house and opened the cabinet, and a moment later brought out a book. Old thick lump inside are all handwritten letters with the images of the 8 trigrams of all kinds. He floated in the moon, love-flipping uncle. Looked carefully and nod. He said very sincerely, "It is not good to die at a bad hour today. I said it was not wrong to see like that while discussing and focusing on studying the book time. Pulled son out to a GC and said, "I went to a funeral and there was a lady who died at a living hour. I don't know if I committed any crime or not. Why could it be such a coincidence? Could it be that the old lady knew everything about me?" Death of oneself or some other cause when the monk died, the mind and spirit suddenly became calm. The wise man guessed everything, but later from outside the alley, a woman of 4 walked and whispered into the yard. He asked why now. Everyone was so crazy. They naturally held a fishing rod and went in a round ruler. They just caught the pond of the master. It was 11 o'clock at night, but just now they were so scared. The grandmother and her granddaughter were in a state of confusion. The young girl had a black cat that came out of nowhere and jumped straight in. They jumped up and down. That coffin. Skinny guy hit it and it just kept on being stubborn. Probably had to hit it on the head for a long time and throw it out into the yard for it to run away. Old Man Tin heard that and was startled. "Dan, where did the black cat come from? Did you guys sit in the ship? What happened?" The other person broke his head and was startled. "It must be Old Man Heap's cat, fat and bleeding. How could it find out and beat the AC? How could I? Grandma had foreseen it, but there was nothing. Why did Grandma just twitch a little bit? You see, Grandma, we just need to squeeze it a little bit and it'll be fine. He and Tuong Hoa learning them what flower. It's really quandary. Harnett, the young men in the field, looked at each other and thought about turning to tell Grandpa, maybe tonight I'll take the ghost on a trip. Otherwise, I'll be worried. Okay, let's go see if there's anything wrong. My leg can't walk. After a while, Grandpa thought about it, and so I went back to the yard and sat very quietly. I heard the sound of a funeral trumpet in the distance. 8 o'clock the next morning, after breakfast, Ton had already passed by. Son went out to play. V saw it in time. Grandpa called in and asked, "Hey, bring her. Are you out there? Is there anything wrong?" Ton paid for it. No, sure. I said I was going down. Normal whole new crime, not much after that. The grandchildren flower, it just kept hanging around. The people still resentful, planned to wait to beat to death. These 3 children come back quickly, beat after eating slowly. The grandfather immediately frowned, thinking the house was broken all day long. The mind only thought about eating and drinking. Those guard dogs there, they are skinny, not yet do is specialized in eating dirty things, sometimes eat meat again. Ravies are crazy 6 o'clock. Yard Ton ran like the wind on the road, and gee, the 2 children's hands are 4 or 5 still fat in the yard. Now excited, it's been a long time since I've eaten meat, but it's still a frog today. It's been beaten now, it's still the idea. The next day, Zin and a few other guys went out at night. Suddenly they stood together and listened. The temple must have something right away. The city stood still and focused. The temple must have been a dog outside the pond. It must have been a group of people who had given birth to a group of nearly 10 of them. The woman from the nearby village was startled and came here to wander around. A cool breeze blew from the fields into the village. Wind passed through the treetops. Him, the rustling sound of the city, and Sun gently used himself to quickly go home and to the people. The children always had some common interests. They left behind to go to Dawn Country. Baptist ruler people still see him sitting attentively, so save the books that have turned yellow time-yard color asked Chone, "See, Torn, what did he write that he studied so much? This evil book to you was left by the old man for him that year. She went to trade with him Laos and Cambodia to get the love of the teachings of one body, his Dharma body, this Dharma pure sect, many things in it real, no han tongue sing tongue cap, it's in that men be a lifetime. Feng Shui, Chan Trake the time, how Van Si Noi followed that. Teacher need a year, then also gathered a little bit of the first Mark Hughes raft except in this book here. There's also a book assembled from many sheets of paper should look at the old Nam house, and because C has been on paper for 70 years but has not written inside, only the PhD can still be beaten by her to leave for him for many years when he won each year to bring people to save contemplation and as a reference, so the letter K when he applied a lot because after all, he is not a professional to be more precise. His innate talent is limited, not that I want to save the fall. Why is that house then? Said from yesterday, he and again, did he talk about the matter of the old lady dying at a bad hour? What is it? Is there any harm in this, sir? Are you durable? Actually, some people say this is superstitious. Some people believe that Sane, the Vietnamese who died at the hour of poison, are often associated with planting tan. The planting tan is real. Is it superstitious? However, because of this Mrs. C, yesterday too learned that she should save the day in time of her death. It's true that she's bad, but she has no relatives. Even if she has them, it's the same as not having them. You're worried about another problem, especially when the cat at home takes the cat's coffin and goes to top. What will happen? Just wait for me to know. What are these things for? What's the matter? What's the matter? Grandpa also made it so mysterious. I lost my D machine and couldn't close my eyes because the sound of barking like that echoed in the field. I was afraid that the dogs would bark again like that. What's going on out there? The next morning, Son went to pick fruit. At this time, the yard mentioned the incident where the house cat went to LP. He couldn't get over it. He suddenly said that he didn't know anything about the phenomenon of possession. Though, as far as I know, when a cat is a black cat, a lynx jumps over a person and kills him. The stone suddenly woke up and ran away, causing danger to the living. At that time, there was a demon jumping in and taking over the body, so I called it a ghost in the village. People used to say that, but I've never seen it before. There must have been many opportunities to be possessed. The first time a spirit called in could be heard in the east. Then, naturally, the two of them looked at each other and attracted each other between two electric points. At this time, the two of them arrived at the house of an aunt with a very lucky face. Count Tant smiled and said, Baba has a very kind heart and is a funny person. He had a large garden with more than a dozen types of fruit. He smiled and replied, Your father is only good at telling lies. For money, you can look after the house for me. I went to the market for a bit. Like this, I went inside and saw trees from one tree to another. I like this feeling. Eating fruit here is dirty. It feels delicious. I wandered into the market for a while and then heard people talking outside. I heard the sound of people talking. My aunt was talking about something very loud. She pretended to be curious. She jumped down to the ground and went back out the door. At this time, Uncle Tam had also gone back. About an aunt of Balasek temple today. Not much to go to the field, but saw meat scattered on the ground. Some people looked when it turned out to be dog meat around the old man. There was also a dog's leg. A colorful earthen jar was scattered on the ground, The dog flew everywhere and heard this. The ladies immediately said, "That was so terrible. Could it be that the Hong brothers were always cruel to each other, but last night I heard them screaming miserably?" It seemed that the story of the high-level CACA leading to the north was like a dream, listening very passionately. Sudan listened vaguely, then also grasped part of the incident. Maybe that's why the wild dogs were so well fed last night. But to the point of biting each other, to the point of their bodies breaking apart like that, was truly terrifying. Auntie came that afternoon. Son couldn't go out and come home because he was bored, so he had to go back to the yard and come home. It was almost 6:30 during dinner. He heard his grandparents talking to each other. Some people who went to the fields today saw many scratches from the wild dogs. Grandpa's face was dry, and he said, "It's so strange. The wild dogs have been living in the village for a year or two. We had never seen them bite each other before. Why did they suddenly stop feeding the past 2 nights, Grandma?" Immediately replied to let them bite each other. "It's not a normal thing. What's wrong with you?" Strangely, he didn't say anything there. His eyes looked out at the cotton field. Dawn was thinking about it. It was almost 11 o'clock at night on the deserted road. Ton still walked and skipped. This body was really Bo Thursday when he carried 2 stretchers. I was big and thought about grilled fish, which Tom was careful to let Duke's pieces and walked across buoy for the bushes. At first, early, he suddenly heard a sound of a landslide. He turned back and was startled when his husband calculated the day he would kill him. He was a stray dog, and he had this dog on him. Full of fleas, but his bleeding drops seeped, bright eyes squawk in the dark, the dog not knowing where from meditation hard toward Ton and growling groaningly. This is definitely a dog in the wild dog pack. Normally during the day, this group does not dare to sneak into the village because they will be beaten by the villagers. But now it is 11 o'clock. No one is on the street this sea dares to sneak in here to hang around Purple Loin Ton and in the steppe. Back for Hong Hong to be more cautious than ever. Home not only that this dog has crazy expression in tongue. Consider it done Ton back tongue, but Tan planted behind a guard the dog seemed to know its intention was the mortar man as if preparing to jump forward. Suddenly gave the bamboo bush and the old man's lamp pile with extremely fast speed and for Hong Chu Tai to stand up. He was taken by that beat to straighten up a loud screech, and the dog fell to the ground and scratched. And for Hong, also not just was the paper struggling to go to tongue, go like the glass full of glare beam to bite the mask under. The flickering light of the old light bulb hanging on the electric pole dropped. The 2 of them were violently bleeding and falling down. Looking back, the thing that attacked the dog was small and had the appearance of a 9 to 10-year-old child. The hair was matted and covered his face. A bolt of electricity ran through his head, making him shiver. His whole body trembled, and he jumped up and stood firmly at the gate. Sweating, and Ding looked at the crazy thing in front of him, making him think that it was a crazy old woman. Her body was full of small, gray hair, and a beard covered her entire face. There was no mistaking that it was her, but she was dead. 2 men standing there from a tragically fallen up, and then silently still let the wild be transported chestnut dead on the spot. Ton and I, who turned over, could not really lift the dog, fell a wolf, tear it open, like people fall a wolf drama, like that its mouth chewed fresh blood, see like that young we from the sea, small evil drops, and evenly see eyes red like blood water, looking towards Ton's direction, the love a scared soul towards the clouds. Throw all the fish left Mrs. Tran 4 streams. Flow half alive, half dead, its mouth laying up tragically, say me scream all see, become loud. The whole way, but the house number hurriedly turned on the light to run Tan go a dan. We slept and also woke up this time. I calculated the city of Daidong, Sun Alley. I didn't know what happened the next morning. I just woke up and chewed. I calculated Mr. C. Tin in the Hoa yard was surprised what happened. He lived here, so Mr. Tin at this time was telling a story to his grandfather. His grandfather heard and was surprised and said, "Why is there such a big story like that? Please see come in." And asked clearly the boss and dad said that Ton came outside holding a string and was surprised. Why did he come here? Live like that, Tom Mulock inside the strange rash lost the heart-made halo, showed the land, stayed up all night, no glanced at sun, but did not say anything. Mr. Dook then immediately asked the boy, what did you see last night? Why did it sound so strange? Tom Wan Country BT Virgin Flat face a bit scared as I immediately told everything to Grandpa. So after listening, both son and Grandpa were surprised. Son laughed, patted the shoulder. Tom, but what the? Are you telling me? Why is it so absurd there? There's no reason to make it up. This story is what I saw is the old lady. She kicked the dog to flatter the shoe machine before the sudden fall of the city. Never tried Tom. Not such an expression. Shirt 10 at that time just said doubtful, but 10 still on the sentence. Then where did Grandma come from? Go back to the yard. She complained something happened. Two guys, something happened. What happened? Why did she quickly come up there? The cream of the color of the old lady was beaten. Tom can't see the color anywhere. Hold it, lost. But what wrong? I'm wrong. Okay. I lost. How do I know we are arguing outside the dirt today? A few people go up to the district. Market passing by sea dawn. Then, seeing a pile of new dirt, Priest Linson and IV went closer to see that the grave had been dug up. The lid had popped off and disappeared. But not only that, there were still many dogs with long dogs around. The 4 people looked at each other, wondering what was going on. Mr. Tim looked at his grandfather with tears in his eyes, deciding to go out there to see what was going on. At this time, everyone was gathered outside. By Tat, a man named Vap was a commune guard officer who was 50 this year. When the 2 newsmen quickly ran out because digging up a grave was not a job. Small R is the grave of a person who eats man-tea, but Dong has one thing. His question is the grave of a table. Abnormal brain without buoy 10, then why was it dug up? Could it be dug up to get the color of Mr. D? The crowd of believers guessed that the grave had been dug up. As soon as they saw their grandfather and Mr. Tin Long Vu running back, the 2 uncles also came out here. Is it fake? Let's see how the altar is. Brother, take a look at it. Mr. Vu went around the scene and carefully observed to help Dong fact. He discovered a strange detail, but it did not say anything in the West because Mr. So would cause. Out of confusion, public opinion, Ton and Dirty are also here. Tom looked at the gun dock stuck to the grave, tricked the talented child against the old lady's true color has disappeared, and Kim picked the picture back, but the pale face must be true. She is her. Then I'm not dizzy with the yard head like Fong Tu, the story Ton told, and the history of the incident. C-Sack in the grave has disappeared. Very mysterious robbery chain traces each other. Mr. Vu then Tran Tin speaking of this is a grave. Robber unknown motive for the crime, but also committed a crime I will report to the police to solve here. There is no problem. What else? And the person who dispersed the house said, so the people in the village immediately pulled each other out, so the sound of discussion immediately, what they were extremely excited, surprised the first time witnessing such an event. See, and it is anger. Buddha whipped his mouth, pointing to the sadness of being human and immoral to do like that. When both of them left, Mr. Tin Tien came closer in a bit of analysis in it. Shirt then just said, probably have guests like this too. Uncle C, if reasonable, look at these writing marks I find very strange, especially here. The coffin lid normally has to be opened 7 times. It cannot be broken into many pieces with a hard object. Secondly, the traces of this pen are not like people use tools to dig a stick. It looks more like a dog digging a nest because the dog raised at home also goes to the garden to dig a nest. So it looks like a dog. It cannot be 10 dogs, so this tiny grave is possible. Grandpa frowned. That's right, he said. Look at the coffin lid at the village construction site. Does that mean something broke the lid and got out? Mr. Vu was silent and spoke as if he passively agreed. After a while, he said that there was going to be a person with a fundamental mental problem who would not bring any value to the grave robbers. She was not just a superstitious person. Such a thing had never happened before. He nodded and replied. Moi Dap dug again, not deep and sketchy, but Sage Hong smelled it. So now how to explain about that sound? He patted her and said, just call the police to work according to the correct procedure. Nearly an hour later, the police arrived to examine the scene according to the instructions. Preliminary, it is possible that the wild dogs drove her crazy for many hours because the victim had no relatives, so all the details of the case. Since the investigation agency will work with Mr. Vu at this time at Mr. Vu's private home, a person from Bao Dai Temple, it seems very absurd. We have made a hypothesis that it is possible that the aunt is still alive and broke the coffin because according to the broken screws on the top of the coffin, it was broken from the inside, not from the outside, but there are also many unreasonable points because according to the report, the new neck 2 or 3 days ago can be skinny and tiny, not putting in the effort to judge, even if this is a cheap, light-bodied, even official. Not only that, I have recorded the report that C's preliminary autopsy confirmed that she was definitely dead. This is really strange, and HQ was surprised and heard this, and the devil entered the prison. The people who were there were surprised. Looking through the shirt, he seemed to realize that he was given a life by Mr. Vu's mother. He didn't say anything. Don't pay attention. Everyone laughed and said, "When did you say that specifically? Do you still believe in these stories?" He didn't say anything more, just kept silent. Go to the police again because where the old lady went, maybe we will hand it over to the village feed. Then search for the TNG remains when the people with him left. He still asked that. Now, do you think the two of you will go to Huidu? Everyone will go look for the old lady, or just let her go wherever she wants. Just let her go wherever she wants. If it is true, she is waiting for a resurrection, but she is still so stubborn that I don't know what I said, full of hidden meanings. Mr. Tin Meibu, have to say. When he got home, Mr. Tin asked Mr. No Son, what should we do now? He didn't know how to solve it, but he didn't know how to leave it. Never seen this afternoon before. Even at noon, the yard went to the house to find Tom and saw him lying still on the bed. Uncle Tin said he was sick, and this morning he came home with a fever and hugged his mother, and just got back to the yard. On high look towards the B&L, he must have encountered something terrifying to be affected like that. When the wife got home, Grandpa said that these past few days, Han should refrain from going out on the street and stay at home. Going out on the street at this time is not safe. This village after 6 p.m. Tong howls like a traitor. Going out on the street is a matter of children. They're just going out. The yard is also not safe. What's the point of playing when the people are rolling around like that? That night, the nun lay down and thought about the events that happened from yesterday until now. In her heart, Sa still believed that perhaps the old woman had really come back to life. She had gone somewhere and was no longer in this village. This night the dog's fate was over, and there was no longer a flock for Hong to go anywhere. The sad man suddenly got up and used a flashlight to open the door and step out into the yard. All day long, the sun was hot and sunny. Only the general. Now the air had cooled down a bit. The yard reached out and turned on the switch. The toilet's light bulb suddenly lit up while the water was still flowing. The house saw that there was a garden type of sound that supported the wings very smoothly. The grandparents' house was built in the old style. On each house there's a courtyard with a garden about 20 meters away from the yard. To go from the yard to the garden, you had to go through a small pair of stairs. The roof was covered with a corrugated iron roof. The high wallpaper on both sides was a mistake. This was the toilet. The toilet wall was connected to the garden. The people stood behind. The glass was raised and looked into the garden. There was a dark space. I couldn't see anything. I could only see the toilet. The sound of flapping wings, the sound of frogs, the sound of the pond, all of us bring the chicken coop back. The force is so strong that then, the flashlight in his hand shines straight towards the chicken coop. Suddenly the yard is startled. He drops the flashlight in his hand to the ground. His heart is like a drum in the field. Something has jumped right next to his husband. Trying to catch the chicken, he suddenly flashes through his mind. The other thing looks very much like a person. That thing has looked at the thing, immediately counting on screaming wildly. It was swamping the ants to awaken it. Hastily grabs the flashlight and runs to welcome it. Go into the house and say, "Grandpa and Grandma, did you really come to the garden to steal chickens? Grandma looks like that. Now hurry up." Grandpa and Grandma hurriedly run to the garden. Grandma is angry. She ran after the sound of hurried footsteps. Something just jumped up quickly towards the bushes. The wall passed by and disappeared. The iron and glass turned on. Two flashlights immediately shone into the chicken coop on the floor. A hole as big as grass appeared, still covered with feathers and chicken claws. Grandpa hurriedly went over and turned on the flashlight and counted the two chickens in the yard. Turned on the flashlight and went down to the ground around the coop, hiding the feet of the person's face. The turned pale Grandpa now mumbled XT cut on the spot no. But the next morning he called Mr. Tin to discuss the matter. He said, "Count the fruit of the year MVB. My family killed everyone here. Do you recognize anyone that broke the chicken cage door and stuck it? Their blood splattered everywhere. You find strange, really. Can you see its shape clearly behind SB?" And replied, "Let me see it pass by, it turn its back to me. Can't see clearly. Like a crazy old lady, Mr. Nah. Came here, then his face." Suddenly Pale sat down on the chair, then said, "Yes, right, there is a high possibility." Possessed by Ghost Tram, then Grandpa breathed and released the work only to 100 minutes. But what else is possible now? I've never seen it with my own eyes, but in the book that Mr. C left behind also recorded many stories transferred from the past to the present, but all have one thing in common is deathly strange behavior. However, knowing this time of escaping to eat raw meat is not serious. H calmly looking out into the garden. The eyes of the public escape a nostalgia. He said, "There is a dangerous thing hiding somewhere in this village." When brought back, a Dex crawled out. CP, hang gate, no one going. In our gardens threatening our safety, Grandpa sighed and replied that the old lady had been possessed by Queen. He had come back to life and entered a certain place. He had crept out into the garden to steal chickens and tents. You people found them and drove him into a mental state. Keeping me Lang for a while, said nothing. After a while, he stood up and left. While walking, he said, "I will think of a way." O'Tin did not go home immediately, but turned onto a large road towards Mr. Wu's house. On the way to the old warehouse, he saw his father and 5 people reattached together and immediately went forward to ask what happened. Suddenly, he was startled and lay right under the cover of the dog that had been gnawed. Nam, thanks to the color lying deep inside, few people noticed the high energy. This was the color of a wild dog that was so angry that he had witnessed and observed the color of Mr. Tin. I couldn't help but be terrified. His whole body was swollen, broken and crushed. His eyes were gnawed. His head was gouged out. His insides were completely gone. He quickly forgot to go somewhere else. Then he had dawned on him. It seemed that this incident was extremely serious. A nurse was sitting in the researcher T. All then there was a voice calling, "Nanny, are you home, Uncle Tim? Please come in. There is something I have to say," Village Chief Onk had to say, because the whole village looked at Mr. Tim's body very seriously and firmly. Mr. Wu was fake. Yes, if there is anything, please just say. Mr. Going to ask you a question. Do you believe in ghost possession? Mr. Wu heard the next question and surprised face showed. Strange expression. He himself is a retired cadre, a member of the special class, but did not believe much in T and Aunt Tan. And hearing Mr. Tin ask like that, then "How strange is that? See, where you be? What do you want to say?" "I don't believe my children and grandchildren. Nature is like knowing the answer in advance." He sighed. "Last night, the students had their chickens stolen, many chickens stolen. Do you know who took them?" O'Tin looked at Dong and patted and said, "Village Chief, you know who took them? Is that crazy woman? What does that be? Birth? Look at Ba. That's right, she's still alive. Be birth. Did she change? But you know it. Said she was dead at that time, too. 3 chickens see and died on the spot. Blood sold too." When Mr. Sin returned to the place, we turned on the pin. The wall is nearly 2 meters high and runs through the school. Can you believe it, Uncle Ton, Uncle High? It's too much. There's such an absurd story. Fatty said that the old lady was still alive. It's more believable than thunder. O'Tin suddenly stood up and patted his shoulder. He said, "That lady over there is really dead. It's true that she revived herself, but she's no longer there. Now she's a ghost that was possessed by a lot of people. She's no longer human. Bring her into the garden. The group of people bit Tri Tien, the new chicken from Tan, my husband, the other night. Not seeing Mr. Hai the waiter at the end of the street, their Si Chong was bitten to death, fresh shirt, tin poured out, breath finished, then all sweat-faced, tense, waiting, shirt, breast, stood still staring at face, not counting a land face, extremely complicated, unexpectedly Mr. Vu pushed Mr. Tin's hand away and said, how can there be such a ridiculous story, but for 3 years you still have such superstitious thoughts, don't you saw Todd's true? Negative, but or is the North fake, so mistaken, holding you? Tin sat down on the chair, shook his head, and said, Teeny On is a cadre with a clear and sensitive mind. Sharp know how to analyze who said that the general mentioned that, but you think I'm wrong holding the color Vu's side and sat down opposite, said to sacrifice uncle or uncle sin, have evidence there is nothing to prove or not uncle. Also present it Sir Sin convenient again, both people are fake, sometimes looking at the flower national gate should be like copper surface, and Mr. Tintin's pride straightened up if that's the case, I also have nothing. More to say don't X, no I ask permission from. The village chief, I go home shirt planned to get us straight out. Pinavio raised his hand, all at something dim, then stopped, his salty look clearly revealed about 5 moves back home. He calculates the level. The boy was in a tune, carrying the pipe out to the yard. Taking a puff, he walked out of the house. C's face was less dark, and he said, Oh sir, about the matter of meeting you last night. Why don't you go out at night anymore and stay home during the day? After the matter was over, Mr. Vulex thought for a while and stood up to leave the house. No, he was going to go to the grave to take a look again, and went to the grave. There was something strange when Boy got close to see Mr. Vulum, the full moon. The other body had already begun to be picked up. Boy, but yesterday, when he passed by this place, he didn't pay any attention. He suddenly remembered what Mr. Vulex said. Mr. C calculated just now, had slowly started to slow down. Could it be that this story is exactly as the old man calculated? A person just saw Mr. Vu and said that the village chief here 3 days ago suddenly died before suddenly becoming silent. And this one died here. There is a possibility of mutual CNS. This be said that it is very fierce and dangerous. Some people who go fishing at night are afraid of frogs at night. I think we should establish a group of young people. The neck is gone. This dog is Mr. Vu. Loudly let it pass. Move on now. Walk straight towards Dongyan area. He has lived in this village for decades. Do you know? Go pearl grass to dig outside the land to prevent forgetting them. And of course there is also this rice field because this land always grows better than other lands through here. Maybe because the border is where many people die even so. For Mr. Vu at that time there was not a bit of fear or hesitation, and the god of the year had not passed. He has not once had a ghost appear on this land like what people often say to increase the ghostly part later when he grew up. He went to work and went to work he also. I can't remember the last time I stood on this dirt was when the engine was decades ago, even though I cycled on the village road every day to work seeing the dirt from afar. But right now coming to the small island in front of the surgery, he felt fear present, but focused on the gun pit. There was a small coffin lying in the open. Broken into many pieces with dog legs everywhere, a person passed by the examination of the body. Its heart stopped beating, the body was cold, and stiff blood stopped flowing. How could it be revived? Perhaps he was deceiving himself in this world. There are things that are just the level of each image in human understanding. And between this time, we BTS Mr. Vu's perception is certainly something happened to the old lady's face of Vu is contemplating the goddess of the battle. There is something rustling. The ant is startled, turned back inside Bui Ram. Tinduan K is gently shaking the dress of Io, stepped back, jerked a few steps off. Wild dogs, huh, sure enough, then in the grass 2 dogs at Utah. Lamb flowers suddenly come out glaring fiercely and T at him, Pat growling, Sandy. Pat heard the guard see. Then the house always has a dog under all the two children on Tandon. She likes the wound strength. Tantron steps towards the grave. One jumps down to the world and sniffs around, maybe to smell the body is still with Wong left below. Suppose they dig up the grave. If the old lady can't move on her own, we'll definitely be pray for this. Dog, Cole don't stay here long and nanny. Trong steps step by step toward the path, quickly goes straight into her, and return at the head of the wave. He heard the sound of people playing baskets in noisy hole-level world. Expected, he quickly trust die to see it. What happened then, the other person has already put his hand away in a here, then uncle on duty don't know which bastard let his child sneak into the house and force him to clean the chickens laying eggs in the cluster of sharp go away. Then go to Najai, I came to my brother, but know what sacrifice did I have to 18 to let the ancestors of that house go. Another person, Cup said too, is the night of the call for the 5-color flowers in. Here then it went into the garden, and died no thieves more. Kill them all on the spot like that. The woman immediately did the grass finish, but there's a wall C-meter PK inside. The garden still has the top of the footprint of the people. He suddenly patted them as if he remembered something. He quickly said, "Where is it? Take me in to see." A few people immediately went into the yard. The north went out to the fruit garden and looked. Around at the chicken coop, there were many footprints of people walking. The flag was carried. A pair of chicken feathers and blood were all over the ground. Avio then nodded and said, "Although this coop is a bit fragile, but anyway, there is no door to point to someone who made it like this." Pham went barefoot and jumped up and down. Mrs. Tuong's footprints were naturally very small, just like a child's. Certainly not the footprints of Trung Ton people. People around were all standing. That's right. Could it be that there was a child somewhere? At night, they shouted to steal chickens. One person immediately exclaimed, "Whose child could do this?" My body is familiar to all my children, but only 2 fruits. Mr. Vu nodded. He didn't say anything. He came, the crazy old woman, always went. Trandat has a body. Min is as small as a kid in Class B or Class 5. The woman shook his shoulder and patted him, asking, "What are you going to do that you look so absent-minded?" "It's nothing. My grandmother, okay. I will go and do this." B immediately took 6 of the traps like that. It's not like I'm moving things, but if it's a child, I won't let it go. After saying that, he went straight outside and picked up Ton, who was slowly getting dressed in the night. He heard someone calling him. Cam was there. He grabbed him and his grandson, who were in the house. Uncle Yu patted his neck and walked in. He was already thinking. He was sitting on the wooden bench, deep in thought. Mr. Wu, he was thinking. Paul Mang was surprised. "What's the matter, Mr. Chafin?" Pretending to be Uncle Sa. "Now let me say a few words that aren't true. I hope you'll forgive me. Now let me go to Lee's house. T.I. at home, they lost a few chickens. The storage were killed down in the field. Why Hyatt, as the incident happened, the old man's house around there were many human footprints between Temple built across the village school. Come here. Tell me this story for what? Sir, I originally believed it, but it's true it sounds hard to believe, but I still hold the opinion that there was a boy and jumped into the garden to raise chickens, however. I want to say your opinion made Mr. Tin just heard this full of this, so his face was red and he shouted, and Dong Wing had his own opinion. Then T find me for what T don't have an answer, Lo did ask him ask. Why do you do it for nothing? Why would someone take you to someone's garden at night to kill them all blood and sacrifice them to the ground people, or not ghosts? If you don't think alike, then there's no point in talking sorry. Well, see you off. Nurse shook her head too long. He had to stand up. Yes, porridge for Uncle. Other tense situation standing next to the house, and also nervous patch shirt, still go asked, and see also immediately went. Mr. Sin's house Ton hurriedly ran after and went in. Got there, Mr. Ko Tin clearly expressed his indignation he was choosing people. Son's grandfather saw that and threw a stick of tea with a green bean and said, "Calm down and cool down. We don't have any reason to believe that people plan things." Now, what can two old men like us do? From morning until now, I've been feeling restless. Just talking about that Mr. Tyndall. It's true that two old men can do what now? The teacher pulled Son to a corner and recounted the incident earlier. The yard worriedly said, "Has anyone been in danger tonight?" Maybe it's something like that. It's impossible to get out of the village. Todd D.C. worried 11 o'clock at night. The machine was sitting outside the door. Looking out at the street, the lights were on, and the farmer was strange today. So he asked Mr. Leantack, Mrs. C, go to bed, let it be. After a while, Mr. Vu made a bold decision, saying that now, with a high sense of responsibility, he would go and verify whether one side was real or not. He had to go and verify to know. So he ran down to the kitchen, got a knife, put it in the other side, and came out wearing long clothes, padded shoes, a hat, a flashlight, and went to the door of his wife. Where did he go at night? I was surprised then. Asked to say, "Hey, where are you going?" "I'll verify one thing." "B, just go to sleep. No need to wait for me." After he finished, he quickly walked out onto the Bend Road and disappeared into the night. After walking a short distance, a flash of light appeared from behind. Mr. Vu looked back and saw a few people walking at night. Then he patted a person and laughed. "Uncle Trend, where are you going carrying such a bag?" The nurse laughed. He just said, "We're just going on patrol, guys. Remember to be careful." After he finished speaking, he went straight to the kin people. After that, they looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. Just like that, they walked on the familiar village road. At night it becomes quiet and peaceful again. Michigan is extremely deserted now. All the houses have fallen into a deep sleep to reach the banyan tree at the head of the communal house. Then he stopped bait like a stone boat with a drooping crest. The usual foot shape left from the time of the war to the east, aching the VO man remembered sighing steadily, eyes looking into the indefinite space. Suddenly, T. Trim, can we have something piled down to cover Mr. Vu's head according to the discharge, Mr. Vu? Startled quickly, husband people go forward, then lost momentum, and I refused to move forward. When the communal house god stood up, the hat on my head disappeared. It turns out that thing has hit the hat. Vu trembles and pulls out the knife in his hand. The market light is on the scene. Someone put that lady's bed down here. There's a squishing sound. It sounds like when people are eating something under the flashlight and the old man is swinging to sell on the scene. The old lady is still hanging. Basket. It's her, a skinny figure. The housekeeper's white hair is matted, but now that hair is thinning, revealing a patch of it. The head is pale, peeling off. Her face is white, her eyes are black, and her face is covered in blood. The blood was drying on the ground. It was no longer an old woman, but a demon. Vu's legs trembled. His work was steady like 4 demons. The knife in his hand trembled along with his body. Slowly he dropped it, heading towards Mr. Vu. A shadow rose up in the dark sky. The fish was worshipping. It was like an explosion. It was like following Mr. Pat out of fear. Do ran or die. A Pat immediately turned around and ran. The sick woman did. Birth to Mrs. Tran. 4 legs running to the dead place. In front, behind, a loud bang was heard. The sound of copper chasing after iron notes made Dong Pat not dare to look back. He was like that. His head was shaking and flowing. He determined a direction. How many days ahead there was a red door? He didn't have time to think. He clapped his strength and jumped up to the door, but Dew rode inside. He rolled onto the floor, making him cry out. His head was in extreme pain. But at that moment, the feeling of pain was overwhelmed by fear. He ran deep into the outside of the main road. That person didn't jump after him, but ran around the surrounding wall meantime. Screamed and embroidered strange sounds. A no-bong was also afraid. In front of him was a kind of light. Morning opened the illusion inside the recitation of the sutras. A few rooms in Tang moment. The calmness had returned somewhat yesterday again. Looked at the road ahead, black as ink, then looked forward. It turned out he had jumped into the bamboo master, Sister Trung. As the owner of the village, by the abbot, the general chanting stopped the shadow of a person standing outside. The main people came out. He patted, "Who did that bring, Mr. Sawback?" Here he patted immediately quickly replied, I am T Monk. I am the village chief in the writing room next to the deep abbot. Really wanted to go. Hey, hot, give it to him, Reeves said, really unbelievable. The village school was even more determined that it was the old lady who won. He then immediately answered, fuck, who dares to lie? Why don't you change here? It doesn't dare to go inside. The Buddha's door is a place of purity, love, and ghosts. Of course, I don't dare to go too far, but the Buddha's door is also a place of compassion. As soon as he finished speaking, the monk with big eyebrows stood up and walked out of the porch to the back garden. He hurriedly followed the two people. Kay looked out at the outer wall. There were strange sounds like something was moving. The monk said softly, tonight before, he cannot come back then. He sat at the plantation one night. Tomorrow morning we'll find a way to solve the problem. The staff arranged to look after Fook lying right in the civil defense next to Thong lying on the front of the forest. There is cake clacking next to Hoa new dirty fake rich axis unto the gold temple attached Pat Tin. In the mixed religion, Kay Donggu was scared, cannot by tomorrow, must inform the old man quickly. Find a way to solve the problem the next day. He patted. Hurley said goodbye to the monk quickly, turned back, hip, net calculations, still increased beat, or outside the water tank as he woke up, patted neck up outside holding the pump. When he told the story, Mr. Vu was extremely remorseful because he did not believe Mr. Tin's words from the beginning. Mr. Tin did not let it go. He thought about it and told me to go to the village chief's house to meet with his grandmother. He was so excited that he rushed to the kitchen to help his grandmother cook breakfast. He heard someone outside the gate and quickly ran out. Mr. Tin filled the room and said, this morning, let's discuss the important matter with your grandfather. Hurry up and go inside the house. Son's grandfather, and after finishing a meal, he saw Mr. Tin and Mr. Li walking in. As if he suddenly understood something, he quickly asked after that. This German man really told his grandfather about last night's incident. After listening, he said that fortunately it didn't cause much damage. According to my research, there are some long-term ways that the ancients have passed down. Normally, when talking about ghosts, people think of wizards. However, nowadays, where can you find a high-level magician? So gradually, people still turn to simple but effective measures. First, you have to control it. Next, it can be using herbal incense, burning it near the person's body, or using a haunted object that can be taken with water, clean mixed with alcohol salt, put a little oil to wave on the person who is possessed after finding something for it to stick to them. It's done. Mr. Tin nodded off and didn't hear anything with this method. Btn Soydon. Only Mr. C Sin started to divide the meat army. Now Mr. Trong village, because Huidong with Tan Yin Tall asked the most wave gathered together. Prepared to press a few plates to make sure Han En to at 10 o'clock tonight focus Trick Village, Hall Fake, Wrong America, Ji Hong Mang Dealwan, then Part 2 Hide Creatures become Smash Cargo Market, Seal Pot of Oriental Medicine Buy. For him, an herbal medicine that has the property of holding the cold air field. It is like that. They sell it to him now. Go through back son Hamlet to buy a paper temple. He finished taking private money for both of them. Pa nodded and said, yes, we know these places. Then he finished. He told Son to run home to get a dress. Both of them long got up and ran out onto the road towards the market. The pond immediately flowed through several neighboring houses to find people. For Mr. Tin's part, he had the task of preparing some offal, pork blood, vermicelli, and the fishy smell of a meat sample. And then Todd and Son returned to the yard and sat in the back of the car, a strange person. Paper on the card, his BOC, a black plastic bag inside, is some herbs bought from the Oriental medicine store Lee's grandfather. Always father hung on a breathing tube in the evening. Now, just waiting for Mr. Vu's people to finish the ceremony, Mr. Vu ran over to announce that he had found 5 healthy young men from here present. The meeting point in the yard to enter the city X late at night ON begging was also worth it. The 2 old men agreed to let them see him at night, the group of people. Were present in front of the village hall, those young men were all tan waves familiar with the scene. Mr. Vu's house started to adjust his house, said holding things to catch something cheap at this time, when Mr. C since said that he was hesitant, although he was half believing and not really believing. But let's try to see how things turned out. The reason why the grandfather gathered near K was because this place was the two ends of the wind direction that often blew through here and into the dawn. Mr. Du was a giant with the same idea of life. Dan was all stunned, and then Zhang signaled everyone to get into the gathering position. After that, they waited and waited. Sure enough, less than 5 minutes later, something strange happened. A black shadow quickly turned into a shadow and flowed back to punch the head of the gizzard, looking at it like a child. 10 years old, sometimes running with 2 legs, sometimes bending down with both hands. The whole group of people's eyes were shocked when they saw it rushing towards V-Face and closing Dong immediately. Full of young people looking at it, then softly exclaimed, because it looked like Silver C Dan died. Mr. C and grandfather were scared. This was the first time they saw a ghost possess the guy. Suddenly, the grandfather gave a signal to the group of people. Naturally, watching attentively were also startled. A La Tai Kwong net off their dragon beat Din Not Trung, but immediately took down all 5 people, covered to only take the lower edge. But T-Ton and Sun Tin were terrified and saw Ba Si struggling to open her mouth and press the net. A person who liked it, so he swung K to cover his head in panic. He could not do so, causing damage to the old lady's color. He controlled it and waited. The 5 young men were so cramped that they could not struggle. He rushed forward and wrapped the rope around them. Suddenly, after making sure that the color was controlled, he took out from 2 a basin of opaque yellow water that had been prepared. This was the special Tao Duk water, and because of the rice wine and guava. He opened the degree of dawn on the person. The old lady immediately screamed in extreme pain, and then he took a bunch of rags and put them on the end of the stick. Then the fire burned and turned into a bright sea. The grandfather walked closer to the rotten color of this rotten thing. He only saw it struggling wildly and badly. He had just embroidered the juice on its head before the water ran out. He pushed the tree down to the ground and grabbed the rotten thing. Then the other K immediately grabbed the rotten thing. Mr. G.I. suddenly chopped it. Its whole body jerked continuously. From each of its mouth's eyes and ears, liquid flowed out. Black the Thief sprayed the wick of the horror smell in the house. Nin struggled and lay stiffly on the temple, and the patient rolled to one side, becoming a spirit of fear, pointing at the patient's body. Dong here. There are so many piles of patients. The patient is already picking. There is no wind. North quickly took the stick and put it in. The person cried. The main fire was raging, but the fire was extremely eerie and dark, rising up, emitting a pungent smell in the eyes. Then inserted a strong piece of paper and blown it away, blowing away the pile and the ashes into the air. The young men's sweat jumped and jumped, their faces swollen to the ground. Everyone looked at the small iron lying in the belt, now emitting a foul stench. They gathered together to live. The next day, the news of the search for the old woman spread throughout the village. It must be said that everyone was surprised. They all went out to the field to see Chuan bury the old woman again. Mr. Wu only vaguely answered K. Chu Yin when asked for details about the body and the final prognosis. Only a few people could know last night. After reading today's story, I can't say anything more, so I wanted to tell you the story, but I guess I'll have to wait for the next video. For today, I'll stop here. Thank you for listening. Good night for sleep, y'all. Darkness Prevails, Scary Story Legend of the Giant Snake of the Dongphaya Can Forest. Dongphaya Can Forest at night is like a dark and lonely maze. Even on a full moon night, the pale silver light that shone down could barely break through the darkness that covered the dense forest floor. The sounds of night insects and wild animals were loud all around, but no one noticed that it was gradually getting quieter. The Nan River stretches out in a long line, winding through the middle of the forest, collecting sand. Its water is pitch black like the color of ink, flowing slowly, as if there is no end. And beneath the water, there is something hidden on the surface of the water. There's a small wooden pole floating quietly along the current. The old plank groans softly every time it rocked. On the raft were two young men rowing it. They were Laotians who had traveled across this river countless times. But tonight, there was something strange. Oh, why is the water unusually strong tonight? The man sitting with his head spread out muttered softly. He dipped the paddle into the water. It felt heavier and thicker than usual. It didn't seem like the current, but it was like there was something under the water. It was like this when the heavy rain on the mountain yesterday. His friend answered in a calm voice, but his face didn't look very confident. The old woman, who was traveling, their only substance sat still in the middle of the raft, both hands clutching a sack of rice as if this was their only refuge. Oh, it is not worth crossing the water in the middle of the night. The old woman's hoarse voice resounded amidst the sound of flowing water. The young man glanced at her and smiled wryly. Don't think too much, friend. It's nothing. But the old woman did not answer. She reached into the old cloth bag, pulled out a small banana leaf. Then she slowly unfolded it. A lump of dark red soil appeared on her withered hand. Oh, what kind of soil is that? The other old man asked. The old woman muttered softly. It was soil from the old substance, soil to protect you from being too clear. The evil thing said and did what both young men got goosebumps by slowly sprinkling the soil on the surface of the water and closing their eyes, praying something. Suddenly, all the sound around fell silent. The sound of crickets that used to be chirping, the camera was silent. The sound of frogs and toads disappeared without a trace. Even the sound of the rippling water fell silent as if swallowed in darkness. But then suddenly, there was a huge black shadow rushing up from under the water. It was the head of a giant python. Its body was as big as a palm tree. Its head was raised above the surface of the water more than 3 meters. It spread its hood wide like the devil's wings. Its golden eyes shone in the darkness. The sound of heavy breathing coming out of its throat every time it puffed out. The breath of water filled the air. Hey, snakes, snakes. The two young giants' faces turned pale, their bodies stiff as if under a spell. The old woman knew immediately that there was no escape, so she clasped her hands together in a wide. Skulls, tears, pus, snake faces. You have released me, please. My life, I did not erase it, but go to the left. Then the giant snake rushed towards the raft with a loud noise. The wooden lanterns of the raft broke and scattered into pieces. The people on the raft were thrown into the current. The young man tried to keep himself up, his hands grabbing the paddles floating nearby. But then something moved towards him very quickly. A black shadow came swimming across the current and rushed straight towards him. It was the body of a giant king cobra. The one who was parting the oil opened its mouth wide to reveal rows of sharp teeth. Its breath was hot steam that came out to hit his face. Hey, dog. The young man's body was dragged underwater. His screams disappeared in an instant, and the other young man had a similar fate. The old woman saw everything that happened. Her body trembled, tears streaming down her face, her lips trembling. She slowly let go of the wooden debris that was clinging to her. She clasped her hands together and stared at the golden eyes of the snake. The giant was just in the wrong. Don't take the lives of your children and grandchildren. But it seems that the old woman's pleas had no effect. The giant lowered its head before opening its mouth wide. The old woman's body was swallowed up in the darkness of the Nan River. It had not returned to peace. Anyone survived? The second day after the incident, sunlight shone through the curtains of the Lat Hindang police station. The young sergeant held up the case file and opened it. He looked again at the photos attached to the report. They were pictures of scattered pieces of wood in the middle of the Nan River, corpses that had washed up on the bank. Some of the bodies were found only half dead, with torsos torn as if they had been bitten by something. There was a knock on the door before the sergeant appeared with a serious face. "Sarah, what has an urgent matter?" Sergeant chatted. "Whatever it is, just say it." The young guy replied in a calm voice. A villager reported that another body had been found on the bank of the Nan River. The young sergeant immediately put down the file, then get up from the table. "If that's the case, let's go and see." At the bank of the Nan River, there were a large group of villagers watching the event. There was a foul smell that permeated the entire area. Sarawat King walked closer and saw the body of a man stuck on a branch by the straw. Sergeant Chat walked over and whispered softly, "So take a good look at the body." Kang Kwai bent down to look and had to frown tightly. The corpse's can is torn. On both sides of the body, there are long lines of urine marks. The bite marks are not like those of ordinary wild animals, but they are surprisingly large indeed. But what made him feel excited was the expression of the corpse. The man's eyes were still wide open, his lips. Open your mouth like a person who is screaming at the end of his life. Before dying, we saw something that is the most terrifying thing in life. "What is this?" Sarawat muttered after examining the body. Sergeant Chat informed Sarawat that he had been contacted by a 70-year-old man who lived near the Dongphaya Can forest. He asked to meet Sarawat personally. When he arrived at the old wooden house of Uncle Man, Priyankai walked in and sat on the mat where Uncle Man was already waiting. He looked at Sarawat with a serious look before sighing heavily. "Oh, finally it's back. What does Uncle mean?" "It's a snake." Uncle Man looked at Sarawat with eyes filled with fear. Uncle was about to say that the one who killed those people was a snake, and it wasn't an ordinary snake, right? Uncle Man nodded slowly. 50 years ago, I saw it with God. It was a spirit who had been guarding this forest since ancient times. The elders used to worship it with a ritual every year, but in the end, someone had spoiled it until something happened. People were blasphemous like that. That's right. Decades ago, someone went to kill a snake at the shrine. Since then, the curse has begun. Sarawat listened quietly. "Okay, but you have enough evidence to make me think that it was the work of that giant snake?" Man didn't answer, but handed something to Sarawat to look at. It was a snake scale the size of a farm. It was pitch black. It shone with light. He took it and held it. It was hard and slippery like metal. "I found the scale at the riverside last night." Uncle Man spoke slowly. "If Sarawat still thinks it's just an ordinary snake, take another look." The young Sarawat held the snake scale tightly. All the information began to connect, and pointed to the same conclusion. Maybe this isn't just a legend. Song. The sound of thunder rang out along with the sound of dogs barking mournfully. It came from the village in broad daylight. But the sky was dark. He felt like a big storm was about to form. Sarawat stood by the Nan River, looking at the body. The lifeless body of the man who knocked the bad guy that was found in the morning. The body had both arms missing. The body was full of long lacerations. The eyes were still wide open as if he had died with full consciousness. The stench of the corpse floated everywhere. Some officers had to turn away from the flies that were flying over the lifeless body, but no one dared to move closer. This was already the third corpse, Sarawat said softly. His face was serious. Priyankai nodded. He lowered his head to use a clearing stick to examine the wounds. All the wounds were not caused by the knife. It was like the urine had been cut off with great force, Sarawat thought. How could a snake do this? Sergeant Witt, another subordinate, said. Sergeant Chat himself moved closer before whispering softly, "Sarah, I think it must be a giant snake, and it must not be an ordinary snake." Priong fell silent for a moment. Sergeant Chat's words made him think back to Lung Man, the hunter who once told him about the snake that had been insulted and was about to return to take revenge. "Help!" A policeman shouted. Everyone turned to look. He pointed at something on a muddy ground. It was a huge slither mark that had been pressed deep into the ground. It was a long path. The mark was almost a meter wide. It was 10 times bigger than an ordinary snake. The back of Sarawat Priong was cold. So that night, young Sarawat was sitting in his office. The light from the lamp shone on the documents on the table, but his mind was not focused on it. He felt that there was something wrong. The sound of the wind outside the station was soft, but what he meant was that inside the room was eerily quiet. There were no sound of chopping or any accents, even though this village was full of pets. It was like they were being watched from somewhere. But when he looked around, he saw nothing. Then the lights in the room flickered. Suddenly, there was a sound of dripping water. Up in the corner of the room, even though there was no rain, black drops of water seeped down the windowsill. It looked sticky and thick, more like blood than normal water. But then suddenly, the sound of a dog came from afar, followed by a loud sound of thunder. Song. Suddenly, a large black shadow moved quickly outside the window. The young man jumped up from the table and walked straight to the window, but outside there was only darkness and leaning trees. He could have sworn that something had really crawled over just now. The next morning, people in the village began to gather in the wide square in front. Their faces were filled with fear. "Sarawat, last night I dreamed of a giant snake slithering towards me. It had glowing golden eyes. Oh, last night my chickens disappeared. The cow sheet was also damaged, as if something had burst into it. It must not be normal. We must perform a ritual to ask for forgiveness." The words of the ritual to ask for forgiveness made Sarawat look at Uncle Man, who was standing behind the crowd. "Does Uncle Fran have anything else to tell us?" The young Sarawat asked in a calm voice. Uncle Man stared at him for a moment before speaking. He was going to get his revenge, and tonight he would go hunting again. Once upon a time, the small village on the edge of the Dongphaya Cam forest was unusually quiet. In the afternoon, the sky was still dark and gloomy, as if it was going to rain, but no water fell. At night, it was unnaturally cold. The wind blew occasionally, but there was no sound of crickets or night insects. It was as if nature was holding its breath. The villagers closed their doors and windows since early evening. No one dared to walk around after the sun had set. Everyone knew that tonight was coming. Sarawat Priyankrai and his 3 teammates, Sergeant Chat, Sergeant Wit, and Fauntleroy, were sitting in the police station. They had prepared their weapons, shotguns, pistols, and flashlights. Tonight, we must be careful until morning. If that giant snake really exists, we will see it. Sarawat Priyankrai spoke to Sergeant Chat, checking his own ammunition before looking up at his commander. Sarawat wondered what the hell that snake was. Priyankrai didn't answer immediately. He looked out the window. The light from the street lights was flickering on and off. The atmosphere around him was starting to get cold. If the evidence we found was real, it couldn't be an ordinary snake. Sergeant Wheat swallowed the saliva. I myself have never seen anything like this before. Yes, Holthoi sat quietly, his hands tightly clasped together with the amulets hanging around his neck. He was the only one born and raised in this village. Everyone must believe that the snake really exists. While everyone was talking, the sound of something dragging. The floor outside the station was not footsteps, but slithering on the floor. Jacket slowly got up, his hand touching the pistol in his holster. "Hey, what was that sound?" Sergeant Science picked up a flashlight before walking over. He looked out the window, but it was empty. He shone the light around and still didn't see anything unusual. But suddenly, Fathawi jumped up, standing up, his face pale. He raised his hand and pointed outside. Everyone quickly turned right to left. A large black shadow darted from that point and quickly passed the window. Best, it's very big, bigger than any living thing. The sound of heavy breathing outside. It's terrifying, as if he was inhaling the smell of prey inside the building. Sergeant Witt hurriedly rushed in to close the window immediately. A soft throat sounded at the window. Sarawat Priyampal raised his gun to prepare. Everything was quiet suddenly. Just then, all the windows shattered. A huge black shadow quickly rushed into the police station. The jet black scales reflected the light. The golden eyes glowed. In the darkness, a giant python appeared. Hey, let's shoot. As soon as the words fell, the sound of gunshots rang out. Some of the shotguns slammed into No's head, but just by shaking his head in annoyance, the bullet went through the scales, but it didn't seem to have any effect. The giant snake raised its hood as hard as it could. It was many times bigger than a person. It lunged at Sergeant Witt and swung its tail to hit him until he bounced into the sky. Sergeant Cha tried to shoot again, but was far away. No's huge gun swung at Sergeant Cha. His body was blown through the glass and out of the building. Fathawi lay down on the ground, his eyes shaking. The giant snake slithered closer. Its golden eyes stared intensely. Sarawat raised his gun once more. The sound of the gun still echoed in the police station. But the bullets that were fired had almost no effect on its body. It just shook its head back and forth as if very annoyed. Before he was injured, its breath blew out a hot smell, foul smell like a rotting animal carcass wafted in. Priyampal's nose knew immediately that he was here. He couldn't stay here anymore. Sarawat's eyes swept around, looking at Sergeant Whitting in the corner of the room. Blood was seeping out of his head. As for Fathawi, his body was shaking, and he backed up until he hit the wall. He clutched the amulet tightly. His eyes were wide open. But Sergeant T had disappeared. Sergeant Chat had been thrown out of the station. Then Sarawat Fathawi shouted at the top of his lungs. The young Sarawat turned to look at the wrecked door. He had to get out of here and save his team. But then suddenly, the giant snake lunged at him. Hey, lie down. Priyampal shouted before. We'll jump to dodge to the left. The giant serpent lunged and pierced the brick wall, shattering dust and flying far and wide. Sergeant swung it onto his shoulder before shouting for Fathawi to follow. The three of them rushed out of the police station, but a huge black shadow was slithering after them at fast speed. They ran down a path cutting through the village, heading into the forest. The forest of snakes, the lights from the village dimmed behind, but the sound of it chasing was indistinct, not stopping at all. The sound of trees falling, the sound of a huge body losing color on the ground, the sound of the devil's heavy breathing was getting closer, and now it was about to reach them, but suddenly, Sarawat crouched down. It was Uncle Man's voice that came from the side before there was a sound of threads being made. A giant net shot up from the ground. The giant snake was trapped and wriggled, trying to shake itself off the net woven from sacred vines, but the more prominent it was, the tighter the net became. Uncle Man, dressed in an old hunter's uniform, walked out of the darkness. His hand held some powder before he scattered it on the ground around the snake. It was not an ordinary giant snake. It was a spirit that possessed Uncle Man. He spoke in a low voice. The giant snake let out a loud roar that shook the forest. Its golden eyes stared at him with hatred. Sarawat was furious. Why breathed heavily after he died? He let go of Sergeant Wadheu, who was lying on the ground. Fathawi collapsed. Next to him, his body shook uncontrollably. Oh my, why is the king python so big? How is it possible? The young Sarah Watt muttered. Then he looked at the giant body of the snake that was locked up. Uncle Man stood still, his hand tightly grasping a bag of powder. He looked at the giant snake with eyes that were not afraid, but reverence. It was a king serpent, but not only that. In its body, there was something else. Uncle Man walked closer to the giant snake, staring at it with eyes full of resentment. 50 years ago, there used to be a shrine here. The villagers worshipped the snake and held a ceremony to worship it without fail. But then a disaster happened. A group of hunters wanted to prove whether the legend of the snake was true or not. So they went to kill the snake in the area of the shrine. Uncle Man paused for a moment before continuing with a serious tone. But they didn't know that the snake was the incarnation of the sacred spirit. They destroyed all the bad things. Then the curse began. Not long after that, all the hunters who killed the snake died mysteriously. Some disappeared into the forest. Some were found torn to pieces. Fauntleroy, who was still shaking, asked him, the rumbling sound, "Then where is the shrine, Uncle Hunter?" Uncle Man nodded. "It's still there, but it's deep in the Dongfire Cam forest." As soon as the words ended, the giant snake started to struggle even harder than before, along with making a roaring sound that echoed through the forest. Black hair flashed out quickly. Its eyes changed. We felt something controlling its body. Uncle Man moved back. We have to hurry and perform a ritual to cast a spell on it before it can escape. Priang Lai quickly turned to support Sergeant Ray. Oh, but what will Uncle Hunter do next? We have to go to the snake shrine and have to perform a ritual to return its soul. To get the sound of the snake, the giant serpent roared before the huge body twisted violently. The sacred vine that the state was about to take it away. Uncle Man quickly sprinkled some powder on the net. The giant snake shook violently. But there was no time. We had to hurry. Go to the shrine now. The Dongfire Cam forest at night was so quiet that it made your hair stand on end. Sarah Watt Kian cried. Sergeant Whittier Fauntleroy and Uncle Man walked in the darkness. Into the forest, they used fire to lead the way, but the light seemed to dim down with the darkness of the forest. The ancient sounds of everyone's heavy breathing were clear. Jane didn't hear the sound of insects at night. There was no sound. The wind blew as if the whole forest was holding its breath. Uncle Man walked in front of him with his hands clasped. The amulet is firmly in place. We must hurry to reach the shrine before it escapes and follows us. The giant python is still wriggling around behind, but young Sarah Watt knows it won't be trapped for long. Oh, but are you sure, Uncle? This path leads to the shrine. Uncle Fauntleroy asked in a trembling voice. Yes, I've been here before when I was young, but that was a long time ago. Uncle Man answered softly. And ever since someone had disrespected it and caused a disaster, this path has been abandoned. Sarah Watt looked far away and shone a light on the ground. The dry leaves covered the ground so thick it was almost impossible to see any path below. But what made them stand up was that there were fresh tracks of a large snake crawling through it. Go ahead. Are we following it behind like that? Priang said in a stern voice. Fauntleroy gripped the gun tightly. We'll get there first. It has to get there quickly. Let's go, Uncle. Man emphasized firmly. After half walking, half running for more than half an hour, thick fog began to float low and cover the surroundings. Every step they took felt like countless eyes were watching them. But then suddenly, the thick fog in front opened up, revealing an old structure hidden in the middle of the deep forest. It was the snake shackle, which had been forgotten for more than 50 years. The old wooden pole was tied up and broken, with roots covering the snake statue. A large king python stood in the middle, at the head of it. It's missing, we have people destroying it on the ground, full of old strings, skulls, dried holy water cans, and burnt-out candles that have been extinguished for a long time. Oh, I didn't think I'd come back here again. Uncle Man spoke in a trembling voice, looking around. Uncle Man took out a knife before walking to the base of the snake statue. We have to perform a ceremony, ask for forgiveness, and release the spirit that resides in the body of the giant pig. While Uncle Man was laying down the strings, a cool breeze blew into the forest. Soft whispers sounded all around. You guys came in here. Why didn't that sound come from anywhere? But it seemed like it was everywhere, and it was like resounded in everyone's heads. Both of you trembled. Hey, who's that talking? Why are you here? It's too late. And the whispers began to turn into groans and howls like the sound of something suffering. Uncle Man hurriedly cut the knife down to his own palm. I asked to use this blood to sin on behalf of my children and those who have offended you. The old man's blood dripped onto the stone platform in front of the shrine. But suddenly a voice rang out. No, I will never forgive. A roar echoed throughout the forest before the ground began to shake violently. Branches broke and fell in a stream, along with the sound of a serpent slithering along the ground. A giant emerged from the mist and slithered out from behind the shrine. Its tall body, its hood spread wide, its golden eyes shining brightly in the darkness. But this time, its body had a dark shadow flowing around it, as if something was living inside it. It breathed out a breath of black, spreading out. Suddenly, everyone's eyes blurred, and they saw a distant image of 50 years ago. A group of hunters were killing a snake at the shrine. They laughed and ripped open the snake's mouth. Blood splattered all over the ground. A man stepped in, his eyes filled with coldness. There is no snake in the world. This place will be mine alone. Then a dark shadow floated out of the body of the killed snake and inserted into the body of another king cobra that was not far from that area. And that was the beginning of the curse. Crying Cly was startled and came back to reality. The giant ears were still in front of him. He raised his head high and spread wide. Even more than before, he will swallow them all in one go. But before Uncle Man, the giant Curry rushed at them with full force. His roar was so loud that it shook the whole forest. Fight him, dog. Uncle Man pushed Sarawat Cry and Cly away before the tail of the giant ear hit the ground. The ground cracked, rocks were scattered. The wind blew so hard that the fog disappeared in the blink of an eye. Priong Cly quickly got up. He grabbed the shotgun and fired immediately. The bullet hit the giant snake's head, but it didn't flinch. Its eyes stared at the young Sarawat with disdain. Hey, this won't work. We have to find another way. Sergeant Witch shouted. Uncle Man, who was standing in front of the altar, took out an amulet from his bag before throwing it into the air. Return it to its place right now. Suddenly, the ground around it vibrated. Some energy collided with the giant snake's body. It hissed. The snake violently closed its back and forth, as if it was fighting something unseen. Hey, it's wriggling. Uncle Man's ceremony had a secondary effect. But before it could finish, the giant serpent lunged at Uncle Man with full force. The old hunter's body was hit by its huge tail until it bounced and hit the altar. Blood spurted out of his mouth. He lay still, unconscious, as if he had lost consciousness. Uncle Man was very angry. He shouted. He rushed to Uncle Man, but the black shadow from the giant serpent's body began to move closer. Our laughter was like a camera in there. No one can stop me. I will stay here forever. Suddenly, some images flashed in Priong Cry's mind. He saw a man from the past, the man who was the leader of the first group of hunters who destroyed the shrine. His eyes were cold, filled with greed and thirst for power. I will be the owner. I will kill everything that gets in my way. I will be the guardian of the Can forest. Then a dark shadow rushed toward the snake. Priyankarai's consciousness returned again. It was not the spirit of the snake, but the spirit of the hunter who had killed the first snake. Priyankarai shouted loudly. Fanthawi, who was holding the amulet tightly, was shaking with fear, but he was determined. Sarawat Lungman said that this spirit was in the body of the snake, meaning that it had to be sent back. Blood must be used to atone for sins, just like what Uncle Man did. Holdai grabbed the dagger at his waist and rushed towards the altar, then cut his own palm. Blood dripped down onto the stone altar. Applause. The sound of whistling wind could be heard from all sides. The black shadow circling the body of the giant snake began to break and disperse. Its eyes widened and it struggled harder and harder, along with the howling sound. No, I won't give in. The black shadow tore out of the body of the giant snake and shot into the sky before shattering into pieces like dust. The giant python slowly lowered its head. It took its last breath before its massive body collapsed to the ground and died. At dawn, the first rays of the whale shone through the forest. The mist that had covered the entire night slowly faded away. The long-lost silence returned. The remains of a giant king cobra lay still. Its enormous body that was once filled with black shadows was now just a lifeless corpse. Had it been released? Or maybe not. Uncle Man, even though he was injured, forced himself to get up. His eyes were filled with a mixture of relief and suspicion. Uncle Pan, is everything over now? Fanthawi asked softly. The old hunter turned to look at the body of the giant snake that was lying still before speaking slowly. Hey, I want to tend to. And wild people. They were all talking for a long time. The wind blew gently, passing through the mountain, but this time it was unusually cold. The black asteroid in the sky moved on. The first ray of light of the whale was dim and gloomy. Looking around, he felt that it was not right. Fantabi, who was standing near the remains of the giant python, immediately stepped back. His eyes widened in shock. Hey, Sarawat, look at this. Priyankarai quickly turned to look at the area around the remains of the giant snake. It was soaking wet, but it was not blood. It was a murky black liquid. It slowly seeped out of the body of the giant snake before increasing more and more until it became a black pool around the remains. The stench of the snake suddenly rose up. The eyes of the giant snake opened again. Hey, this is possible. It's dead. And now Sergeant Witt shouted loudly, but the eyes of the king cobra were no longer the eyes of a living being. They were hollow, deep, black, and there was something peeking out from inside. Man's body trembled. The young man quickly raised his gun, but the old hunter grabbed his hand first. This time it wasn't the spirit of the snake, and it wasn't the spirit of that hunter, but an even more evil spirit that had been around for a long time. As soon as his words fell, the ground began to shake, and the black pool began to expand. The surrounding trees began to wither. Dry before their eyes, something was about to come out of the body of the giant snake, and something that was too much for them to handle. Black liquid was still seeping out from the remains of the giant snake that had died. But suddenly, a huge black shadow rose from the snake's body. It had no clear shape. There was no face or legs. But it moved. Sarawat Priyankla, Sergeant Witt, Fanthawi, and Uncle Man retreated cautiously. Listening to everyone, they knew that they were no longer facing a giant snake, but an evil thing that had escaped from its body. There was something that should have been locked up forever. Hey, what is this? Sergeant Witt muttered softly, his hand gripping the gun tightly. But it was meaningless. As for Fanthawi, he barely dared to breathe. Uncle Man, who was now standing in front of the altar, looked at the scene in front of him with trembling eyes before he spoke out. It wasn't a snake but an evil spirit that had been trapped here all along. The dark shadow didn't move, but everyone could feel that it was staring at them. Finally, you guys let me know. And that voice didn't ring in everyone's ears. It rang in everyone's heads. We must seal it back into the shrine before it leaves the forest. Uncle Man shouted loudly. Sarawat Kriankrai looked at the shrine. What do we have to do to seal it? Uncle Man quickly grabbed a dagger and cut at it, his own palm until the blood dripped onto the ancient altar. It must use blood as a seal. Blood alone will not be enough. Hearing that, Fadawi, who was still trembling, quickly grabbed a knife and cut his own hand. If it was a way, I myself would do it. Sarawat Kriankrai hesitated for a split second before gritting his teeth and using the knife to cut his own palm. Red blood dripped onto the altar. Suddenly, the old-looking shrine began to shine with a golden light. Strange black shadows made him flinch. It struggled back and forth as if it was being sucked back in quickly. Sarawat told it that its place was here, not the outside world. Sarawat Kriankrai stepped forward and shouted loudly, "You have been trapped here forever, and this place will be yours forever." The black shadows spread out, screaming. It rushed towards them, but before it could attack, it was pulled by the power of the shrine, sucked in. It tried to struggle, but could not resist. I will not give in. The last voice of the devil sounded like a camera echoing before the shadow was sucked back into the altar. The wind blew harder and stronger like a storm before everything calmed down. The snake shrine returned to silence once more. The dark forest of Fayakam now brightened up. The evil dark shadow disappeared. The giant python's body had dried up quickly before gradually disintegrating into the dusty old man. Sarawat Kriankrai breathed heavily. He looked at Long Man, who was slumped on the ground. A faint smile appeared on the old man's face. "Oh, I want to thank you guys who are familiar with it." After that incident, the remains of the giants here were no longer seen. There were only traces of the ancient ritual that remained at the snake shrine. The villagers returned to normal life without any more strange events. Sarawat Kriankrai sent a report of this case to the commander without mentioning the giant or what happened in the forest. Then, how will Sarawat write in the report? Sergeant Chap, who recovered from his injuries, asked, climbed up to look at the document in front of him, and smiled faintly. Oh, then said that it was an accident caused by animals. The forest, yes. Time passed. The Dongfai Cam forest was still a quiet forest. No one talked about the giant snake. No one talked about the shrine. But on a night when the sky was dark, the charm and the wind blew gently. If anyone stood alone by the Nan River, they might hear the crickets suddenly quiet. And if they listened carefully, some might hear the sound of a soft breath in the darkness. And this was the whole story.